every day in class, dreaming of cultivating immortality. I never thought that after waking up from a nap, I would actually arrive in the world of cultivation, becoming a heroic figure, winning the favor of goddesses, reaching the peak of life. Even if I have to endure the torment of heavenly tribulation, I will risk my life to play this game once. Homeroom teacher Diao posted the key points of the math exam on the blackboard, reminding the students that they were being made public. Graduation was only half a year away, and his KPIs were also very important. Seeing Zhou Danyu taking notes seriously, Diao felt very gratified. Even Zhang Quandan, who usually didn't like to study, was very serious. In this way, his KPIs were guaranteed. If things went well, he could even get a bonus. But his happiness didn't last 2.5 minutes before things went wrong. Looking back at Zhu Lin behind him, he saw that Zhu Lin was sound asleep, with drool and snot bubbles everywhere. His desk mate realized the seriousness of the situation. The next second, Diao had already launched the trial raw skill that every teacher must possess, trying to roar Zhu Lin awake. Zhu Lin was still a little confused. His desk mate immediately played a trick on him, telling him that math class had been changed to PE class, and that they would be dismissed after running 800 meters. As soon as Zhu Lin heard this, he immediately perked up, standing up straight. He immediately wanted to go run the 800 meters. Diao was furious and a little baffled. He had never assigned an 800-meter run before. Zhu Lin's performance made the class burst into laughter, mocking him for becoming a sleeping immortal. At this time, his desk mate didn't apologize. This was also in retaliation for Zhu Lin reporting him for reading novels, which had caused him to write a self-criticism. Li Xinghai had a malicious look on his face, taunting Zhu Lin for being a top student in his dreams. Immediately, other classmates chimed in, mocking Zhu Lin for being stupid. The scene got out of control. Diao slammed the book on the table, trying to regain control of the classroom. He angrily reprimanded Zhu Lin, telling him to stand outside as punishment if he didn't listen in class, and not to disrupt the discipline. Zhu Lin opened the curtains. Although he had expected his father to not be home, he still felt a little disappointed. At this moment, Old Man Cow from the Taoist temple opposite was waving a red ribbon, inviting him to have hot pot together in the evening. Zhu Lin waved his hand awkwardly, thanking him for his kindness, and declining the dinner invitation. Although he sympathized with Old Man Cow's loneliness, his excessive enthusiasm was a bit overwhelming. Looking at the leftover rice and canned food in the refrigerator, he awkwardly but politely retracted his refusal, and offered to bring a dish. As soon as Old Man Cow heard he was coming, he immediately became flamboyant, charming, and frivolous, even blowing him a kiss. Faced with Old Man Cow's excessive enthusiasm, Zhu Lin could only force a smile, but the hot pot was truly delicious. Zhu Lin couldn't help but praise the authentic hot pot base, its aroma enticing. He didn't notice at all that the electrical outlet behind him had become loose. Old Man Cow waved his hand grandly, preparing to tell Zhu Lin about his glorious achievements. He started by saying he was the Emperor Venerable, the #1 god of war in the upper immortal realm, undefeated throughout the 8 desolate lands. He also pioneered human cultivation, leading them out of suffering. While Zhu Lin was furiously eating, he didn't forget to echo Old Man Cow's words. After all, he had heard this story so many times he could recite it. Old Man Cow was speaking with great enthusiasm. Zhu Lin didn't know what Old Man Cow had been through, but he felt very sorry for him. He picked up some food with his chopsticks for Old Man Cow, comforting him and telling him to eat first. He also had to finish eating quickly and go back to rest, as he still had school tomorrow. Unexpectedly, Old Man Cow suddenly snatched the bowl from his hand, saying that just eating wasn't enough. Drinking the soup in big gulps was the way to go. With that, he poured the soup into his mouth. Zhu Lin was shocked, as the soup was boiling hot at 100 degrees Celsius. But Old Man Cow was fine after drinking it, and even seemed to find it quite refreshing. Zhu Lin was speechless. He could only suspect that Old Man Cow was truly an immortal, the Emperor Venerable. But seeing his scruffy appearance, Zhu Lin immediately dismissed the idea, thinking that he was perhaps just unusual. At this moment, thunder and lightning raged outside. Lightning above the Taoist temple suddenly gathered together, striking directly at the loose electrical outlet on the Taoist temple. The electricity was conducted to the hot pot wire. Zhu Lin's foot was on the wire, and he was unexpectedly electrocuted. No X-ray was needed to see that this kid had extraordinary bones. After a burst of X-ray-like energy, Zhu Lin released the residual useless gas from his body, and collapsed onto the table. When he woke up, it was already the next day. Zhu Lin rubbed his eyes, wondering how he had fallen asleep at Old Man Cow's place. He got up to look for Old Man Cow, but when he went outside, he found that it was already broad daylight. He realized he was going to be late again. Zhu Lin complained about having to go to school while eating breakfast. At that moment, Senior Hongmao greeted him, reminding him to hurry up or he would be late, and suggesting a shortcut. He clearly remembered that this road was a dead end. The next second, Senior Hongmao's actions shocked Zhu Lin for a good 2.5 years. 2.5 years of schooling. Senior Hongmao swiftly and nimbly scaled the wall with impressive agility. He didn't forget to say goodbye, saying he would go ahead. Zhu Lin was dumbfounded. He wondered when Senior Hongmao had learned parkour, but he quickly realized that this height could only be achieved with the Qinggong's skill of walking on walls. At this moment, Diao Zhenda's lion's roar immediately reached Zhu Lin's ears. If he was late again today, he would be made to stand in the corridor all day as punishment. Zhu Lin greeted Diao Zhenda with a flattering expression. Before he could finish speaking, Diao Zhenda, carrying an abacus and stepping on a blackboard eraser, flashed past him. He was going so fast that he couldn't even manage his facial expression. At this moment, the other person was already flying in the air, stepping on the blackboard eraser. Zhu Lin was completely dumbfounded when he saw this scene. His unfinished breakfast was scattered all over the floor. His first reaction was that he was still dreaming. Diao Zhenda successfully arrived at school, stepping on the blackboard eraser. This scene looked like a gift to Zhu Lin. At this moment, Diao Zhenda patted him on the shoulder from behind, reminding him that he was almost late. He took the opportunity to ask what the blackboard eraser on his feet was. The other person had a gloomy expression, and asked him if he wanted to receive the punishment for being late. Zhu Lin immediately sprinted forward. Soon he arrived at the classroom, seeing his classmates who usually didn't strive to improve, were all writing diligently. He was a bit confused. He put down his backpack, and asked his desk mate, was the thing under Diao Zhenda's feet just now a big blackboard eraser? He took all the books out of his bag, and found that they were all books on cultivation studies. He immediately cursed, bastard, because his math book was missing. He immediately questioned his desk mate. Did you switch all my books? His desk mate asked him with a confused look. What math book? He didn't understand what he was talking about at all. He also said that the novel Zhu Lin lent him was very good. Zhu Lin thought that he must have gone silly from reading novels. His desk mate had a lewd expression, and said he wanted to play with the flight attendant in the novel. Seeing his desk mate's reaction, Zhu Lin felt that something was wrong with him. He scratched his head, suspecting that he had blacked out from drinking yesterday, and was hallucinating. At this time, Diao Zhenda stood on the podium. He asked everyone to open their history textbooks, and prepared to tell them about the decline and rise of the human race. Back in the time of the invasion of all races, when their ancestors were not yet civilized, their originally peaceful homeland was suddenly visited by many unknown races. Because the other side knew extraordinary immortal techniques, humans were unable to resist their invasion. Those who resisted would be slaughtered. The surviving humans could only accept the fate of being enslaved. Later, human women mated with aliens, and gave birth to mixed blood offspring with greater cultivation talent. Humans also gradually came into contact with and learned immortal techniques to resist. The power of resistance gradually sprouted. In the following year of Shan Yuan, the united human mixed blood race overthrew the rule of the alien race, and started the Shan Yuan century. In other words, it's the era where alien races, humans, and mixed bloods coexist. Diao Zhenda took out a talisman, and asked the students if they knew what it was. He then stuck the talisman to his heel, and he immediately levitated. He explained that this was the most common qi refining technique, a byproduct of it. Even a common byproduct like the talisman could allow him to fly on a crane, and travel thousands of miles. But the truly powerful thing was the qi refining technique. With it, they could ascend to the heavens and descend to the earth, and refine all the spiritual treasures of heaven and earth. The city they currently lived in was also a refined treasure. Zhu Ling watched Diao Zhenda fly around the classroom, and still felt it was somewhat unreal. Then Diao Zhenda asked them if they knew the purpose of studying pharmacology. Without waiting for the students to answer, he took out a small knife and cut himself, shocking the students. He then poured a small bottle of potion onto his hand, and explained that it was an alchemist's medicine, the lowest level hemostatic agent. As soon as it was applied to the wound, it healed immediately. Useful and practical, essential for slaying monsters and enhancing beauty. Diao Zhenda held out his perfectly healed hand, and said that this was the reason for the students to study pharmacology. The students below immediately said they understood. It was simple and easy to understand. Zhu Ling had been in class for half a day, and thought she had traveled to a world of cultivation. This also meant she didn't have to learn math, only cultivation, slaying monsters, leveling up, flirting with fairies, and defeating evil forces were no longer just dreams. Zhu Ling covered her face and smiled eerily. Then she laughed even more wildly, not even bothering to cover her face anymore. She immediately stood up and expressed her love for learning, leaving her deskmate dumbfounded. During the break, Zhu Ling was cramming with her textbook. Cultivation was divided into 5 realms, each with 10 levels. Each realm's improvement would bring a qualitative leap in physique and soul power. Moreover, there were many derived branches of cultivation, mainly focusing on qi refining, alchemy, and beast taming. There were also some unorthodox methods, such as unique formations and mechanical puppets. 100 schools of thought contended, each with its own strengths. Zhu Ling immediately felt that this world was too cool. No need to learn probability, chicken and rabbit problems, ancient poems, or vocabulary. She was determined to study hard and cultivate diligently to become awesome. Her deskmate touched her forehead and thought she must have a fever to act so strangely. Zhu Ling immediately pulled her deskmate to look at the encyclopedia of pills, planning to copy and memorize it, believing it would be useful in the future. Her deskmate was a little dumbfounded, and said he was very touched by her enthusiasm for learning, but her 2.5 years of neglected studies couldn't be saved by last-minute cramming. Zhu Ling looked confident, already started fantasizing about getting into the top 3 academies, and reaching the peak of my life. At this moment, Li Xinghai had a look of mockery on his face, hearing that the last-place student wants to get into the top 3 academies. He was even more disdainful. He even ridiculed him, saying, "A sow climbing a tree." Zhu Lin just looked at Li Xinghai in confusion, and was then slandered by Li Xinghai's follower, who said he was glaring at Li Xinghai. Li Xinghai immediately declared that he would gouge out his eyes. The students behind them looked on as if watching a play. Another student thought that Zhu Lin must have offended Li Xinghai in a past life, to be constantly picked on by him. After speaking, he also criticized Zhu Lin for being cowardly, saying that the more cowardly a person is, the more they get bullied. The female student said that if she didn't like it, she could stand up for him, but the other person had already taken making fun of Zhu Lin as a form of entertainment. Zhu Lin's deskmate couldn't stand seeing him being bullied, and said with a chuckle that he heard that Li Xinghai's father and Zhu Lin's father were good friends. Li Xinghai's expression immediately changed. He directly snatched Zhu Lin's book and threw it at him, saying that it was none of his business. Zhu Lin's expression wasn't any better, because Li Xinghai's father and his father were not good friends at all. The other father even caused his father's business to fail. Zhu Lin realized that in this world, strength reigns supreme. Studying can change everything, and she would no longer be the cowardly Zhu Lin. He immediately retorted, asking him if he had been rejected by the school beauty next door, and was taking his anger out on him. Li Xinghai never expected Zhu Lin to talk back to him, and was a little shocked. Zhu Lin continued to press his advantage, saying that he used to think he was pitiful and didn't bother with him. He then deliberately said that he had been a simp for 2 years. Li Xinghai was both angry and incredulous. Zhu Lin continued his attack, saying that although Chu Jiangting looked ordinary, Li Xinghai was even worse, and told him to give up early and stop embarrassing the class. As soon as these words were spoken, they shocked his deskmate for 2.5 years. Unexpectedly, Zhu Lin suddenly became so incredibly awesome. The classmates instantly erupted in chaos. Some people complained that Li Xinghai needed to be taught a lesson, that he was a typical bully only brave at home. Li Xinghai, hearing these comments, was instantly trembling with anger. He pointed at Zhu Lin and told him to say it again if he dared. The The desk mate advised Zhu Lin not to provoke Li Xinghai any further. Worried that if he pushed him too far, he would resort to violence, Zhu Lin told his desk mate not to stop him, and promised not to beat up Li Xinghai. After all, his desk mate had mentioned that Li Xinghai had weak kidneys. The desk mate was immediately so angry he almost vomited blood, whispering that he didn't mean it that way. He felt that no matter what, Zhu Lin shouldn't have said that out loud. Li Xinghai's already dark face now became even darker. The classmates all laughed at Li Xinghai about this, saying that his usual listless appearance was actually due to kidney deficiency. Someone even suggested he take some kidney supplements. Li Xinghai's rage had reached its peak. He immediately ordered his followers to hold Zhu Lin down, vowing to beat him so badly that even his own mother wouldn't recognize him. The two followers quickly pinned Zhu Lin to the desk. At this moment, someone was secretly watching from behind the classroom door. Zhu Lin noticed all of this. Zhu Lin immediately pleaded with Li Xinghai for mercy, asking him not to hit him. Li Xinghai immediately regained a bit of confidence from Zhu Lin's plea for mercy. He asked if Zhu Lin knew how to back down now. Zhu Lin said that he was just kindly concerned about his health. After all, with a weak body, it was best not to overexert himself. Li Xinghai's face flushed red with anger, his veins bulging. He didn't expect Zhu Lin to still dare to mock him. He immediately threw a punch, not forgetting to utter some elegant Chinese curse words. At this moment, the classroom door was suddenly pushed open. Diao Zhenda appeared just in time, demanding to know if they were trying to rebel. He then called out Li Xinghai by name, asking if he hadn't had enough punishments yet. At this time, a follower reminded him not to offend Diao Zhenda for trash like Zhu Lin. Another follower also stepped forward to persuade him, although Li Xinghai was gnashing his teeth in hatred, but he still decided to deal with Zhu Lin after school. Zhu Lin, on the other hand, appeared calm, as if nothing had happened. The bell rang, signaling the end of class. Zhu Lin packed his textbooks into his bag one by one, feeling that he still had a lot to learn. He then slung his backpack over his shoulder and prepared to go home. Turning around, he spoke to his desk mate, saying that reading made him feel fulfilled. His desk mate advised him to sneak out the back door. Because Li Xinghai had left early, he probably called someone to wait for him at the school gate. At that moment, a bald man with tattooed arms and his underlings came looking for Li Xinghai. It was his older brother, who had brought 2 lackeys to back him up. He didn't expect Li Xinghai to be able to command thugs. He felt that he had chosen the right person to follow. Li Xinghai was practically bursting with pride. He ordered the thugs to beat Zhu Lin to a pulp. He said that if Zhu Lin was crippled, it would be on him. The thugs just exchanged grins. Zhu Lin urged his desk mate to leave quickly, saying he still planned to go home and study, but his desk mate still suggested that he go through the back door. After all, Li Xinghai was really not to be trifled with. Zhu Lin thought his desk mate was too cowardly. Even he wasn't afraid. He didn't understand what his desk mate was afraid of. Soon, he bumped into a girl. The girl dropped a book on jewel cultivation techniques. Zhu Lin apologized while picking up the book for her, but he was quickly attracted by the title. He was curious about the content. He really wanted to open it and take a look. He looked up and realized that the girl was looking at him shyly. It was his classmate, Yushin. Zhu Lin shyly greeted her. He was curious why she was studying this kind of technique. He was even more curious who would have the pleasure of practicing it with her. He started fantasizing about Yushin wearing sexy clothes and inviting him to practice jewel cultivation with her. The mere thought made his nose bleed, but the reality was that she quietly asked him if he could let go of the book. Zhu Lin immediately let go and apologized loudly. She didn't say anything and just ran off, leaving Zhu Lin with only her back to look at. His desk mate thought he should have taken the opportunity to get closer to her. Maybe he would have had the chance to become Yushin's jewel cultivation partner. He also said that judging by Yushin's shy look, she was probably interested in him. Zhu Lin pretended to clear his throat haughtily, reminding his desk mate to be more composed. They soon arrived at the school gate and saw the tattooed brother beating up Li Xinghai, accompanied by some colorful Chinese curse words. Li Xinghai was beaten silly. He demanded to know why they were beating him. The tattooed man immediately retorted, "Aren't you quite capable? You said you could take responsibility even if someone was crippled." He then squatted down in front of Li Xinghai and mocked him, saying his brother was a freeloader. who had schemed his way into a relationship with his older sister. He pinched Li Xinghai's face, and asked if he really thought of himself as a boss, ordering them to beat up a fellow student. He called him a piece of trash. With that, he punched him hard again. The two lackeys were trembling with fear. They didn't understand why the tattooed man suddenly attacked Li Xinghai. Soon, two thugs asked them if they knew Li Xinghai. The two immediately shook their heads vigorously, denying any connection. The thugs suddenly roared, telling them to get lost. The two were scared out of their wits, and immediately promised to leave. Li Xinghai continued to be beaten. His nose was bleeding profusely. The tattooed man then kicked Li Xinghai again, knocking out his tooth. Li Xinghai's face was swollen and bruised. He kept begging the tattooed man for mercy. Zhu Lin and his desk mate were stunned. Zhu Lin didn't expect that after Li Xinghai threatened to beat him up, he ended up getting beaten himself. His desk mate thought the thugs were too ruthless, and worried that someone might get killed. Zhu Lin immediately told his desk mate to go find a teacher. His desk mate agreed. After his desk mate left, Zhu Lin felt that since they were classmates, he should step forward and politely ask the thugs to stop. The tattooed man angrily asked him who he was, thinking he was clueless. Seeing this, Zhu Lin immediately said that he was Li Xinghai's classmate, and gave a fake name, Zhang Quandan. He asked him to give him some face and stop fighting. Even though Li Xinghai was beaten to a pulp, he hadn't forgotten about wanting to beat up Zhu Lin. He couldn't believe Zhu Lin dared to show up. He immediately snitched to the tattooed man, saying that Zhu Lin was the one he wanted to gamble with. The tattooed brother glanced at Li Xinghai, and said that Zhu Lin had said his name was Zhang Quandan. He figured Li Xinghai thought they were deaf. Li Xinghai was dumbfounded. He didn't expect to be blamed for this too. The tattooed brother kicked him hard a few more times. His classmate had kindly come to save him, yet he still wanted to shift the blame. The thugs also thought he was a jerk. The tattooed brother felt he had had enough fun, and told his underlings to stop. He felt that bullying students wasn't something to be proud of. The tattooed brother immediately called out to Zhu Lin. He admired Zhu Lin's courage to come alone to save his classmate. He thought it was very righteous. He decided to let Li Xinghai go for Zhu Lin's sake. He also told Zhu Lin to keep an eye on Li Xinghai. If he dares to do anything bad again, I'll have Zhu Lin teach Li Xinghai a lesson for him. After saying that, he kicked Li Xinghai again. Tattooed brother exited Xiao Sa Lai. Glass's brother felt that the beating was very satisfying. Tattooed brother looked smug. He explained that Li Xinghai's brother stole his woman, and still wanted to order him around as a thug. Absolutely impossible. He immediately flattered him, saying that the older sister would definitely change her mind in the future. Zhu Lin was speechless. He complained that Li Xinghai deserved this. Li Xinghai was beaten so badly that he couldn't stand up. He still didn't forget to threaten Zhu Lin, telling him to wait. Zhu Lin looked at the limping Li Xinghai, and thought the other party was truly like a dog biting Lu Dongbin, not recognizing good intentions. Note: Lu Dongbin idiom refers to misinterpreting someone's kindness. Things having reached this point, he also planned to go home early to study. He remembered that old Cow often said that he was the Emperor Venerable of the cultivation world. He guessed that the other party should know the situation here, and planned to go back and ask him about it. But when he arrived at the Taoist temple where old Cow lived, he only found a letter left by him. Zhu Lin knocked frantically on the door, wanting to find old Cow to ask for clarification, but no one came to open the door for him. Note: should this be Zhu Lin, not Zhu Ling? He saw through the crack of the door that the inside was messy, and old Cow's whereabouts were unknown. Suddenly, he found an envelope under the crack of the door. He opened the envelope, and took out the letter inside. Old Cow had already known that he would come to this world. Only then did Zhu Lin believe that old Cow really hadn't lied to him. Note: should this be Zhu Lin, not Zhu Ling? He complained somewhat that old Cow didn't even take him to fight monsters and level up. He quickly saw the main point. Old Cow said that something unexpected had happened, so he left something inside Zhu Lin's body. Zhu Lin immediately felt a bolt from the blue. The other party left something in his body, and also he. This part is unclear. What does he signify? Zhu Lin cried sadly, cursing the other party as an old pervert. Note: rough translation of Lao Bo Li. Zhu Lin angrily walked down the stairs. He swore that he would not let old Cow off. Zhu Lin burned the midnight oil studying. At this time, he was already very sleepy. He immediately slapped himself hard, forcing himself to work hard and improve, to become even more awesome. Suddenly, a circular object appeared on his chest. Then the thing rushed outwards. Zhu Lin only felt that his chest was about to explode. The thing suddenly changed shape again, becoming rectangular. The pain made Zhu Lin scream. Soon the thing rushed out of his body. It was a book. The book landed directly on his desk, and it was also surrounded by clouds and mist. Zhu Lin took a closer look. It was an immortal's notebook, a homework version. Immediately, he guessed that this was something Old Cow had left for him. Just by looking at the name, it seemed very powerful. He thought that it must contain the secrets of the immortals and supreme cultivation techniques. Zhu Lin began to read very formally, turning to the first page. It was actually Old Cow's diary. Zhu Lin guessed that these were random notes, thinking that the cultivation techniques must be recorded below. As a result, he flipped through it for a long time, and it was all diary entries. Zhu Lin was a little angry. What he wanted were cultivation techniques, but all that was recorded inside were things about flirting with girls. Zhu Lin was furious, feeling that he shouldn't have trusted Old Cow, that crazy old man. He felt that the other party's titles were all made up. He complained that Old Cow didn't write any cultivation techniques for him, feeling that at the very least, he should have told him how to get started with cultivation. Suddenly, his eyes focused. It was Old Cow's homework. It recorded the pills he had taken, and the number of times he had practiced boxing techniques. The more Zhu Lin read, the more excited he became. He guessed that this notebook was Old Cow's cultivation journal, believing that by practicing it, he could achieve immortality. He felt there were more advanced techniques in the later pages, and decided to flip through them. Unexpectedly, the latter part of the book was stuck together. Zhu Lin tried to pry it open with his hands, and even tried biting it with his teeth, but he couldn't open the second half of the notebook. Exhausted, he collapsed onto the chair, complaining about how hard it was to study. He slammed the notebook onto the table in frustration. Unexpectedly, the notebook seemed to enjoy the force. Hearing the notebook speak human words, Zhu Lin immediately thought he was seeing a ghost. His sweat accidentally dripped onto the notebook. Suddenly, the notebook erupted with a powerful force. That force transformed into a light green cat. Startled by the sudden force, Zhu Lin fell back onto the floor. Then he saw the cat. Unexpectedly, the cat suddenly started vomiting. Zhu Lin found it rather impolite. Wondering if he was that ugly, Zhu Lin looked closely and saw that the cat had vomited up a ball and a scroll. Zhu Lin still didn't understand where the cat came from, and found the whole situation baffling. The cat quickly disappeared. He leaned in to examine what the cat had vomited. He picked up the scroll, and disgustedly shook off the filth stuck to it. He still didn't know what these things were. Unexpectedly, the cat had vomited up basic fist techniques. The secret manual and the Kaiyuan elixir immediately made Zhu Lin think the cat was magical. He decided to open the basic fist techniques manual. Not only did it contain fist techniques, but it also instructed him to consume the Kaiyuan elixir and start cultivating immediately. If he cultivated directly without the elixir, the difficulty would be doubled. Even with day and night practice, it would take about 10 years to achieve minor progress. Zhu Lin stared at the Kaiyuan elixir for a while. Since it was vomited by a cat, he worried that eating it might give him diarrhea. He leaned in and smelled it, finding the smell quite pleasant. He was just about to take it orally. As a result, the pill was directly sucked into his nose. Zhu Lin was a little shocked. After all, the oral administration suddenly turned into nasal inhalation. He only felt a wisp of cold liquid go down his throat and into his stomach. His body didn't experience any changes. He felt that the Kaiyuan pill was quite mild. It felt like taking cold medicine. Then he planned to follow along with the practice. He felt that everything was very easy. Nothing could stump him. This genius. Suddenly, the boxing manual fell to the ground. Zhu Lin felt a stomachache. He started vomiting. Then he knelt on the ground. Zhu Lin's pain caused him to lose all expression management. Important note: Zhu Lin is male. Based on context, this line refers to him, not a female. Zhu Ling. He gasped for air. He howled in pain. Zhu Lin took off his clothes and shoes. He still felt very hot. He was sweating profusely from the heat. He complained that Old Cow was trying to kill him. He stared at the boxing manual for a few moments. He inexplicably felt much better. He tried to stand up. He started practicing basic boxing, and kept in mind the main points mentioned in the boxing manual: spirit and artistic conception. Not stiff, not clumsy, natural and harmonious, consistent from beginning to end. Then he performed the first basic boxing move. Zhu Lin immediately noticed that practicing this boxing style actually gave him a slight feeling of coolness. He continued to practice basic boxing according to the manual. He practiced from dark until dawn. Zhu Lin was walking to school. He had been boxing all night. He had sweated out a body of grime, and now looked radiant. He guessed that it was the legendary cleansing and refinement of the body. He now had endless energy. He even started boxing on his way to school. Two girls across the street thought he was very handsome. They were infatuated with him. Zhu Lin felt a little speechless. He felt that these infatuated girls were superficial. He didn't realize at all that the girls across the street were infatuated with him. At this moment, someone patted him on the shoulder, saying, "We meet again." It was Senior Hongmao. Hongmao literally translates to red hair. He looked at Zhu Lin, leaned in closer to observe for a while, and asked Zhu Lin what brand of facial cleanser and facial mask he used. Zhu Lin was a little dumbfounded. He said that he had never used these things before. A rough man didn't need to waste this money. Unexpectedly, Senior Hongmao suddenly got angry. He felt that Zhu Lin had a way to become handsome but wouldn't share it. He also said that he had misjudged him. Senior Hongmao left angrily. Only then did Zhu Lin realize that he had become handsome. He remembered that the novel mentioned cleansing and refining the body.
It can really make people's skin as smooth as jade and their bones as strong as ice. Their temperament becomes refined. He just realized that the two girls who were infatuated just now were infatuated with him. He immediately felt that, overnight, the transformation from a loser to a handsome guy was all due to the effect of the Kaiyuan pill. He immediately apologized to Old Man Cao, and hoped that he would have more of such good stuff in the future, and could give him a dozen. At this time, the principal gathered everyone on the playground, and announced that the annual graduation quiz would be held today. He believed that everyone was well prepared for the exam. This year, just like in previous years, other well-known universities had sent representatives to observe their quiz. The principal hoped that the students would perform well, and leave a good impression on the representatives. At this time, some boys began to discuss that those who performed well would have the opportunity to be directly recommended, without having to take the college entrance exam. The girls also started discussing which college they wanted to go to because of the handsome senior. The principal reminded everyone to be quiet, and was about to announce the topic of the exam. The box containing the random exam questions was brought up. The principal announced that there was only one content for this exam, and that was the bloodflower ginseng inside the box. Bloodflower ginseng is a century-old ginseng that has been nourished by blood and absorbed the essence of the sun and moon before it has a certain chance to mutate. It is very precious. Their task this time was to find mature bloodflower ginseng. The grades would be evaluated based on the quality of the bloodflower ginseng. The exam location was in the back mountain of the school. Mentioning the back mountain of the school, all the students were very shocked. They all felt that it was too dangerous and could be fatal. Some students even wanted to quit directly. Xu Lin didn't expect that the back mountain of a school would scare the students so much. His deskmate felt that Xu Lin had changed a lot, because he didn't even dare to mention the back mountain before. He was still a little confused. He explained that the back mountain of the school was the burial ground of their ancestors. It was not just haunted, but there were really ghosts. Xu Lin didn't believe it. After all, even animals weren't allowed to become spirits after the founding of the People's Republic of China. So how could there be ghosts? Moreover, he believed that the higher the risk, the greater the reward. The more dangerous it was, the more it meant there were rare opportunities. He didn't think ghosts were a big deal, because he was cultivating immortality. Soon they arrived at the back mountain of the school. Looking at the huge mountain gate, Xu Lin was a little curious whether this thing could be opened. The principal shouted from above, saying that the teachers would not go into the mountains with them, and everything was up to them. He told them to seize this rare training opportunity. Then the principal handed over the following matters entirely to Diao Zhenda. The other teachers quickly dispersed, leaving only Diao Zhenda still standing on the stage. He began to unbutton his suit and loosened his tie. Xu Lin was a little puzzled, suspecting that Diao Zhenda was going to use his internal energy to open the door. He didn't expect Diao Zhenda to be so powerful. Then the principal pressed the speaker switch, and music immediately started playing from the speakers. Diao Zhenda gave the principal a thumbs up. Shu Lin complained that the music played by the principal was too old-fashioned. He didn't understand what they were going to do. Then Diao Zhenda started dancing, shocking the students in the audience. Shu Lin complained that Diao Zhenda's square dance was very inappropriate. Immediately, other students began to complain that Diao Zhenda's dance moves were disgusting, and they didn't know when it would end. No sooner said than done. In less than 2.5 minutes, the dance was over. Diao Zhenda also struck an awkward pose. The curtain call came with the end of the dance. The gate of the back mountain of the school slowly opened. Diao Zhenda immediately opened his arms and welcomed the students to the secret realm of the back mountain. The students all felt that the back mountain of the school was a paradise on earth. The scenery was simply too beautiful. There were not only flowing waterfalls, but also pavilions on high mountains. Immediately, some students thought that the rumors were false. After all, how could such a beautiful place be haunted? There were even some who brought slingshots to hunt wild game, and planned to study by candlelight. For a double holiday, the monitor of Class 2, Grade 3, shouted with a loudspeaker, reminding everyone not to forget that they were still in an exam, and to hurry up. Seeing how relaxed the students were, his deskmate couldn't help but complain that they were treating the exam completely as a spring outing. He felt that it was better to take it easy. The exam shouldn't be that simple. At this time, Shu Lin sensed that something was wrong around him, and kept staring at the woods behind him. After watching for a long time, he turned around and planned to leave with his deskmate. He also felt that they should be careful. At this moment, a rustling sound suddenly came from the bushes. The students continued to move forward into the mountains. Shu Lin noticed that the fog was getting thicker and thicker. Moreover, everyone stopped talking. The surroundings became unusually quiet. It was so quiet that he could only hear his own heartbeat. His deskmate suddenly grabbed his arm and said that it was scary that no one was talking. He wanted Shu Lin to talk to liven up the atmosphere. Shu Lin also expressed his suspicion. After entering the mountain, he always felt that someone was watching them. Soon, rustling sounds came from the tree. Shu Lin sensed something running past. He immediately reminded everyone to gather together. Worried about danger, he soon discovered his deskmate was missing. There was no one around him. Shu Lin was a little scared. He felt there was something wrong with the fog, making him unable to see anything. Shu Lin immediately shouted for his deskmate, calling out for his other companions. Suddenly, he heard giggling sounds. He was too scared to turn around. After finally mentally preparing himself, he turned around to find a large hand reaching towards him. Shu Lin was immediately terrified. He was so scared that he trembled and his nose started running. He barely managed to use his basic fist technique, but it was deflected within 2.5 minutes. He fell flat on his butt. A beautiful Chinese curse word immediately slipped out of his mouth. A 2.5-meter tall monster with red eyes and a pitch-black body suddenly appeared in front of him. Shu Lin immediately decided to employ the 36th stratagem, to grease the soles of his feet, and run away. He ran for his life, asking if there was anyone around as he ran, but no one answered him. Shu Lin immediately felt like he had seen a ghost. Hundreds of people disappeared in the blink of an eye. In a blink of an eye, the thick fog dispersed. Shu Lin's vision gradually became clear. He tapped the wood in his hand. If he encountered that monster again, he would beat it to death with his stick. Suddenly, a rhythmic singing voice came from nearby. Shu Lin was surprised. Someone was singing loudly in the dead of night. He became suspicious, wondering if he had encountered the legendary female ghost who lured people in with her singing, and then sucked out their life essence. Emboldened by the treasure stick in his hand, he decided to go and investigate. Following the guidance of the singing, Shu Lin arrived at the riverside in the wilderness. The eerie atmosphere made him feel a chill and fear. He hurried towards the huge rock by the river, and found their school uniform placed on it. He wondered if a female student had been harmed. He jumped to the other side of the rock, raised the stick in his hand, and wanted to beat the monster to death with one blow. In that instant, he saw Chu Zhongding comfortably bathing in the river. He stared at this fragrant scene in dumbfounded shock. Instantly, 2 streams of bright red blood gushed from his nostrils. Chu Zhongding in the river, hearing this sudden commotion, immediately let out a horrified question. Shu Lin hurriedly waved his hands and apologized repeatedly, awkwardly explaining that he didn't know he was bathing here. Realizing that Shu Lin was still looking at him, Chu Zhongding was overwhelmed with shame and anger. He scolded him sharply. He immediately turned his head away. Shu Lin obediently turned his head away. but secretly rejoiced in his heart. This accidental encounter allowed him to glimpse the unique charm of the school beauty. Hearing Chu Zhongding getting out of the water, Shu Lin curiously asked him why he was here alone. Chu Zhongding, who was getting dressed, upon hearing this, asked him back with a playful tone, "Are you really curious?" Shu Lin just started to respond, when Chu Zhongding suddenly swung his sword. He reacted extremely quickly, nimbly dodging the attack. Seeing this, Chu Zhongding didn't let up his offensive, continuing to swing his sword fiercely. Shu Lin dodged agilely. In this way, the two exchanged several moves. Seeing Chu Zhongding's sword approaching again, Shu Lin hurriedly explained that it was a misunderstanding, and told him not to be angry, to talk things out. However, Chu Zhongding seemed to ignore him, continuing to approach. Shu Lin then noticed that something seemed wrong with Chu Zhongding. Suddenly, Chu Zhongding unexpectedly tripped over a vine at his feet, and fell abruptly towards Shu Lin, knocking him to the ground by surprise. Chu Zhongding raised his head, his expression turning fierce and Zheng Ning, ferocious, savage. Consider replacing Zheng Ning with a more suitable English equivalent. His icy gaze seemed to devour everything. Shu Lin sensed something bad. He abruptly raised his hand, and slapped him across the face, trying to wake him up. Having been slapped, Chu Zhongding gradually regained consciousness. Confused, he didn't understand what had just happened to him. Shu Lin told him that they must have been poisoned by the twin shadow flower. He had read about this flower in a book. Its musk-like scent, after inhaling its pollen, would cause a person's lust to surge and increase their aggression. After speaking, Shu Lin took a deep breath, fighting back the inner turmoil, and told Chu Zhongding to get off of him quickly. Chu Zhongding then realized how intimate their position was, and felt a surge of shame. A blush crept onto his face. He hurriedly stood up, and awkwardly turned his back, rubbing his arms constantly. To ease his discomfort and embarrassment, Shu Lin told Chu Zhongding that around the twin shadow flower, there were usually precious medicinal herbs, and they could use it to find the blood ginseng for the exam. Consider, blood ginseng, might need further context translation, with Shu Lin's reminder. Shu Lin's or Shu Chu's? Please clarify. Chu Zhongding suddenly came to his senses. He immediately urged him to go look for those rare medicinal herbs together. Shu Lin looked at Chu Zhongding, who was seriously searching nearby, and inadvertently smelled the faint fragrance emanating from him. He tried his best to suppress the flower's poison, but the poison was unusually potent and difficult to resist. He still couldn't help but want to get closer to Chu Zhongding. To distract himself, he asked Chu Zhongding again about the reason why he was here alone. Chu Zhongding explained that the sudden strange fog had unfortunately separated him from his classmates. He was then attacked by a spear-wielding monster. Consider rephrasing for clarity, e.g., a monster with a spear. In order to escape, he had become quite disheveled. Consider, he became very dirty and disheveled trying to escape, so he came to the lake to clean himself up. Hearing Chu Zhongding's experience, Shu Lin realized that he wasn't the only one who had encountered a monster. At this moment, Chu Zhongding changed the subject, and congratulated Shu Lin on opening his Chao Jane, meridians, energy pathways. Consider if there's a better term in the context of cultivation for Chao Jane. Shu Lin was well aware of the complexities and dangers of the cultivation world, and didn't want to reveal his secrets easily, so he responded to the praise with humility. Chu Zhongding expressed his admiration for the Xuanwu Academy, and said that he wanted to follow Shu Lin's example and study hard. Chu Zhongding's constant pursuit of progress, and his spirit of striving for improvement, it attracted Shu Ling's gaze like a magnet. He came back to his senses, fully aware of the urgency of the situation, so he suggested that they quickly leave this troublesome place and search for Shui Shen's whereabouts. However, at that moment, a deafening roar shattered the surrounding silence and alerted Shu Ling and Chu Zhongding. The two carefully hid in the grass and discovered that Li Xinghai and Yu Xing were confronting each other, fighting over the twin shadow flower. It turned out that Yu Xing had discovered the shadow flower and had been guarding it all night. When its medicinal effect weakened and she was about to pick it, Li Xinghai suddenly appeared and fought her for it. In Li Xinghai's eyes, the rule of the cultivation world was that the strong were respected. Spiritual herbs and treasures naturally belonged to the capable. Knowing this, he didn't hesitate to reach out and try to snatch the shadow flower, vowing to take it for himself today. Seeing Li Xinghai's stubbornness, Yu Sheng launched an attack without mercy. In an instant, Li Xinghai was enveloped by a chill. his entire body frozen into a crystal-clear block of ice. Yu Xing bent down, a seemingly innocent smile on his face, mocking Li Xinghai for overestimating himself. He knew the flower belonged to him, yet still tried to take it by force. Then Yu Xing turned around and asked those hiding in the grass to come out. Xu Ling and Chu Zhongding hadn't expected to be discovered so quickly. They had no choice but to step out of the grass and awkwardly greet Yu Xing. Yu Xing also didn't expect it was the two of them hiding. Curious about their appearing together, under Yu Xing's scrutinizing gaze, Xu Ling felt a little guilty. He hurriedly explained that meeting Chu Zhongding was just a coincidence. Yu Xing's gaze shifted to Chu Zhongding, and he inadvertently noticed that the buttons on his chest were undone. Chu Zhongding frantically buttoned his shirt, while awkwardly echoing Xu Ling's explanation, trying to clarify that there was nothing else between them. However, his explanation only made him seem more suspicious. It attracted Xu Ling's gaze like a magnet. He came back to his senses, fully aware of the urgency of the situation, so he suggested that they quickly leave this troublesome place and search for Shui Shen's whereabouts. However, at that moment, a deafening roar shattered the surrounding silence and alerted Xu Ling and Chu Zhongding. The two carefully hid in the grass and discovered that Li Xinghai and Yu Xing were confronting each other, fighting over the twin shadow flower. It turned out that Yu Xing had discovered the shadow flower and had been guarding it all night. When its medicinal effect weakened and she was about to pick it, Li Xinghai suddenly appeared and fought her for it. In Li Xinghai's eyes, the rule of the cultivation world was that the strong were respected. Spiritual herbs and treasures naturally belonged to the capable. Knowing this, he didn't hesitate to reach out and try to snatch the shadow flower, vowing to take it for himself today. Seeing Li Xinghai's stubbornness, Yu Xing launched an attack without mercy. In an instant, Li Xinghai was enveloped by a chill, his entire body frozen into a crystal-clear block of ice. Yu Xing bent down, a seemingly innocent smile on his face, mocking Li Xinghai for overestimating himself. He knew the flower belonged to him, yet still tried to take it by force. Then Yu Xing turned around and asked those hiding in the grass to come out. Xu Ling and Chu Zhongding hadn't expected to be discovered so quickly. They had no choice but to step out of the grass and awkwardly greet Yu Xing. Yu Xing also didn't expect it was the two of them hiding. Curious about their appearing together, under Yu Xing's scrutinizing gaze, Xu Ling felt a little guilty. He hurriedly explained that meeting Chu Zhongding was just a coincidence. Yu Xing's gaze shifted to Chu Zhongding, and he inadvertently noticed that the buttons on his chest were undone. Chu Zhongding frantically buttoned his shirt, while awkwardly echoing Xu Ling's explanation, trying to clarify that there was nothing else between them. However, his explanation only made him seem more suspicious, ready to claim him as his own. Meanwhile, Yu Xin and Chu Zhongding anxiously rushed towards Xu Lin, concernedly checking his injuries. Seeing Xu Lin bleeding, Yu Xin immediately took out a Hefei pill to treat internal injuries and gave it to him. Chu Zhongding was not to be outdone, taking out a Qingling umbrella and stuffing it into Xu Lin's mouth to help him promote blood circulation and regulate his inner qi. At this moment, Li Xinghai was tightly enveloped by a strange green gas. His hands seemed to be glued by an invisible force, unable to move. Xu Lin and the other two also noticed his abnormality, understanding that he was having his spiritual energy drained by the shadow flower. Li Xinghai, drained of his spiritual energy, let out a miserable howl and powerlessly collapsed in front of the shadow flower. Immediately after, the shadow flower blossomed, revealing a mysterious lotus seat on which sat an old man. This scene astonished Xu Lin, reminding him of the ginseng fruit from Journey to the West. From the old man's mouth, they learned that he hadn't seen the light of day for hundreds of years. He glanced at Li Xinghai on the ground, mocking him as weak for having his spiritual energy drained so easily. Then the old man's gaze turned to Xu Lin and the other two. Noticing their abundant spiritual energy and vigorous qi and blood, appetizing, he thought. Xu Lin was completely unaware of the approaching danger, mistaking the old man's words for praise. Chu Zhongding had to warn him. The old man watched them joking, a sinister smile spreading across his face. He planned to choose one of them to possess and seize their spiritual energy, to celebrate the revival of his spiritual body. Hearing the word possess, the three of them suddenly realized that the old man had ill intentions, and his cultivation far surpassed theirs. Seeing the unfavorable situation, Yu Xin immediately grabbed Xu Lin's hand and, along with Chu Zhongding, took him to escape, but the old man would not let them go easily. He stretched out his withered hand, unleashing a powerful skill. The three were instantly pinned in place, unable to move. Shu Lin, being dragged on the ground, looked up, and immediately had a nosebleed. Thanks to the old man, he had seen something incredible. Shu Lin was now very excited, feeling that every second he experienced was thrilling. Even in danger, he would defy fate. Therefore, when the old man mocked their foolishness for trying to escape only to be immobilized by him, Shu Lin did a nimble somersault and stood up, giving the old man a resounding slap. The scene was momentarily awkward. Shu Lin scooped up Yushin with one hand, and Chu Zhongding with the other, planning to escape the dangerous place with them. Although Shu Lin had entered the Kaichao realm and improved his physique, their combined weight of over 100 kilograms was still a struggle for her to carry. Therefore, Yushin and Chu Zhongding couldn't help but blame each other, believing the other was too heavy. Seeing this, the old man was greatly surprised. His immobilization talisman had no effect on this young man. This made him even more curious. He wanted to explore the secrets hidden within this seemingly ordinary young man. What kind of secrets was he hiding? However, 10 minutes later, Shu Lin found that no matter how much he ran, he was always running in circles, unable to escape. It turned out that the old man had cast a roadblock spell, trapping them in this area. At this moment, Chu Zhongding reminded Shu Lin that his hand was in the wrong position. Shu Lin quickly apologized, admitting that he was already in a difficult situation. He pleaded with him to temporarily tolerate the old man at this critical juncture. Unexpectedly, Shu Lin, with his unexpected good fortune, had evil thoughts sprout in his heart. He planned to use his body for improper purposes. Yushin, healthy and strong, was filled with anger. She didn't expect this old man, at his age, to have such dirty thoughts. She wished she could severely punish him. The old man was enraged by Yushin's vulgar words, and cast a spell intending to teach her a lesson. The old man released a powerful spiritual energy, exuding immense pressure. It made Yushin curious about what level his cultivation had reached. With a loud rumble, the sky was enveloped in a rich purple color. The old man summoned lightning from the sky, unleashing a thunderbolt. Coincidentally, a startling thunderbolt struck down. The ground beneath Shu Lin and the other two instantly cracked open. An enormous ancient pagoda emerged from the ground, standing tall before them. The three of them witnessed this scene, their faces filled with disbelief. They didn't understand how this sudden lightning could lead to such a bizarre phenomenon. The old man didn't expect his luck to be so good. Not only did he encounter a body with extraordinary talent, but he also accidentally triggered the appearance of the pagoda. The old man seized the opportunity to launch a spiritual attack on Shu Lin, intending to seize his body and enter the pagoda to search for treasures. However, at this critical moment, Shu Lin suddenly found himself lying in the water. He struggled to his feet from the water, completely bewildered. He had no idea what had happened. He looked around in confusion, wondering where he was. At this moment, the old man appeared behind Shu Lin, telling him that this was his Sea of Divine Stones. The Sea of Divine Stones contained the cultivator's spiritual power. Therefore, Shu Lin was in disbelief. This mysterious sea actually belonged to him. The old man also didn't expect so many pleasant surprises today. It was truly surprising. Shu Lin was astonished. Why was the old man speaking with English words mixed in? She couldn't help but wonder. Do even cultivators need to be internationally connected these days? With the old man's command, he began to infiltrate Shu Lin's Sea of Divine Stones. A profound purple power quickly spread and covered the surroundings. Then, Shu Lin suddenly felt extremely unwell. A splitting headache. The pain was unbearable. The old man coldly declared to Shu Lin, "Once I successfully infiltrate your Sea of Divine Stones, your body will be completely under my control." Hearing these words, Shu Lin felt an indescribable anxiety welling up in her heart. She didn't know how to deal with this sudden crisis. At this moment, a green sea turtle appeared. It scolded the old man for being blind, discharging wastewater everywhere and polluting the environment. Hearing this, the old man flew into a rage. He pointed at the green sea turtle and sharply questioned its identity and intentions. The green sea turtle ignored the old man's questioning. He looked around and found the environment here to be quite pleasant. He sighed, realizing Lin Mao hadn't tricked him. Shu Lin, hearing the words, Lin Mao, felt a stir in his heart. He hurriedly asked the green sea turtle if he was talking about the cat with green flames burning on its body. The green sea turtle told him that he knew someone wanted to seize his physical body. It was Lin Mao who asked him to come and help him. Shu Lin's qi shi immediately soared. Without hesitation, he stretched out his hand and pointed at the old man, declaring that this was the person who tried to invade his body. The green sea turtle suddenly made a bizarre request, asking Shu Lin to call him Dad. Shu Lin was instantly confused, completely bewildered. The turtle then explained that his name was Wang Ba, and his nickname was Dad. Shu Lin was once again dumbfounded, wondering what kind of strange name that was. The old man didn't expect a turtle to dare ruin his plans. He warned Dad to leave quickly, or he would kill him and make turtle soup. Dad didn't take the old man's warning seriously at all, and spat directly on his forehead. The old man clutched his forehead in fury, vowing to make Dad into a Manchu Han imperial feast, to vent his hatred. Suddenly, Dad's saliva on the old man's hand began to sizzle and quickly burn. In a short while, it was like a wildfire, rapidly spreading throughout the old man's body, making him let out a heart-wrenching howl. In an instant, the originally imposing old man turned into a pool of liquid and merged into the divine stone sea. Witnessing this astonishing scene, Shu Lin couldn't help but widen his eyes in disbelief. The old man was so easily dealt with by a mouthful of saliva. Dad scornfully remarked that the old man was nothing but a weakling, gesturing for Shu Lin to leave quickly if there was nothing else. "Don't disturb me here." Shu Lin was puzzled, not understanding what Dad meant by disturb, and most importantly, he didn't know how to get out. Dad thought Shu Lin was too restless, so he kicked him out directly. However, because Dad used too much force, he actually kicked Shu Lin's soul out of his body. Chu Zhongding saw that Shu Lin's breathing was weak, and realized she couldn't delay any longer. She decided to give him artificial respiration immediately. Yuxin refused to let Chu Zhongding do it, saying that she would personally give Shu Lin artificial respiration. However, in reality, Yuxin didn't know how to do artificial respiration either, but she was adamant. Left with no choice, Chu Zhongding agreed to teach her. Shu Ling desperately flew towards his unconscious body. He firmly believed that if he could just touch it, he would recover. Just as he was about to succeed, a sudden, powerful force pulled his astral body instantly into the mysterious pagoda. After being sucked inside, Shu Ling crashed heavily to the ground. He looked up and was surprised to see Fatty standing before him. Hearing the commotion, Fatty turned around and was shocked to see Shu Ling. A look of surprise spread across his face. Shu Ling and Fatty walked and chatted inside the pagoda, sharing their experiences. When Fatty mentioned encountering a ghost in the thick fog, a senior from Jianhua Middle School, Shu Ling's expression turned to shock. Fatty then recounted the senior's fierce battle with the demonic clan, how they were critically injured, and how a demon possessed a wild monkey. He explained to Shu Ling that the school leaders, possessing the monkeys, had attacked them to drag them off for special training to enhance their abilities. Then, Fatty excitedly shared his good news. He had opened his Ren and Du meridians the previous night, and successfully reached the Aperture Realm. Moreover, the reason he was here was because his training had been so intense last night that his flesh had separated from his bones. That was how he had been pulled into the pagoda. After listening to Fatty, Shu Ling lamented his own bad luck, having missed the guidance of the senior master. The two continued walking, and unknowingly arrived at a magnificent temple. After clearly seeing the plaque on the building, Fatty's eyes lit up. Excitedly, he declared they had stumbled upon incredible fortune. Without another word, he impatiently rushed into the Hall of Heavenly Kings. He began searching everywhere for treasures. Fatty looked high and low. The shop was filled with a dazzling array of treasures. Each piece was worth a fortune. When he saw the resurrection grass worth millions, enough to buy a 3-bedroom apartment in the inner ring, Fatty was overjoyed. He reached out to pick it. When his hand passed through the resurrection grass, he let out a blood-curdling scream like a pig being slaughtered. He then realized that he was currently in a spiritual form, and couldn't take anything physical. Instantly, sadness overwhelmed him. In a blink of an eye, he forgot his sorrow, and scurried off to the nearby library. Shu Lin was puzzled. Could it be that none of the treasures in this palace were of any use to his current spiritual state? Shu Lin touched the alchemy furnace, thinking about how many predecessors had refined elixirs here. A strange feeling welled up in his heart. Shu Lin leaned closer to the bottom of the furnace, and was surprised to find that the ashes left behind from an unknown age were still there. Suddenly, Shu Lin's eyes lit up. He saw a mysterious object, gleaming with an alluring golden light. Ignoring the fact that spirits couldn't touch physical objects, he reached out to grab it. To his surprise, Shu Lin actually held the object in his hand. Not only that, but it also automatically wrapped around Shu Lin's middle finger, transforming into an exquisite ring. Shu Lin stared at the ring, a strange feeling rising in his heart. Even more bizarrely, the ring started to speak. It complained about its bad luck, ending up with a rookie. It asked Shu Lin what year it was. Shu Lin told him it was the year 1009 of the Xian Yuan era, and asked for his name in return. The ring couldn't believe that centuries had passed. What angered him even more was that Shu Lin didn't know he was Qi Lin. Shu Lin didn't know what he had gotten himself into. First, the old Taoist who spoke in bird language, now a ring that spoke in classical Chinese. The ring introduced itself to Shu Lin as Qi Lin, and showed off its power, letting Shu Lin know how formidable it was. Before the ring could finish speaking, it suddenly emitted a dazzling light, absorbing all the treasures in the palace into itself. Shu Lin's eyes widened. He knew this was the legendary storage ring. He planned to take the treasures here and sell them outside. Excitedly, Shu Lin picked up the ring and whispered a command, intending to take all the treasures in the shop. However, to his surprise, the treasures that should have been absorbed, but instead fell from midair, shattering on the ground. Shu Lin was furious, and loudly scolded the ring for failing at the crucial moment. The ring said that in order to use its abilities, it needed to be given corresponding benefits. This request made Shu Lin suspicious. He wondered if the ring was also trying to possess him. But in order to get the treasures here, Shu Lin still asked Qi Lin what benefits it wanted. Seeing that Shu Lin, a rookie, couldn't offer anything good, Qi Lin asked to be nourished in his divine sea of consciousness. In the blink of an eye, before Shu Lin could even agree, Qi Lin immediately burrowed into his forehead and entered the divine sea of consciousness. Shu Lin was shocked by Qi Lin's domineering behavior and his words that brooked no argument. He exclaimed twice, "Senior." Shu Lin watched Qi Lin and the old man, two troublemakers, freely roaming in his divine sea of consciousness. He worried if something might go wrong because of this. After Qi Lin finished collecting the pills, Shu Lin went to the library to see what Fatty had found. As soon as he entered, Shu Lin saw many books scattered on the floor. Fatty was sitting on the ground dejectedly. He walked up to him and asked with concern what had happened. Fatty sighed and shook his head, saying that he didn't want to search for treasures anymore, and suggested they leave. Shu Lin was puzzled. There were so many books in the library. Couldn't he find a single suitable manual? Fatty helplessly told Shu Lin that there were many open cultivation techniques scattered in the library, but the text on them was all obscure and difficult to understand ancient writing. Shu Lin didn't believe that every open cultivation technique was in ancient writing. Fatty said that he had looked through them all, and they were indeed all in ancient writing. Fatty angrily pointed at the manual beside him, and swore that if Shu Lin could understand it, he would call him Dad. Hearing this, Shu Lin curiously bent down and focused his gaze on the ancient text spread out on the ground. Suddenly, the ancient writing seemed to transform into text he could understand. He effortlessly translated the entire content of the manual. He excitedly asked Fatty if he had heard his translation, but Fatty looked blank, saying he hadn't heard anything. Then it dawned on Shu Lin. It turned out that Qi Lin within him had the ability to translate ancient writing, and this ability was only perceptible to him. He quickly searched the library, hoping to find a cultivation technique suitable for a spirit body. Soon, he found one, called the Spirit Body Transformation Technique. Qi Lin said this technique could only change the form of a spirit body, and had no other functions. But this was the only thing Shu Lin could practice now. He decided to try practicing it. So, under Fatty's confused gaze, he began to translate and practice. Fatty wondered if Shu Lin could understand the ancient writing, but remembering that Shu Lin's foundation was even worse than his, he dismissed the thought. After studying the spirit body technique, Shu Lin emitted a faint glow. He stared at his palm, certain that this technique was indeed effective. So, he was eager to try it out, and decided to conduct a simple experiment. He would first try transforming into a simple dragon head. As Shu Lin began to chant the incantation, a dazzling golden light instantly enveloped the entire library. The chubby guy beside him was stunned. Only then did he believe that Shu Lin could actually understand the ancient text on the dense surface. As a puff of smoke dispersed, Shu Lin revealed a bizarre, chimeric form, a human head with a dragon body, a dragon head with human legs. This sight made the chubby guy burst into laughter, teasing him about turning into a bug. After Shu Lin returned to his human form, he knew his skills were still shallow and needed further study. Shu Lin then suggested that the chubby guy also find a cultivation technique suitable for himself, and promised to help translate the ancient secret manuals. Upon hearing this, the chubby guy's eyes lit up. Without hesitation, after calling Shu Lin Dad, he quickly went to find the secret manuals. At this moment, a group of skeleton soldiers silently gathered outside the library door. Shu Lin and the chubby guy inside the library were still immersed in their intense research, completely unaware of the commotion outside. The chubby guy was trying hard to memorize these cultivation techniques, planning to start cultivating as soon as his spirit returned to his body. He fantasized about returning to the human world and becoming the #1 cultivator in Jianhua, getting into a top university, marrying a rich and beautiful woman, and reaching the peak of his life. Suddenly, thunder and lightning flashed across the sky, with a rumbling sound. This unusual phenomenon made the chubby guy curiously open his eyes. However, the sight before him terrified him. A hideous skeleton face was staring at him. The chubby guy's eyes bulged out in fright, and he let out a blood-curdling scream. Shu Lin was originally deep in thought, but was interrupted by the chubby guy's scream. He quickly opened his eyes, and was surprised to find a group of skeleton soldiers standing before him. His blood-curdling scream, compared to the chubby guy's, was just as terrifying, if not more so. Note: this line was a bit unclear in the original. I tried to convey the meaning. He immediately took off running after the chubby guy. The skeleton soldiers behind them also chased after them aggressively, kicking up clouds of dust. After the two escaped upstairs, they found there was nowhere left to run. They saw a cabinet in the corner, and planned to hide inside. However, the chubby guy's spirit couldn't touch physical objects, and he couldn't open the cabinet. Shu Lin said he would give it a try. He used Qi Ling's power to touch the cabinet door, and opened the cabinet. However, after opening the cabinet, both of them were stunned by the sight inside. Inside the cabinet, a young beautiful girl with red hair and clothes was curled up. When the skeleton soldiers chased them to the upper floor of the library, they found that Shu Lin and Fatty had mysteriously disappeared. It turned out that they had already nimbly hidden themselves in the cabinet. Against the girl's body, Fatty experienced the aptness of the idiom, soft jade and warm fragrance. Describing a woman's soft and delicate body, he pressed close to the red-haired girl. Feeling that the delicate and warm touch was irresistible, he couldn't help but reach out and grope around. At this moment, Shu Lin's face was gloomy. She asked Fatty grimly, "Have you touched enough?" Then, Shu Lin jumped up in anger and scolded Fatty, saying that Fatty had been touching him the whole time. "You clearly can't touch food, yet you're still groping around blindly." Embarrassed, Fatty withdrew his hand after being caught by Shu Lin. He secretly decided to wash his hands thoroughly later. It suddenly became unusually quiet outside. Shu Lin and Fatty became curious. Shu Lin carefully opened the cabinet, trying to peek outside to see if the skeleton soldiers had left. However, at the moment the cabinet door opened slightly, a skeleton soldier's face appeared in the gap, making eye contact with Shu Lin. Shu Lin and Fatty were terrified. Screams of horror echoed around. The skeleton soldiers were also startled by their sudden screams, and jumped back in fright. They let out a series of piercing ghostly wails. The skeleton soldiers discovered them hiding behind the cabinet, and brandished their weapons, smashing them violently against the cabinet door. Along with a series of muffled banging sounds, the cabinet door was quickly broken open under their attack. Shu Lin and Fatty were instantly terrified. Amidst Fatty and Shu Lin's continuous screams, the red-haired woman slowly woke up. She was disturbed by this sudden chaos, and very angry. She wondered who it was that dared to be so presumptuous while she was resting. She angrily opened her eyes, and was astonished to find that a group of low-level monsters had disturbed her. The red-haired woman immediately displayed her extraordinary power, and cast the evil spirit dispelling spell. Powerful energy waves surged towards the skeleton soldiers. Under the impact of this force, the skeleton soldiers were all knocked to the ground. The scene was a complete mess. Shu Lin, who witnessed all of this, was shocked by the red-haired woman's power. He was stunned, and secretly marveled at her skill. The red-haired woman stepped out of the cabinet, and looked around in confusion. She asked, "Where is this place?" Shu Lin and Fatty looked at each other, both hesitant, unsure if she was asking them. The red-haired woman heard their whispering, and angrily turned around to scold them. She asked again where they were, and warned them that she didn't want to repeat the same question. Fatty adjusted his glasses, and reminded the red-haired woman that she had actually already said it twice. The red-haired woman didn't expect anyone to be so defiant. She raised her fist in anger, and asked Fatty if he was looking for death. Seeing that the situation was not good, Shu Lin quickly covered Fatty's mouth and hastily tried to appease the red-haired woman. He asked her not to lower herself to Fatty's level, and said they would explain to her after they got out. Shu Lin and Fatty jumped out of the cabinet. Seeing the scattered armor and bones, the red-haired woman frowned. She impatiently asked for their identities and their current location. Fatty happened to glance at the red-haired woman's pointed ears and immediately recognized her as a demon. Shu Lin was shocked. Besides the skeleton soldiers, this tower was actually hiding demons as well. This was extremely strange. Shu Lin realized that the appearance of a demon in the back mountain was no small matter. He immediately instructed Fatty to report this to the dean. The red-haired woman saw that the two were whispering and still hadn't answered her question. She was instantly furious. She angrily went up to Fatty and raised her hand to slap him, preparing to teach him a lesson. However, the slap went through Fatty's face like air, causing no harm whatsoever. The red-haired woman looked at her empty hand, astonished. She didn't understand what was going on. Unwilling to give up, the red-haired woman raised her hand again, attempting to give Fatty another resounding slap. However, the slap was still like hitting air. At this moment, the red-haired woman felt as if she had seen a ghost. Shock and confusion intertwined in her heart. Seeing this, Fatty immediately became bolder and started to provoke and even tease the red-haired woman. The red-haired woman furiously kicked Fatty, but it missed again. Fatty knew the red-haired woman couldn't do anything to them, so he made faces and taunted her smugly. The red-haired woman clenched her fists, trying to suppress her anger. She sternly questioned their identities and background. Shu Lin responded calmly. She stated that in human territory, they should be the ones asking these questions. This news shocked the red-haired woman. She couldn't believe she was actually in the human realm. She had no idea how she got there. The red-haired woman panicked and immediately turned to try to escape this strange place. Seeing this, Fatty, without thinking, lunged forward to try to stop her. However, Fatty forgot that he was currently a spirit and couldn't touch anything physical. He immediately fell to the ground and was stepped on by the red-haired woman. Shu Lin, who was standing nearby, saw that Fatty couldn't successfully intercept the red-haired woman. His eyes instantly sharpened, and he quickly reacted. With an agile jump, he firmly grabbed the fleeing red-haired woman's arm. Note: I corrected Jun Yu to red-haired woman, as it fits the context better. Asterisk. The demon woman was surprised that Shu Lin had grabbed her wrist. She was a bit taken aback. How could anyone grab her? She raised her hand to slap Shu Lin, but it was like hitting air. It didn't land. Seeing her hand pass right through his body, Shu Lin was also stunned. The demon woman was astonished, unable to believe what she was seeing. Then Shu Lin realized it was because of the Qi Ling that allowed him to attack others in his spirit form, but others couldn't hurt him. To confirm his theory, he secretly extended his foot and kicked the demon woman in front of him. Sure enough, the next second, the demon woman fell flat on her face right in front of him with a thud. Face down, the demon woman looked at him angrily. She didn't expect that someone would dare to lay a hand on a dignified demon princess. Shu Lin asked her how the demons got into this bone tower. Unexpectedly, the woman was stubborn and said she would rather die than tell him. Hearing this, Shu Lin immediately revealed a wicked smile. He immediately had an idea. The demon woman shuddered at his expression and fearfully hugged herself. She asked him what he wanted to do. Shu Lin quickly took off his shoes, revealed her feet. The witch instantly showed a desperate expression. As expected, none of the human men are good. The fatty was drooling as he watched from the side, directly asking Shu Lin how they felt. Shu Lin was a little speechless. He told the fatty that he had no ill intentions, only wanting to interrogate her. He turned to the witch again and told her that if she didn't tell the truth, he would do something bad. The little witch felt a sense of despair. Tears flowed from the corners of her eyes. Shu Lin didn't expect this woman to be so tough, which further aroused his interest. The next second, he unexpectedly grabbed the witch's foot and tickled her soul. Just like Zhang Wuji back in the day, the witch instantly blushed, unable to say a word. Not long after, she was tickled by Shu Lin until she burst into laughter on the ground. Completely unable to stop, she told Shu Lin to stop quickly, threatening that something terrible would happen if he didn't. But Shu Lin was not threatened. After all, he wasn't a 3-year-old. He continued tickling the witch, making her cry and laugh. She could only quickly give in and beg for mercy. The wretched woman was finally conquered by him. Shu Lin also stopped what he was doing. The witch took a deep breath and began to tell him how she got here. It turned out that 10 minutes ago, the witch, as a demon princess, was still in the demon castle. A group of servants were cleaning her room, busily working. Then she noticed Richard and Richard Jr. next to her seemed to be studying something new. The two told her that this was a rift in space brought back from the border. Very dangerous, and told her to stay away. But the witch was very interested in this mirror-like thing, and wanted to take a closer look. Then she went forward to examine it carefully. Richard quickly blocked the mirror, saying that this thing must not be touched. But the witch was born rebellious. The more she wasn't allowed to touch it, the more she wanted to. She directly pushed the two away, and threatened the Richard brothers behind her not to get in her way. She felt that the two were being presumptuous, and dared to interfere with her affairs as a princess. The witch gradually approached the rift in space before her, as if drawn to it. The next second, as if possessed, she touched it. Unexpectedly, the thing in front of her instantly emitted a blue light. With a whoosh, before the witch could react, she was sucked right in, and disappeared in front of everyone. The rift in space also returned to its original state. The Richard brothers were dumbfounded, their jaws dropping at this scene. The two desperately, in front of this thing called a rift in space, shouted for the princess, but no one answered. Just like that, the witch stumbled and traveled through time to the White Bone Pagoda. Listening to his story, Shu Lin thought for a moment. The ancient castle is 300,000 miles away from here. This cracked space should be a portal in science fiction novels. I can't believe the demon race's technology is so advanced. No wonder the human race always seems inferior in front of them. And this witch in front of me calls herself a princess. I should hand her over to the principal first. Thinking that, she pulled up the sitting demon princess, suggesting they leave this place first. At this moment, above the three of them, a sudden rumbling sound came. Fatty thought the tower was struck by lightning again. It's really strange. The few people looked closely, and realized that the house had been struck by lightning. There was a big fireball on the roof. The big fireball fell directly down, breaking the beam. Seeing the beam falling down with fire, it was about to hit the fleeing witch and Shu Lin. At the critical moment, Shu Lin showed his manhood, and stepped forward to protect the little witch. With a boom, he was crushed by the burning beam. It was a heroic act. His duty. The witch, seeing that she had escaped, asked with concern if the man in front of her was all right. But unexpectedly, the next second, Shu Lin stood up unharmed. It turned out that physical attacks were ineffective against spirits. He turned to look for Fatty, but found that the fat guy ran faster than anyone else. When escaping, by the time all three ran out, a raging fire had already started on the roof. Suddenly, Fatty seemed to have discovered something, and told the two to look up at the sky. At this time, three winged people appeared above the house. It was the servants from the witch's room just now. But, the expressions of these three servants didn't seem right. They were looking at Shu Lin and the others with a wicked smile. The witch saw them, and immediately recognized them as Richard's men. Overjoyed, she quickly waved to the three people flying in the sky, signaling them to save her quickly. But the three of them showed a strange smile. They didn't look like they were here to save anyone. The woman in the middle even gave a wicked smile, staring at the little demon princess below. Time went back to the ancient demon castle 10 minutes ago. Watching the princess being teleported away, disappearing without a trace, Richard and his brother were as anxious as ants on a hot pan. They decided to go to His Majesty immediately to discuss a solution. They had to save the princess no matter what. As the two brothers left, only the three servants remained in the room. The three servants lined up in front of the portal, according to their height, like a Wi-Fi signal. One of them said that the cracked space technology was not very mature. Sometimes the transmission wasn't stable. He looked at the woman in the middle, and asked if they wanted to take a gamble. Apparently, the woman was the leader of the three. After some thought, the woman lifted her long leg and stepped into the portal. Seeing this, the short old man gave the woman a thumbs up, and praised the boss for her courage. Then, the remaining two also walked into the portal. Just like that, the three were successfully transported to the White Bone Tower. The scene changes. The little demon princess was still desperately waving at the three people, treating them as her last hope. She also said that she knew the Richard brothers wouldn't leave her alone. As expected, they sent someone to pick her up. Unexpectedly, the three said that the little princess was naive, and could still smile so brightly in the face of disaster. The lewd woman told the little princess that they had endured humiliation for a long time, and had been waiting for this day. The little princess was stunned. She didn't expect that they weren't here to pick her up. Hearing this, the short old man across from her spoke directly, saying that they were here to kill the little princess, and told the little princess to see clearly who they really were. The short old man's eyes burned, As he looked at the female leader in the middle, the woman's expression was very serious. She nodded firmly, indicating that it was time to let the other side see their true colors. The next second, the three of them tore off their servant clothes. The big guy on the left even revealed his 8-pack abs. Seeing this scene, Shu Lin and the others were shocked, and the fat man even had a nosebleed. Considering this might be Fatty, let's keep the nickname for now. At this moment, the opposite side shouted frantically that they were the beloved Pashan clan's 3 gentlemen. Po Xian Zhu can be translated in several ways. World-breaking clan is another option. After the 3 shouted their names, they also struck a very strange pose. Seeing that the atmosphere had been built up, the female leader immediately asked if the other party was feeling fear. Unexpectedly, the little princess's question, "What is the Pashan clan?" immediately broke the other 3's composure. The 3 were immediately thunderstruck. They even stopped posing. The woman pointed at the little princess and cursed, saying that it was too much to not even know the Pashan clan. The more she thought about it, the angrier she got. She felt that talking to them was a waste of time, so she directly ordered her subordinates to tie up the little demon princess. The little princess looked unconvinced. She clearly didn't even know the Pashan clan, but seeing the people rushing towards her, she jumped into Shu Lin's arms in fright. Shu Lin didn't waste any words, turned around and teleported, picking up the little princess and running away. And the short old man chasing behind continued to use magic attacks, bombarding behind them repeatedly. Shu Lin ran wildly, the short old man chasing after him relentlessly. He fled. Even if he sprouts wings, he can't escape me. As he was running, Shu Lin suddenly had a moment of clarity. He realized that he had somehow been inexplicably dragged into this. The Broken God clan wasn't after him. Why should he run away with this demon princess? But then he smelled the fragrance of the woman in his arms again, which instantly aroused his protective instincts. He immediately instructed Fatty to inform the school leaders that there were demons here. Meanwhile, he and the princess ran to the other side. Shu Lin sprinted all the way, arriving at a forest. At this moment, the ring on his hand emitted a beeping sound. This sound was the alarm that Qi Lin had been sounding since earlier, and the sound became increasingly urgent. Shu Lin looked at the ring but didn't understand what it meant. Qi Lin continued to sound the alarm. Shu Lin kept running with the princess in his arms. The short old man felt that she seemed to be quite capable, praising her for her decent escaping skills. But compared to himself, she was still far behind. As he spoke, he continued to flap his wings with greater force, chasing after the 2 more fiercely. Shu Lin was not to be outdone and immediately sped up, reaching 180 miles per hour. At this moment, he noticed that the ring was still ringing. He finally realized something was wrong. This was a signal that there was danger nearby. He slammed on the brakes and stopped abruptly, standing still with the demon princess in his arms, and vigilantly observing his surroundings. The short old man thought he couldn't outrun him, and was too scared to move. He burst into laughter, his speed not decreasing at all. Then he slammed on the accelerator. An afterimage rushed past Shu Lin. The next second, with a bang, he crashed into an invisible barrier. Because he had been flying too fast just now, his large face only stuck to the barrier for a few seconds before sliding to the ground with a thud. He actually died, instantly perishing. The Northwest Demon Princess picked up the short old man's body. She hadn't expected this guy to kill himself. It turned out that there was a barrier at the boundary of the White Bone Pagoda. This was not a boundless space. Shu Lin finally understood why the ring had been alarming. It was fortunate that he had stopped quickly. At this moment, the remaining 2 also followed closely behind, pressing closer and closer to the 2. The princess quickly explained that she didn't know anything about the Broken God clan, and hoped that they would let her go. Hearing the little princess's words, the woman sneered. She expressed that she could also be like the little princess, living a life of luxury and innocent naivety, but her family was framed by treacherous people, and since then, the Broken God clan's fortunes had declined, never to recover. And all of this was because the little princess's father listened to slander and couldn't distinguish right from wrong. Now is the time for the daughter to pay the father's debt. Saying that, the woman ordered the muscular man beside her to eliminate Shu Lin and kidnap the little princess. Seeing the big guy walking towards them step by step, the 2 frantically retreated. Soon they had nowhere to retreat, because the barrier behind them was a dead end. It seemed there was no way to escape. Seeing Al step by step, walking towards Shu Lin and the other, his face full of pride. Then, with a leap, he lunged at Shu Lin, launching an attack, but strangely, his palm passed right through Shu Lin's body. Al was suddenly filled with question marks. What was going on? Seeing this, Shu Lin immediately reacted, and directly kicked the opponent with a vasectomy kick. The strongman screamed, and assumed the standard pose of a national soccer team goalkeeper. His face was pained like a large eggplant. Shu Lin didn't waste any words. R's head, who had been beaten continuously, spun 90 degrees backward, caught off guard. He covered his swollen cheek. He truly didn't expect that this rookie in front of him could be like a spirit. Ignoring his attacks, at this moment, the woman behind him spoke. She had observed Shu Ling's spirit state, and ordered AR to set up a spirit communication array. The man immediately set up a spirit communication array that could interact with spirits. With a loud shout, a purple formation suddenly appeared around them, trapping Shu Ling and the little princess. He explained that the demon clan's spirit communication array could materialize spirits, and that Shu Ling was now doomed. Seeing that the situation was bad, the little princess yelled for Shu Ling to run. In a flash, AR caught her and choked her throat. With a swoosh, he lifted her high in the air, just like a weightlifter lifting a barbell. He shouted loudly that he would tear Shu Ling to pieces, dismember him by 5 horses. Shu Ling was clearly panicked at this moment, because once a spirit body was destroyed, its soul would be scattered, and it would never be reborn. His little head raced, and he quickly recited an escape spell. After chanting for a while, he urgently cast a spirit transformation spell. The next second, with a bang, a cloud of smoke appeared, and Shu Ling disappeared. As the female demon head, the little demon princess, and AR looked on in surprise. Shu Ling had transformed himself into a slippery loach. Before AR could react, he gave her a loach tail whip, and quickly escaped from her grasp. Shu Ling, now with a human head and a loach body, was running fast. The woman behind him shouted for AR to catch him quickly. AR pounced on him, but he was too slippery, and couldn't be caught. The man was about to lose it. He said it was like he was covered in oil, and impossible to grab. Seeing this, the woman decided to go after him herself. She wanted to see how capable Shu Ling was. Unexpectedly, in a swift grab, she pinned Shu Ling under her hand, but before she could celebrate for 2 seconds, there was another reversal. With a slide, Shu Ling slipped onto her body, and even taunted the woman by wiggling on her buttocks, daring her to catch him. He even treated the woman's body like a swimming pool. The next second, he ran onto the woman's chest, shouting as he ran that he was a loach surviving in the cracks. Enraged, AR couldn't stand seeing his boss being humiliated like this, was about to rush over and grab Shu Ling. Unexpectedly, Shu Ling was a step ahead, and went straight for the woman's private parts. At this moment, the hand that reached out could no longer be stopped. The next second, something embarrassing happened. He, on his own boss's body, landed a precise blow. The woman was furious, and backhanded the man with a hard slap. Looking at AR's indignant but Buganyan appearance, Shu Ling even taunted her, asking how she felt now. The woman was enraged, and immediately ordered AR to kill Shu Ling. AR quickly unleashed a powerful Vajra palm strike. His fist, like 1,000-hand guanyin, transformed into countless fists. Seeing that the situation was not good, Shu Ling had a quick wit, and immediately hid inside the woman's clothes. The next second, something embarrassing happened again. AR's Vajra palm struck the woman's buttocks directly. Before he could stop his hand, mid-motion, the woman was sent flying by his palm. Looking at his large handprint, imprinted on the woman's buttocks, AR was terrified. He quickly apologized profusely to his boss. Unexpectedly, the woman was ruthless, and even hit herself. She directly ordered AR to attack her, preferring to wound the enemy by 1,000, even if it means hurting herself. She must capture Shu Lin. She declared that AR's fighting skills couldn't hurt her at all, and told him to attack without worry. Seeing his boss say so, AR used the 1,000-hand guanyin technique, followed by the god-breaking sonic punch, attacking the woman relentlessly. He explained that this punch was one of the god-breaking clan's ultimate moves, a technique that delivers hundreds of punches per second. Then, he launched a series of precise strikes at the woman. The female demon remained motionless, but instantly became covered in wounds. Shu Lin wasn't having a good time either. He was beaten black and blue. This indiscriminate attack was truly unpleasant. In the next second, he slid off the woman, and fell to the ground with a thud. Seeing that this method worked, the woman immediately ordered AR to finish off Shu Lin while he was down. Seeing that he was defenseless, AR raised his leg to stomp him to death. Seeing his life in danger, Shu Lin quickly jumped up and slid between the woman's legs. ending up behind the little princess. The little princess told him that he was no match for those two. Then she made an unusual request. She asked Shu Lin to tickle her. Seeing Shu Lin's confused expression, the little princess reminded him that she had once said that when she was very ticklish, terrible things would happen. The female demon and seeing Shu Lin hide behind the little princess, decided to seize the opportunity to take them both out. With that, they charged towards Shu Lin and the princess with all their might. Seeing them coming, the little princess urged Shu Lin to hurry up and act. There's no other way. Shu Lin, I can only give Xiao Gong a full body massage. I saw her quickly moving her hands over Xiao Gong's body, not missing a single spot, and Xiao Gong's expression became more and more serious, as if she was very satisfied with her massage technique. Yes, that's the feeling. The familiar feeling has finally returned. The next second, the little princess's eyes lit up, revealing her fangs. She pounced towards the two people opposite her. At this moment, the two people opposite her couldn't believe the scene unfolding before their eyes. They were so scared that they broke out in a cold sweat. The little princess, who had just moments ago been wearing pigtails, had now transformed into a giant, ferocious wolf. The hungry wolf was entirely crimson red, and its sharp fangs sent chills down one's spine. As it stood there, its imposing presence was overwhelming. The two people opposite were instantly paralyzed with fear. Even Shu Lin was terrified. Was this really the same demonic little princess from just now? The hungry wolf let out a furious roar. Its ferocious appearance stunned even Shu Lin. The wolf bared its fangs, grinning at him. It turned out that the two members of the God-breaking clan had already fled in terror. Leaving Shu Lin behind, the wolf could only raise its claws and chase after Shu Lin, who had transformed into a small loach. Watching the wolf frantically attack him, Shu Lin finally realized what the little princess meant by terror. He could only use his advantage as a loach to frantically burrow into the ground, evading the wolf's pursuit. But the next second, something embarrassing happened. His loach tail disappeared, transforming back into human limbs. As luck would have it, his transformation time ran out at that very moment. He urged the two members of the God-breaking clan to undo the spirit communication formation. Otherwise, he would be dead. But how could they possibly agree? They immediately refused Shu Lin's request, leaving him to die. The two continued to run away quickly. The wolf was still in hot pursuit. It was relentless. The wolf leapt into the air, raising its large claws. With a roar, it charged directly at the two. The next second, with a bang, the wolf sent the two flying with a single slap. The force was comparable to an atomic bomb. The God-breaking clan duo were like launched rockets, soaring into the sky. Their screams echoed. After dealing with the two, the wolf walked towards Shu Lin with heavy steps. Then it lowered its head, opening its large, fang-filled mouth. Shu Lin trembled all over. The wolf's drool dripped onto him. Shu Lin frantically explained that he was her lifesaver. But how could the little princess, transformed into a wolf, possibly understand human language? She lunged at Shu Lin to bite him. Unexpectedly, things took another turn. The wolf bit nothing but air. Shu Lin quickly scrambled out of her large mouth. It was a close call. Having escaped from the jaws of the wolf, and with his body completely unharmed, Shu Lin was a little surprised. At this moment, he realized he had returned to his spirit form. It turned out that after Ao was eliminated, the summoning array had lost its effect, and the starving wolf was still eyeing him menacingly. At this time, the starving wolf was also full of questions. He approached Shu Lin's body and sniffed him all over. Shu Lin watched his actions, feeling like he was acting like a dog. Then he suddenly thought, since the demon princess could transform into a dog, could it be that the entire demon race were dogs? As soon as he said this, a voice came from the sky, scolding him as a naive child. Shu Lin looked towards the sound and saw a huge teleportation array appear in the sky, along with 3 figures. In the next second, 3 people emerged from it. The leader wore a crown and had a pair of pointed ears. Seeing these pointed ears, Shu Lin knew that the newcomers were also demons. Knowing he couldn't afford to provoke them, he decided to make a run for it. He immediately ran away, and the demon king didn't bother with him. He ordered Richard behind him to quickly give the little princess the medicine. As expected, the transformed princess didn't recognize anyone. Seeing Richard standing in front of her, she let out a furious roar and bared her fangs, as if she wanted to devour Richard as well. Richard immediately threw a few pills at her and shouted, "Go to sleep, princess." The next second, the ferocious wolf that was just baring its fangs instantly collapsed on the ground. The princess, after taking the medicine, fainted, and slowly transformed back into her human form. Richard picked up the princess. The three of them leapt up and re-entered the teleportation array. Inside the teleportation array, Richard asked the Demon King about the remaining spirit and how to deal with it. The Demon King said that Shu Lin was just a human who had opened his Chao Shui. There was no need to worry about him. With that said, the three closed the teleportation array, returned to the ancient demon fort. Watching the teleportation formation slowly disappear in the sky, Shu Lin realized they had gone far away. He then emerged from the bushes and suspected that the pointy-eared leader just now was the Demon King. Fortunately, his life was spared, and this trip wasn't without gain either. He even obtained a precious ring. At this moment, he discovered his spiritual body was becoming increasingly thin. He remembered that spiritual energy could only be drawn from the physical body, and the spiritual body needed spiritual energy to nourish it. Thinking of this, he turned and ran outside, because once the spiritual energy was exhausted, the spiritual body would disappear. After a sprint, he finally returned to the White Bone Pagoda. He struggled to squeeze out of the main gate, and steadily arrived at the entrance of the White Bone Pagoda, to search for his physical body. At this time, his spiritual body was becoming weaker and weaker. It seemed he was running out of time, but he soon discovered that his body was gone. Even Lien Yuxin and Chu Zhongding were gone. Just then, he noticed Fatty was looking for him. Seeing this, Shu Lin quickly asked him to help find his body, but unexpectedly, Fatty acted as if he hadn't heard him, and continued shouting around. Watching Fatty act like this in front of him, it was as if he was being ignored. Shu Lin suddenly realized that Fatty couldn't see him at all. Seeing Fatty yelling in front of him, Shu Lin was speechless. Now he could only rely on himself. He needed to find Chu Zhongding and the others. His physical body must be in their hands. Unexpectedly, this scene was witnessed by a monkey squatting on a tree branch, and he found it quite amusing. He didn't expect a little brat like Shu Lin who just started cultivating to escape unscathed from the Demon Clan experts. Very rare. With that thought, he threw the banana peel in his hand at Shu Lin's feet. Shu Lin saw at his feet, out of nowhere, a banana peel suddenly appear. Suddenly startled, Shu Lin froze in place. At this moment, the monkey spoke, telling him to go find his physical body now. There was simply no time. Seeing this, Shu Lin was shocked. He didn't expect the monkey to be able to speak human language. He realized that this was the old Dean Fatty had mentioned. The old Dean said, seeing such a promising talent, he was prepared to help him find his body. He also said it was all because of him. Until death, the silkworm keeps working. A candle burns itself to tears. He was a gardener, and should care for his students, illuminating others, burning himself. As he spoke, he started dancing. Seeing the monkey so self-absorbed, Shu Lin couldn't help but feel speechless. But he said, "Well said, old master. Wonderful." Laying on the flattery, a shower of compliments. Seeing Shu Lin praising him so much, the old dean immediately offered to teach him some lightness skills. He then stood up from the branch and told Shu Lin to watch closely. The old dean spread his arms. Standing on one leg, he told him this move was called, Big Bird Spreads Its Wings. Then he jumped down from the branch, and said this move was called, Wild Goose Falling Strike. He asked if the moves were graceful, but his showing off didn't last 3 seconds. As soon as he landed, he stepped on the banana peel he had just thrown. He fell flat on his face. The old dean furiously cursed, "Who threw this?" and threatened to deduct points. At this time, Fatty arrived. The old dean told him Shu Lin was nearby and needed to return to his body immediately. He also told everyone that this kind of thing was a piece of cake for him. Then, the old dean used the heavenly eye on his head to help Shu Lin find his physical body. The next second, a third eye actually grew on his head. It looked around. Seeing the old dean speechless, Shu Lin thought he hadn't found it. The old dean told him that he had found it, but it was a bit hard to explain. He decided to take them there himself to find Shu Lin's body. The scene changed. On the other side of the mountain was a blue hot spring. Yuxin and Chu Zhongding were wiping Shu Lin's body and said they needed to wash his whole body. After all, half of him hadn't been washed yet. Chu Zhongding blushed, feeling it wasn't necessary, but Yuxin thought it was very necessary. Once something was started, it had to be seen through to the end. Seeing Chu Zhongding hesitate, Yuxin prepared to do it herself. Give him a full body scrub. Just as Yuxin was about to start, Fatty yelled, "Why are you two stripping my brother naked?" As soon as he said this, the two froze. They didn't expect Fatty and the old dean to suddenly appear. Chu Zhongding and Yuxin looked embarrassed. But Yushin reacted quickly, and immediately said righteously, "Of course. It's to give Shu Lin a bath, because Shu Lin is too dirty." At this moment, the old dean quickly told Shu Lin to return to his body. Any more delay, and the spirit will perish. Even a great Luo Jingxian couldn't save him. Shu Lin was momentarily shy, and said to let Fatty put some clothes on him first. After all, being naked and exposed wasn't very good. He still cared about his dignity. Now in his spirit form, the girls couldn't sense his presence. But before he could finish speaking, the old dean kicked him. He thought he was talking too much. Before Shu Lin could react, he saw himself flying towards his own body. In a short while, his soul and body became one. Shu Lin started to breathe carefully, but soon his head was covered in sweat, because he knew if he woke up like this, he would definitely be seen completely naked. He didn't expect the old dean to be able to kick his spirit body. He could only pretend to be asleep now, thinking about how to escape without losing face. At this time, the two girls were surprised that the monkey behind them could talk. Seeing their attention drawn to the old dean, and not on himself, Shu Lin seized the opportunity and slipped into the water. Meanwhile, Fatty was still introducing the two girls to the monkey as a senior expert. Taking advantage of the distraction, Shu Lin swam desperately in the water, his speed reaching 120 miles per hour. At this moment, Chu Zhongding noticed something was wrong. He looked to the side, but it was empty. He was so scared that he shouted, "Shu Lin has sunk into the water." Seeing this, Yushin angrily scolded him for not being able to even watch over a living person. Then she quickly reached into the water. After fumbling around in the water for a while, she actually grabbed Shu Lin's ankle. Now Shu Lin was in trouble. Yushin looked happy. She didn't expect to actually touch Shu Lin, and Shu Lin was struggling desperately, gurgling and drinking several mouthfuls of water. Yushin pulled hard, and pulled him straight up. Head first, like pulling a fish. Shu Lin's whole body was covered with countless splashes of water, and was immediately exposed to the air. There was even a rainbow behind him. The three people behind him were shocked. Shu Lin was now upside down, stared blankly at Yushin, who was grabbing him. Realizing that his entire body was exposed in front of everyone, thinking that he was still a virgin, he felt completely humiliated. He asked Yushin to quickly put him down. Yushin, seeing that the man was awake, suddenly reacted, and blushed deeply. She immediately let go of the man. Chu Zhongding quickly covered her eyes, and asked Fatty to put Shu Lin's clothes on. Fatty immediately grabbed the clothes and handed them to Shu Lin. At this moment, Yushin shouted, asking everyone to wait. Fatty stopped what he was doing. Both of them looked at Yushin, wondering what he was going to do. Yushin began his mindless deduction. He actually thought that this person was not Shu Lin, because the act of secretly running away just now was very suspicious. Shu Lin burst into tears, feeling that he must have done something evil in his past life. To be questioned while naked, he couldn't stand it anymore, and yelled at everyone, saying if he hadn't run away, wouldn't he have been streaking? Hearing this, Yushin was stunned, not knowing how to refute. Shu Lin closed his eyes and steeled his heart. To prove that he was really himself, he directly admitted that he had peeked at Chu Zhongding taking a bath the day he entered the back mountain. Only Chu Zhongding knew about this. Hearing this, everyone was stunned. Fatty turned and asked Chu Zhongding if this was true. Chu Zhongding's face was full of embarrassment, a blush creeping up her cheeks. Then, she shyly said that the man in front of her was Shu Lin. Fatty and Yushin's jaws dropped. The power of this sentence was no less than the shockwave from an atomic bomb explosion. Fatty regretted very much that such a good thing didn't happen to him. Yushin, on the other hand, pulled Shu Lin's ear and scolded him for being dishonest. Afterwards, the old dean sent the four of them to the entrance of the back mountain, and gave them the reward for this mission, a blood ginseng. To all four of them, he congratulated them on successfully passing the exam. The four cheered loudly and joyfully. The old dean told them that they could go directly to class now. He praised them as being among the most outstanding students in this class, and reminded them not to be complacent. The four of them nodded, saying they would remember the old dean's words. Thus, Shu Lin's journey to the back mountain came to an end, for the time being. During this time, he not only met the campus beauty he never had the chance to approach before, Chu Zhongding, but also deepened his understanding of Yushin. It also deepened the friendship between them. He also gained a secret weapon that no one knew about, the spirit ring. But the road ahead is long and arduous. What other tests await him? Since Shu Lin returned from the back mountain, he had been studying hard in the classroom, paying attention in class. His life had been going on as usual, without any major changes. Only Yushin, who sat in front of him, would occasionally turn around and steal glances at him, and Chu Zhongding would often come to the classroom door to look for him, and secretly slip him all kinds of small notes, which made the teacher very angry. Besides that, he was immersed in his cultivation, diligently studying the techniques in the textbook. Just then, Shu Lin suddenly noticed something was wrong. He noticed that the students around him were taking out their pillows. Some of them had already started sleeping. A classmate beside him said that the next class was Teacher Wu's again, so they could have a good sleep. Shu Lin didn't expect them to sleep so blatantly. In his previous world, people would do it secretly. It turned out that Teacher Wu had no authority in this world. As he was thinking, suddenly the fatty's voice came from behind him. Shu Lin turned around, and was instantly hit with a 10.000 critical hit. His jaw dropped. Fatty was actually wearing pajamas to class, and even started brushing his teeth. Seeing this, Shu Lin asked if his brain had been caught in a door on the way out. How could he be so brazen? Then he looked towards the front row. Unexpectedly, even the former top student in the class was taking a pillow out of his backpack. Lin Zhou's classmate directly put on an eye mask, preparing for a good sleep. Shu Lin sighed inwardly. The students were using Teacher Wu's class specifically to sleep. It was truly disrespectful to the teacher. Just then, the class bell rang. A beautiful and charming teacher walked onto the podium. It was pharmacology teacher Wu Xin. Seeing Wu Xin appear, Shu Lin suddenly felt that her teacher Wu was still so beautiful. Before, when her grades were poor, Wu Xin often kept her behind for individual tutoring, and Shu Lin was also attracted by the fragrance on her. She especially hoped to be alone with her, and even secretly made up her mind that she would pay attention in teacher Wu Xin's class. Although in this world, Wu Xin's pharmacology class was the most boring course, it was too much for everyone to act like this. Wu Xin glanced around, and saw that every student had prepared a pillow. She slowly began to praise everyone for being well prepared. Seeing Fatty wearing pajamas, and wrapped in a quilt sitting in the classroom, she directly praised little Fatty for being the best prepared, and encouraged everyone to learn from him. These words made Shu Lin's jaw drop. How could sleeping in class be praised? Then Wu Xin added that she just wanted everyone to be in a more relaxed state. Only by relaxing could they focus on her class. All they had to do was let go of their anxiety, and then relax. As Wu Xin slowly uttered the word, relax, the students sitting below all felt their eyelids getting heavy, as if they were about to start dozing off. Shu Lin also felt drowsy, and couldn't keep her eyes open. Then, with a snap, Wu Xin snapped her fingers. The next second, without exception, all the students in the class fell asleep, in various strange poses. Shu Lin realized in her consciousness that this was hypnosis. Before she could figure out what was going on, with a bang, her head hit the desk, and she fell asleep. Soon, Shu Lin entered a dream. She opened her eyes. In the dark space, Teacher Wu's figure appeared before her, looking at the blonde, blue-eyed woman before him, dressed in black silk, sitting seductively. Shu Lin immediately realized he was in a dream. Wu Xin told him that his perception was very keen. After other students came in, they still couldn't distinguish between dreams and reality. As she spoke, the woman got up and walked towards him, bent down, and praised him, saying he was really good. Hearing these words, Shu Lin blushed, his little heart pounding. He then understood why everyone had brought a pillow. It was because Wu Xin was going to teach everyone in their dreams. Wu Xin explained that teaching in dreams was a method he had developed after years of teaching experiments. It perfectly solved the biggest teaching difficulty. He could tailor his approach to each student. For a stubborn student like Shu Lin, as stubborn as a mule, as long as he could get close to him, it would stimulate his desire to learn. But for a student like Fatty, only a beating could motivate him. Hearing Wu Xin say this, Shu Lin couldn't help but chuckle. He didn't expect that Fatty's careful preparation would result in a nightmare. And next, Wu Xin opened the textbook and was about to start class with him. He told Shu Lin that today's lesson was about how to apply basic pharmacology to practice. Shu Lin looked at Teacher Wu in his dream, and felt that the dream was incredibly real. It was exactly as he had imagined. Even his scent and the sound of the pen scratching on the paper were very lifelike. At the same time, he also felt that something was strange about Wu Xin in this dream, because this dream was too detailed. Then he suddenly thought, since Wu Xin was teaching so many students at the same time in the dream, then this teacher Wu wasn't really him. Since this was just an illusion he created, couldn't he do whatever he wanted? Thinking of this, Shu Lin couldn't help but gulp. Looking at the beautiful teacher, he couldn't help but call out to her. The next second, He unexpectedly went up and kissed her. The scene changed. Back to the real world. All the students in the class were sound asleep. Only Wu Xin was reading a book. Suddenly, he slammed the book in his hands shut. He placed the book on the podium. It turned out he was reading, "You are the apple of my eye." Note: this likely refers to the popular Taiwanese novel, movie. Wu Xin was moved to tears by the story. He wondered to himself, when will I be able to experience a love like that? He sighed deeply, stood up, and walked down from the podium. He wiped the tears from his face, and prepared to check on his students. Wu Xin walked to the middle of the classroom. He saw that all the students were sleeping restlessly. Seeing everyone sleeping so soundly, he couldn't help but sigh. One must endure hardship to achieve greatness. Then he walked over to Shu Lin and Fatty. He saw sweat pouring down Fatty's face, and a look of pain on his face. He felt satisfied. It's all for the students' own good, he thought. Getting beaten up in a dream is better than being abused in reality. Then he turned his attention to Shu Lin, who was beside him. He found that Shu Lin actually had a look of enjoyment on his face. Wu Xin instantly sensed something was wrong, because no one had ever been able to smile in his class. Although his class couldn't be called a nightmare, it was definitely impossible to be this relaxed. Wu Xin observed Shu Lin more closely. A few minutes later, he noticed that the boy in front of him had become delicate looking. The scene changed. In the dream, Shu Lin was still enjoying kissing Teacher Wu with a blissful expression. Suddenly, the scene changed dramatically. Teacher Wu seemed to have lost his life force. The color drained from his face. The next second, cracks appeared on Teacher Wu's face. Shu Lin was startled. Then the cracks on Teacher Wu's face started to grow bigger and bigger. In no time, Teacher Wu, who had just been beautiful and charming, now he's become a translucent monster. Seeing this, Shu Lin was startled. How could this ghostly thing appear in Teacher Wu's dream? While Shu Lin was still in shock, the transparent man opened his mouth and accused him of flirting with the teacher. No discipline. Shu Lin jumped up from his chair in pain, thinking this was a monster. He quickly backed away, but the transparent man called him a fool, saying his knowledge was limited and that he wasn't a monster. It turned out that this transparent man was called Meng Mo, also known as the Dream Master. Teacher Wu had specially invited him to teach them. After speaking, he slammed the chair and told Shu Lin to sit down and start class. He really didn't expect that this brat would actually see through his dream. It was simply unbelievable. The more he thought about it, the angrier he got. He yelled directly at Shu Lin. It was all because of him that all the arrangements had been disrupted. In the next second, he had an idea. He decided to let this smart alecky student know the consequences. Meng Mo told Shu Lin that although his theory was okay, armchair strategists were all paper tigers. As he said this, he stood up abruptly. Shu Lin was a little confused, not knowing what the other party was going to do. Meng Mo stretched out his left hand, and in the next second, the classroom, which was originally a teacher's classroom, turned into a forest. He wanted Shu Lin to go and practice now. To go into the forest and find materials to make a restorative potion. If he couldn't find it, he would fail his pharmacology course, because pharmacology would affect his overall graduation grade. Before he finished speaking, Shu Lin disappeared in front of him, walking alone into the forest. Meng Mo saw that the other party dared to ignore him, and immediately let out harsh words and cursed. Shu Lin was extremely arrogant, and said he couldn't get out of the forest. Unexpectedly, Shu Lin returned in less than an hour, and had found all the necessary medicinal herbs. Seeing this, Meng Mo instantly broke out in a cold sweat, surprised at his speed. Then, Shu Lin started making a recovery potion with a pestle. He placed green moss, beetle wings, qilin fruit, and the stamen of a phoenix flower in a bowl. Meng Mo watched his skillful operation, and felt that he must have done this before. Then Shu Lin poured spring water into the bowl, and stirred it evenly. After his operation, the recovery potion appeared before Meng Mo. Then Shu Lin brought the bowl to him, and asked him to taste if it was the right flavor. Meng Mo quickly declined, saying that he didn't need to drink it. This is indeed the authentic recovery potion. Then he asked why the other party was so skilled, and who he had learned alchemy from before. Shu Lin was dumbfounded. Meng Mo was inquiring if he had received any secret training. He told Meng Mo that he had only glanced at the textbook, and had made recovery potions in the back mountain before. Hearing that he was self-taught, Meng Mo suddenly felt that this kid was gifted in alchemy. He cleared his throat, and put on an old-fashioned air. He told him that he barely passed this time. Shu Lin was puzzled. He had already completed the task perfectly ahead of schedule, so why did he only barely pass? Seeing this, Meng Mo put on airs again, and yelled at him, asking how dare he question the teacher. Then, with one punch, he sent Shu Lin flying, saying that the sight of him was an eyesore. The next second, Shu Lin quickly ascended and left like a spinning top, cursing him for not acting like a teacher. But Meng Mo told him that there was no such thing as acting like a teacher in the world of cultivation. Whoever had the stronger fist was the father. The scene change. Outside the dream, Shu Lin was still refuting Meng Mo's lecture in his dream. When he suddenly woke up, it seemed that he had returned to reality. As soon as he opened his eyes, he saw Fatty crying like a fool. Fatty cried and shouted that it was too scary. Shu Lin knew that he had just experienced the nightmare of being beaten up arranged by Teacher Wu. He held the injured Fatty in his arms and gently comforted him, saying that he understood him. It turned out that in Fatty's dream, as long as he couldn't recite the pharmacology formulas, a group of people would beat him to death. Shu Lin quickly comforted him, saying that it was just a dream, and telling him not to cry anymore. He looked at the other classmates. It turned out that the classmates all had different dreams, and were discussing them in class. Some classmates even lost their reputations in their dreams, and Yuxin even dreamed of studying pharmacology with Shu Lin, and became even more infatuated. Wu Xin put down the book. The boy we chased together in those years, again. The boy we chased together in those years, and apologized to the students, saying that his class was too boring, and that's why everyone fell asleep. Hearing this, the students were suddenly shocked and frightened. They all said that next time he lectures, they must listen carefully and learn well. Seeing this, a smile gradually appeared on Wu Xin's face. He told everyone to pay attention to the knowledge points, and said that today's class would end here. As the bell rang for the end of class, Teacher Wu's class came to an end. But what the students didn't know was that Wu Xin's dream teaching was like being implanted in their minds, and it would occasionally trigger memories. The scene changed. After Shu Lin returned home, he washed up and took a bath. He wiped his hair and prepared to go to bed. Soon, he was lying in bed, drowsy, but he didn't know yet that Teacher Wu's dream was far from over. He slowly fell asleep and entered dreamland. He opened his eyes again in the dark space. Shu Lin looked at his hands. The clothes seemed a bit wrong. He was wearing a suit and standing on an empty street. It felt like he was dreaming. Suddenly, a rhythmic sound came, the sound of high heels hitting the ground. Shu Lin turned his head to look and was directly stunned. A woman in a long red dress, with a hot and curvy figure, was Wu Xin again. At night, Wu Xin lay in bed, drinking and reading, thinking about what happened today. She told the dream demon that today's dream session with Shu Lin seemed to have gone wrong. The dream demon didn't believe it. For so many years, he had never made a mistake. It was just a kid. He could definitely teach him. Wu Xin explained that he was just worried that he hadn't been thorough enough, and was afraid of delaying the student. She hoped he wouldn't mind. Hearing this, the dream demon chuckled. "Master, you're too serious." He didn't mind at all. Then Wu Xin started to wonder what kind of dream to have today. After thinking for a while, he decided to have a first love full of youthful restlessness. Seeing this, the dream demon immediately suggested he consider settling down, satisfying himself with dreams every day. Ultimately, it's just self-deception. But Wu Xin felt that life, old age, sickness, and death are all a big dream. Besides, he's so busy, so he could only trouble the dream demon to work harder. The dream demon said that he could only create dreams according to his instructions. Next, Wu Xin just needs to sleep peacefully. Soon, Wu Xin entered the dream. In the dream, she was wearing a strapless pink dress, exceptionally beautiful. Then she looked around, very much looking forward to today's dream male god. The next second, a man in a suit appeared before her eyes. Judging from his back, this person seemed very gentlemanly. To match the man's attire, she immediately changed into a bright red dress, and then walked towards the man in high heels. Hearing the sound of high heels, the man slowly turned around, and this person turned out to be Shu Lin. Both of them were very surprised to see each other. After greeting each other, they immediately fell into an inexplicable awkwardness. Meanwhile, the dream demon was in the classroom, trying hard to replicate the plot of the novel. He had set up the scene, and the actors were in place, but Wu Xin hadn't come yet. Suddenly, he looked up outside the classroom. This look immediately shocked him. That kid Shu Lin had actually run into Wu Xin's dream. Here, Wu Xin was also full of questions. She thought Shu Lin was intentionally arranged by the dream demon, although she knew this was just a dream. Still, facing her student in such a way was too shameful, because her behavior in the dream was too daring. At this time, Shu Lin suddenly asked her, Why she would be in the dead of night, in such a deserted place. This opening line was simply too awful, recalling that in previous dreams, the male god always took the initiative. Wu Xin couldn't help but suspect that the dream demon was trying something new today. However, he thought again, love in novels is always shy and innocent. Since Shu Lin doesn't take the initiative, this time, this old aunt has to take the initiative. Considering this situation, she took the initiative to speak, claiming that she wanted to borrow something from him. Shu Lin immediately replied that borrowing things was fine, but there was no money. Wu Xin didn't expect that the nightmare would replicate Shu Lin so realistically, but there was no way. She came here today to experience the excitement of first love. The next second, she pounced directly on Shu Lin. The abundance of her chest immediately pressed close to the man. Shu Lin had never felt this way before. This feeling was like the pork and vermicelli casserole made by his next-door aunt. Soft, bouncy, and delicious. With a unique warmth, the nightmare watched the two outside the classroom, and couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat. He wanted to tell Wu Xin the truth, but he didn't want to expose himself, having made such a big mistake. So, he tried to kick Shu Lin out of the dream without anyone knowing. The next second, Wu Xin asked Shu Lin if he felt her burning heart. She wanted the man to gradually fall under her cheesy love words. Seeing that the atmosphere was ripe, she lifted her mouth, wanting a kiss. However, at this time, a voice suddenly appeared, accusing Wu Xin of falling in love with someone else behind his back. Wu Xin saw that this man was actually a popular young actor who had starred in a youth idol drama, Peter Chen. Although he was a playboy who left a trail of broken hearts, she still found him handsome after seeing him in person. At this moment, the man suddenly started confessing to Wu Xin. He promised that as long as Wu Xin gave him another chance, he would light up the world for her. Hearing this, Wu Xin's heart instantly fluttered. It seemed that the nightmare wanted her to experience the thrill of two men fighting over her. Peter was so handsome. Every move he made was heart-stopping. After some comparison, Wu Xin was clearly more satisfied with Peter. The nightmare was very pleased to see this. As long as Wu Xin abandoned Shu Lin, he could immediately kick her out of the dream. However, the next second, Wu Xin chose Shu Lin. No one expected this ending. It turned out that Wu Xin thought Peter was a promiscuous scumbag, so she didn't choose him. The nightmare almost vomited blood after hearing this. He should have changed the male lead in advance. Since soft methods didn't work, the nightmare started to use hard methods. He increased Peter's fighting ability, wanting the man to beat Shu Lin to death. Shu Lin never expected that the man opposite him would suddenly attack without saying a word. But since the other person was bullying him, he couldn't just stand there and do nothing. He immediately used a basic punch and fiercely hit the man's stomach. The next second, accompanied by a loud sound, the man was thrown against the classroom wall. Shu Lin looked at his hand in disbelief. In the dream, he actually had such great strength. At the same time, the nightmare looked at the broken wall with a speechless expression. It was simply too outrageous. In the next second, he incited everyone in the classroom to attack Shu Lin. These people moved in unison and frantically rushed towards Shu Lin. Wu Xin, holding Shu Lin's arm, pointed ahead with an incredulous look. All the people rushing over were holding stools and sticks, with fierce and malicious expressions. Seeing that the situation was bad, Wu Xin immediately pulled Shu Lin and ran. However, at this moment, Shu Lin's legs went weak, and he fell to the ground. Every time he had a nightmare and encountered danger, he couldn't run. Wu Xin didn't expect that Shu Lin would falter at this time. If they didn't run, it would be too late. But now Shu Lin couldn't lift his feet at all. The next second, a male classmate directly raised a stool and smashed it down. Shu Lin subconsciously dodged, but the stool landed firmly beside his feet. Such a thrilling scene made Shu Lin couldn't help but feel a wave of fear. At this moment, everyone stopped attacking. They surrounded Shu Lin and Wu Xin in the crowd. Then, a male classmate respectfully pointed to a stool and invited Wu Xin to sit down. Others also grabbed Wu Xin, asking him to answer some academic questions for them. After Wu Xin sat down, they directly lifted him up. A female classmate told him that they needed to find a quiet place to ask him about pharmacology. Wu Xin was speechless, but had no choice but to tell Shu Lin to wait for him here. He would be back soon. Shu Lin couldn't help but sigh. This was indeed a dream. Bizarre, absurd, and completely illogical. At this moment, the nightmare suddenly appeared, questioning him why he intruded into Wu Xin's dream. Shu Lin didn't expect to actually see the nightmare here. However, he thought he was just scared by this old monster in the morning. so he must be dreaming at night. So he muddle-headedly tried to leave, but at this time, the nightmare grabbed his neck and warned him not to call him an old monster anymore. Shu Lin didn't expect him to actually be the real nightmare. Keeping him after class during the day was enough, but to actually run into his dream at night and lecture him was simply too much. However, the nightmare told him that he was the one who ran into Wu Xin's dream. Shu Lin looked incredulous after hearing this. He could actually enter someone else's dream? It was unbelievable. The nightmare told him that in order to let Wu Xin have a good dream every day, he would arrange dreams for him every night. But Shu Lin's appearance had messed up everything he had arranged. To prevent this from happening again, he demanded that Shu Lin must stagger his sleep time with Wu Xin. Shu Lin looked incredulous. Asking him not to sleep at night was impossible. Because he had classes during the day, he wouldn't agree to such a demand. No one had the right to restrict his freedom. At this moment, the nightmare suddenly grabbed him. He told Shu Lin that a person's willpower is weakest when they're dreaming. If he and Wu Xin met in their dreams again, unforgivable things might happen. Therefore, Shu Lin should no longer appear in Wu Xin's dreams. However, Shu Lin was very calm. A gentleman discusses skills, not intentions, especially in dreams. Even if something really happened, it would just be a shared dream between two people. Moreover, the nightmare didn't tell teacher Wu, but instead wanted a student to take responsibility. This matter itself was very wrong. Seeing this, the nightmare had to tell him that he didn't want to disappoint Wu Xin. However, this reason couldn't convince Shu Lin. At this time, a sun rose from the horizon. Shu Lin didn't expect there would be sunrise and sunset in dreams. However, just as he was admiring the rising sun, the nightmare's face suddenly changed. He saw Shu Lin's body gradually becoming ethereal. Immediately knew something was wrong. The next second, he urgently tried to grab the other person's body. However, Shu Lin had already left. The next day, Director Diao walked into the teaching building, with a coffee in one hand, and a briefcase in the other, full of energy. However, as soon as he reached the corridor, he saw that Shu Lin had already arrived at the classroom. He couldn't help but sigh. Shu Lin had completely changed recently. He arrived so early every day. It was a pity that his regret came too late. 3 years of knowledge couldn't be made up for by last-minute cramming. Just then, Wu Xin also arrived at the classroom. Seeing him in such good shape, Director Diao couldn't help but circle around him a few times. Wu Xin looked radiant today, bright and charming, very different from usual. In the next second, a bold thought popped into Director Diao's mind. As soon as this thought came out, it made Director Diao's heart ache. Wu Xin was in such a beautiful and vibrant state. He was afraid she already had someone in her heart. This really made his heart ache, as if 1,000 knives were churning in his chest. Wu Xin hurriedly explained to him that he just slept well last night, so he looked good. Hearing this, Director Diao immediately breathed a sigh of relief. He was really scared just now. Then the two walked towards the classroom one after the other. Wu Xin congratulated Director Diao. His students performed very well in the back mountain assessment, and also performed excellently in the dream course. Hearing this, Director Diao was indeed very happy. Then Wu Xin mentioned that he was very impressed with one of the students. This student was Shu Lin. Shu Lin's performance in class was very special. His potential was unfathomable. After hearing this, Director Diao immediately refuted him. Although recently, Shu Lin's learning attitude had improved somewhat, his family background was ordinary, and he had no connections. Even saying he had mediocre talent would be overestimating him. Although teacher Wu Xin had a good eye for clothing and fashion, when it came to judging people, he, Director Diao, was still a cut above. Today, the academy happened to be holding an attribute test. He wanted to take this opportunity to let Wu Xin see how accurate his judgment was. Thanks to his reminder, Wu Xin finally remembered that the attribute test was scheduled for today. He silently prayed in his heart that Shu Lin wouldn't disappoint him. Soon, the school gathered all the students on the playground. The principal announced that they were about to hold the long-awaited attribute test. The test was entirely based on talent. Even if the test results were not satisfactory, one could still get into a good school. However, everyone knew that in the cultivation world, talent was much more important than hard work. Many representatives from schools came to observe today. As long as someone was tested to have a rare attribute today, then regardless of their graduation results, they would be highly sought after by major schools. At this moment, Fatty suddenly told Shu Lin to look at the platform. A huge object was placed on the platform. The entire object was tightly covered with a red cloth. Director Diao stood beside it with a serious expression. He told Shu Lin that the thing inside was extremely valuable and could be described as priceless. The reason why Jianhua School was able to become a key school was not because of its teachers, but because of this thing. At this time, the principal announced that the next moment would be the most exciting one. They were about to see Jianhua Middle School's treasured artifact. May the light of the treasure illuminate the students' future. May the students take this moment as a starting point to open up another glorious chapter in their lives. The next second, the red cloth was pulled away. The light emitted by the treasure illuminated every student's face. Everyone widened their eyes in anticipation. However, after the red cloth was pulled away, there was only a bare boulder. Inside, Shu Lin was speechless. It was just a stone. They actually made it so dramatic. Hearing this, Fatty couldn't help but retort. This is not just a stone. This is a rare natural attribute spirit stone. As long as you touch it, it will then determine the attribute energy contained within the human body and emit different lights. Different colors represent different attributes. This spirit stone of Jianhua High School can not only measure attribute affinity, but also rare attributes. Affinity determines the potential for cultivation. Rare attributes are thunder, chaos, ice, and shadow. Those who possess these 4 attributes have unparalleled talent. Legend has it that they formed an organization to guard the 4 directions and protect the human territory. In short, this spirit stone is more important than the principal's life. It has unparalleled value. At this moment, Shu Lin suddenly realized why they wanted to cut his nails this morning. It was to avoid scratching the spirit stone. Soon, the graduate attribute test officially began. The first student to take the test was Chu Zhongding. He was not only the school beauty of Jianhua High School, but also one of the top students in terms of strength. Everyone believed that he could enter the 3 major academies. Countless fans cheered for him in the audience. However, the representative of the Vanguard Academy was speechless. The first one to come up was so high profile. It was too exaggerated. At this time, the representative of the Xuanwu Academy quietly told them that this person was the eldest daughter of the Chu family, known as the most talented student in the city. The woman was very disdainful. Jianhua High School was located in a 3rd-tier small city. She didn't believe that a genius could come from here, but the man said that a phoenix could still rise from a remote area. Let's wait and see. Soon, Chu Zhongding walked onto the platform. Director Diao told him to just put his hand on it, and the spirit stone would automatically test his attributes and abilities. Hearing this, the girl put her hand. Go up. Then the spirit stone gradually emitted a blue light. The next second, a flash of fire suddenly burst out from above the spirit stone. Everyone widened their eyes and waited expectantly. Soon the firelight gradually took shape and transformed into a blue ice phoenix. The representative of Xianfeng Academy immediately recognized that this was the ice-type talent. Phoenix cried to the 9 heavens. At this time, the students in the audience also became restless. Their school beauty actually had the rare ice-type talent, worthy of being the woman they always wanted to marry. She was truly outstanding. The representative of the Vanguard Academy announced publicly that they had decided on this girl. After hearing this, the representatives of other academies all spoke out in sarcasm. They had just said that others were bluffing, but now they changed their faces faster than flipping a book. The principal was very satisfied with this result. Their academy was indeed full of talent. Then he invited the second student to the stage. The next person to be tested was Li Xinghai. After Li Xinghai put his hand on the spirit stone, the spirit stone immediately made a rustling sound. Then, a purple lotus bloomed above the spirit stone. Li Xinghai also had a rare attribute. The shadow fatty was speechless. Committing arson and murder leads to a golden belt. This scoundrel's luck was actually so good. At this time, Shu Lin felt that this feeling was very similar to the old Taoist priest in the back mountain. But, the old Taoist priest in the back mountain had clearly been killed by the little turtle. Everyone saw this scene and started discussing it amongst themselves. Jianhua Middle School hadn't seen a rare attribute in several years, and this year, 2 had appeared at once. Meanwhile, Li Xinghai's underlings were also in tears. Brother Xing is so awesome. They will have security in the future. Seeing this, the academy representatives were even more excited. It was so right to come to Jianhua this time. After learning that he was a shadow attribute, Li Xinghai smiled sinisterly. He also has a rare attribute. He is the one who deserves Chu Zhongding the most, and Shu Ling is just a mediocre piece of trash. After today, he will never have the chance to compete with him for Zhongding again. The attribute test continues, but the next result was not so amazing. Zhou Dan Niu is earth element. His talent affinity is very weak. Zhou Wafei is fire element. His talent affinity is also average. Sun Xianyu is of the metal element. Note: Jingxi likely refers to metal in the context of the 5 elements. Please verify. His talent affinity is medium. Soon, 20 minutes passed. The following students have low potential. Most of the students at Jianhua Academy are indeed mediocre. Then it was Fatty's turn to be tested. He is earth element. His talent affinity is above average. However, the next second, Director Diao discovered that he was actually born with dual elements. This news undoubtedly excited everyone present again. Fatty has both metal and earth attributes, and the affinity of metal is even higher than that of earth. Director Diao excitedly patted him. Although not a special attribute, being born with dual elements is also very rare. After hearing the news, Fatty ran back excitedly to share his joy with Shu Ling. He has suffered so much on the path of cultivation that he wanted to give up, but now all the suffering has become worthwhile. He really is a genius, a true genius. At this moment, Shu Ling's name finally came from the podium. Shu Ling strode forward. Finally, it was his turn. He really wanted to know, in the world of cultivation, what kind of talent he would possess. After Shu Ling stepped onto the platform, everyone's eyes were fixed on him. Note: should be him. Assuming Shu Ling is male based on previous lines, Chu Zhongding stared at his back. Note: assuming Chu Zhongding is female, her heart filled with anticipation and worry. Soon, Director Diao ordered Shu Ling to put his hand on the spirit stone. However, after he put his hand on it, the spirit stone did not react. Instead, she immediately withdrew her hand. Burned by the spirit stone, the students saw him dilly-dallying there, and immediately became impatient. After all, they had been standing on the playground all morning. Li Xinghai didn't know what Shu Ling was up to. Seeing Shu Ling withdraw her hand, Director Diao encouraged him to try again. He assured Shu Ling that the spirit stone wouldn't hurt him. Shu Ling stood before the spirit stone, mentally preparing himself for a long time. Perhaps it was just his imagination earlier. After all, so many students had tested it without any problems. Then he placed his hand on it again. However, this time, the spirit stone firmly sucked his hand in. Not only that, the spirit stone also became extremely hot, just like a red-hot branding iron. Seeing this, Director Diao also thought he was putting on an act. He warned Shu Ling, "Those present below are inspection teams from various academies. Don't joke with your own future." However, Shu Ling cried out in collapse, "My hand is really stuck. I can't get it off." The next second, he even saw his palm completely scorched. He screamed and pulled his hand away, falling onto the ground. However, after leaving the spirit stone, his hand was unharmed. Just as Shu Ling was puzzled, the spirit stone suddenly cracked. Everyone looked at the platform in horror. From the spot where Shu Ling touched it, cracks gradually appeared on the spirit stone. The next second, the spirit stone made a loud bang and shattered. Shu Ling and Director Diao's jaws dropped open in unison, staring blankly at the pile of broken stones. For a moment, the entire school was silent. At this time, everyone's eyes were on the platform. Everyone's face was filled with horror. The principal couldn't believe what he was seeing, stuttering and unable to speak. At this moment, the ceremonial lady suddenly walked up to him and definitively told him that the testing spirit stone had shattered. The principal immediately lost his composure, screaming that he would destroy that little brat Shu Ling. Even though everyone was trying to stop him, the principal still yelled at Shu Ling, "I'm going to bash your head in." Seeing this, Director Diao was also very scared. In over a decade, he had never seen the principal so furious. Then he told Shu Ling to run away quickly. If the principal really made a move, 100 Shu Lings wouldn't be enough to die. Hearing this, Shu Ling immediately ran off the platform and hurriedly left the playground. In a panic, he plunged into the library. Hiding in the library, the principal shouldn't be able to find him for a while. However, after entering the library, he suddenly felt very uncomfortable. Especially his chest felt inexplicably tight. He thought he was just out of breath from running, but a sharp pain suddenly shot through his heart. The next second, his legs went weak and he collapsed on the ground. At this moment, a man hurried over. After Shu Ling opened his eyes, he found himself stripped naked, and another man was sitting naked opposite him. Shu Ling was shocked and kicked him. "This pervert, how dare he do this to me?" After being kicked, the man didn't fight back. Instead, he continued to cultivate his energy and exhaled a long breath. While getting dressed, he told Shu Ling that Shu Ling had just deviated his true qi. He had helped him channel it, and by the way, helped him break through the aperture realm and enter the first level of qi refinement. Shu Ling pointed at himself. his face full of disbelief. Breaking through to chi refinement requires guiding the spiritual energy of heaven and earth into the body, and then condensing true chi into the chi sea. He hadn't done anything. It was impossible to enter the first level of chi refinement. The man immediately praised him for having a good foundation of knowledge. But when he found him, there was already a tyrannical true chi in his body. Presumably, it was absorbed during the attribute test. But this true chi was too overbearing, and directly forced open Shu Ling's 9 apertures. The man used all his strength to guide it, and helped him break through successfully. This kid was really audacious. For his own selfish gain, he destroyed the cornerstone of Jianhua Academy. But if one doesn't act for oneself, heaven and earth will destroy them. He could understand him. After hearing these words, Shu Ling immediately defended himself. He didn't understand why the spirit stone shattered. The man thought he was still making excuses, and sarcastically said he had mastered the essence of thick-faced black-heartedness. But he didn't care about that. On the contrary, he admired it. Shu Ling invited him to join Xuanwu Academy. The man told him that the testing spirit stone didn't detect his attribute, meaning he had no talent for cultivation. But Shu Ling had used some method to absorb the spiritual energy of the spirit stone, and become the first student in Jianhua Middle School to break through to chi refinement. Xuanwu Academy widely recruited talented individuals, and was committed to using the best teachers to help students find their own path of cultivation. One's own path was the most correct path. This was also the reason why Xuanwu Academy had surpassed other academies and ranked first for decades. Fatty had mentioned to Shu Ling before that Xuanwu Academy's teaching methods were very radical and very suitable for him, but Shu Ling didn't believe he could join Xuanwu Academy so easily. He could join Xuanwu Academy so easily, seeing that he was willing to join. The man was very happy, but Xuanwu Academy had a tradition. New students had to fight with senior students, so that they would know there were always people stronger than themselves. The next second, the man rubbed his hands together, preparing to teach his junior a good lesson. Shu Lin hadn't figured out what was going on before he was forced onto the battlefield. Seeing that the man had already made his move, he could only keep dodging. Unexpectedly, the man actually tore his school uniform with his first move. Shu Lin wanted to plead poverty, but the man told him that the snacks he destroyed were enough to buy a whole city. Then he continued to attack him. Shu Lin was really angry this time, because he had already explained that he didn't break the snacks on purpose. Afterwards, Shu Lin used his special move, Basic Fist. The man didn't expect that punch to be so powerful, and immediately shattered the bookshelf. But this was the result he wanted to see. Then the two began to fight back and forth. However, Shu Lin only used one type of boxing. Seeing this, the man guided his attack. While dodging, he pulled Shu Lin, running and leaping across the library. At this time, the principal was drinking himself into a stupor in his office. Director Diao advised him not to drink anymore, saying that he shouldn't mistreat his body no matter what. The principal was very sad. This spirit stone had been passed down from generation to generation since the school was founded. But now it had been destroyed during his tenure. That little brat Shu Lin, he really wanted to crush him. However, the next second, the principal lay back in his chair and sighed. The spirit stone was already destroyed. There was no point in blaming Shu Lin anymore. Forget it. The principal got up from his chair and muttered to himself, "Don't be angry. Don't be angry. Life is like a play." He told Director Diao that the painting in front of them was "Don't be angry," left by the former principal. He would recite it every time he couldn't control his emotions, and would find it very beneficial. People should be open-minded when they get old. If one can't think straight after a little setback, they can't shoulder great responsibilities. Seeing this, Director Diao immediately complimented the principal's broad-mindedness, saying it was an example for everyone to learn from. After being complimented, the principal felt better. He pointed to the buildings outside the window and told Director Diao that these buildings were very beautiful, especially the library. He even participated in its design. However, at this moment, a loud bang came from the library. The next second, the library that the principal was so proud of collapsed in front of him, completely turning into ruins. Seeing this, Director Diao immediately looked at the principal with a horrified expression. After the two reacted, they immediately rushed to the library. The principal's face was full of disbelief. The library he was so proud of had turned into ruins. He knelt on the ground helplessly, crying out about the cultivation techniques passed down by his predecessors. It's all in the library. What sin did he commit? Why would God do this to him? Director Diao is still maintaining a rare calmness. He persuaded the principal not to be sad for now. Saving the cultivation method is more important. However, in the next second, he found someone crushed under the rubble. In comparison, saving lives is more important. He and the principal worked together to move the stones, and found that the person underneath was Shu Lin. Director Diao helped him up, and asked him what had happened. However, when he looked back, he found that the library had collapsed. He blurted out, "The power of the foundation stage is so great." As soon as Director Diao heard this, he knew that this kid had caused the library to collapse. Then he silently looked at the principal. At this moment, the principal tremblingly reached into his clothes, and took out a few quick-acting heart relief pills. He popped them into his mouth. Seeing this, Director Diao immediately broke out in a cold sweat. He persuaded the principal to give Shu Lin a chance to explain. However, at this time, the principal was so angry that he seemed to be on fire. He muttered, "Don't be angry," but it didn't have any effect. He looked at Shu Lin, and scolded him for being so insensible. It's damn obvious it's his fault. Then he rolled up his sleeves, wanting to give him a beating. Seeing this, Director Diao immediately stepped forward to stop him. The principal cannot hit students. Otherwise, he is likely to be dismissed. At this moment, a voice suddenly appeared, stopping the principal. The principal saw that it was Li, a student from Xuanwu College. Student Li explained to him that he was the one who started the fight. Shu Lin also didn't control his strength well, causing such a big commotion in Jianhua Middle School. Is Xuanwu's responsibility. Xuanwu College will definitely not let the principal suffer losses in vain. Since student Li had said so, the principal did not pursue the matter further. He told Shu Lin that he was lucky to have survived this time. After going to Xuanwu College, he should also come back and visit his alma mater often. After all, according to the rules, he is still a member of Jianhua Middle School before graduation. But if he causes any more trouble during this time, he can't blame him for being ruthless. Seeing this, student Li immediately assured the principal that Shu Lin already knew he was wrong, and there would definitely not be a next time. Hearing this, the principal immediately told them both to leave quickly, and not to appear in front of him for the next 2 days. Don't show up in front of me again these couple of days. Director Diao didn't expect that the principal would just let them go. The principal explained to him that the representative from Xuanwu College valued Shu Lin very much. After the spirit stone was broken, he immediately expressed his willingness to bear all the losses. Compared to spirit stones, the library is nothing. They will definitely compensate according to the price. Director Diao listened, and immediately exclaimed that Xuanwu College was indeed wealthy. But he didn't know why they chose Shu Lin. He saw it clearly. Shu Lin was a talentless cultivator with no attributes. He just didn't know what method he used to break the spirit stone. The principal told him that Shu Lin had a big secret. The world of cultivation is full of wonders, and nothing is impossible. Don't let your vision limit your imagination. After Director Diao thanked the principal for his teachings, the principal left alone. That night, Shu Lin sat at home alone, still feeling that what happened today was somewhat unbelievable. He was so easily recommended to Xuanwu Academy. It feels a bit hasty. After thinking for a long time without any results, he started to make the most of his time to cultivate. Just learned the basic fist technique. Fist 1. He could already take on the school library. Then after he learns the rest, wouldn't he be able to overturn a planet? Then he started practicing while chanting. When someone attacks, I yield. When they retreat, I pursue. When they are prepared, I wait. When they are weary, I strike. He found Fist 1 fierce and strong, but Fist 2 was meticulous and enduring, much like Tai Chi from his previous world. However, half an hour later, he collapsed on the bed exhausted. Although Fist 2 seems slow and gentle, it was extremely tiring. Soon he couldn't take it anymore, and fell asleep on the bed. However, after falling asleep, he suddenly arrived in an empty space. At the same time, he was holding a chamber pot in his hand. A strong stench emanated from the pot. He pinched his nose and held the chamber pot far away, completely clueless about what was happening. Suddenly, a voice came from behind him, startling him into dumping the chamber pot on the other person's head. Shu Lin, covered in excrement, immediately dodged to the side. However, the next second, he realized the person in front of him was actually Meng Mo. Meng Mo glared fiercely at Shu Lin. Nothing good ever happened when this jinx bumped into him. Seeing this, Shu Lin immediately realized he was dreaming again. Meng Mo told him he had intruded into Wu Xin's dream again. Meng Mo had carefully considered it. It was unrealistic to keep Shu Lin from sleeping at night. So from now on, whenever Shu Lin entered Wu Xin's dream, Meng Mo would arrange a minor role for him, preventing him from intersecting with Wu Xin's main storyline, until he found a way to stop Shu Lin from entering the dream. This time, Shu Lin only needed to honestly play the role of a Danzong handyman. Hearing this, Shu Lin immediately asked what a handyman did. Meng Mo told him a handyman's job was to clean chamber pots. Shu Lin didn't expect Meng Mo to arrange for him a chore of cleaning chamber pots. He immediately pinched his nose in protest and demanded a more respectable task. However, there's no way. The Dan sect only has lowly laborers who scrub buckets. He has no interaction with Wu Xin. This time, Wu Xin is playing the role of the Dan sect leader's daughter. Her Prince Charming is the Dan sect's eldest senior brother. The eldest senior brother will rescue her when the demonic clan attacks. The two will fall in love because of this. The dream demon warns Shu Lin that no matter what, he must not let Wu Xin see him in the dream. Suddenly, someone comes looking for laborers. To avoid exposure, the dream demon has to leave. Before leaving, he warns Shu Lin again to remember his words. Otherwise, he will give him a 0 on the final exam. Shu Lin is embarrassed. He even threatened him with exam scores. It seems that the dream demon doesn't know that he has been recommended by Xuanwu. But he doesn't plan to cause trouble either. He obediently carries the bucket and plays the role of a laborer. However, after he walked up the stone steps, he discovered that a lot of people had gathered up ahead for some unknown reason. He was curious and squeezed through to watch the commotion. This look was important. He saw Wu Xin sparring with a man. It seemed that the man was her junior brother. Shu Lin was surprised. He ran into teacher Wu so soon. In the crowd, Wu Xin was praising the man for his exceptional talent. She said that the man was handsome and talented, and said that master wanted to find him a worthy Dao companion. After hearing this, the man immediately blushed and rejected Wu Xin, teasing him for clearly having feelings for her, but still being stubborn. At this time, the man had a shy expression. He explained to her that he already had someone in his heart. Upon hearing this, Wu Xin immediately offered to have master set them up. At this moment, someone in the crowd suddenly started chanting, "The person's second senior brother likes is her. If Wu Xin is willing to marry him, he will definitely go crazy with happiness." However, at this time, the man suddenly scolded the other person. In his heart, senior sister and eldest senior brother are a match made in heaven. He is not worthy of senior sister's favor. Although he is deeply infatuated with Wu Xin, he knows his place, and would never, for his own selfish desires, ruin senior sister's lifelong happiness. All these years, he often looked up at the starry sky, and held back his tears, because he knew that eldest senior brother was senior sister's destined husband. As long as senior sister occasionally remembers him, he would be content. Then the man soared into the clouds and left. At this time, the background music slowly started playing. One person's fulfillment is better than three people's entanglement. Second senior brother's love scene has ended. Shu Lin couldn't help but admire that the dream demon was such a talented screenwriter. However, at this time, a man suddenly appeared and viciously kicked Shu Lin. Shu Lin was kicked to the ground. His body was in excruciating pain. The man scolded him, saying that this was not a place for lowly people like him. At this moment, the commotion here suddenly caught Wu Xin's attention. The man explained to her that the bucket scrubbing laborer was disobedient and insisted on coming to join in the fun. That's why he got beaten. Then he immediately urged Shu Lin to leave. Everyone sighed. This servant probably also wanted to catch a glimpse of senior sister's beauty. After all, senior sister is as beautiful as a celestial fairy. Meanwhile, Wu Xin looked at her departing figure and found it somewhat familiar. At this moment, the bell and drum in the drum tower suddenly rang out. The man on watch kept striking the bell, warning the clan of the demonic invasion. By this time, the demons had already arrived at the city gates. They not only had 4 ears, but also a pair of wings on their backs, which were very advantageous for attacking. At this moment, the man in the lead gave an order, and the demons launched a massive attack on the Danzong. The Danzong clan members also took out their weapons and prepared to fight back. Just then, the second senior brother suddenly returned. As soon as he appeared, he stood in front of senior sister and urged her to leave quickly. He said he could handle the rest by himself. Meanwhile, Shu Lin and the others also encountered demons. As soon as the man saw that it was a demon soldier, he immediately trembled with fear. His martial arts skills were not high, and he couldn't gain an advantage in a one-on-one fight with a demon. So he wanted to use Shu Lin as bait, and wait until the opponent was exhausted, before he took advantage of the opportunity to strike. Seeing this, Shu Lin didn't know if the demons in his dreams were powerful, so he decided to use the quiver for a long-range attack. to test the opponent's strength. In the next second, he leapt and threw the quiver directly. The quiver hit the opponent's head directly. Then the demon fell to the ground and died. Shu Lin couldn't help but sigh, since that worked. Seeing this, the man immediately ran over to check. He didn't believe that a mere servant could kill a demon soldier. So, he assumed the quiver was some unknown magical weapon. Shu Lin was worried about Wu Shen, so he decided to go check on her. Seeing this, the man also followed with the quiver. On Wu Shen's side, the second senior brother was already seriously injured. Protecting her, the demons were numerous and powerful, had surrounded the Danzong clan members. The leading demon man mocked them for being too nervous. Losing one's head is nothing more than a bowl-sized scar. There's no need to be so afraid. The second senior brother snorted and said, to capture the thief, first capture their king. As long as he could control the demon leader, they could turn defeat into victory. However, in the next second, the second senior brother was struck by the demon leader. Blood instantly gushed from his mouth. After being thrown to the ground by the demon, he immediately shouted to the sky, Danzong is in danger. Eldest senior brother, please appear quickly. At this moment, a large golden sphere suddenly appeared from behind Danzong mountain, emitting a boundless radiance. Then a golden light shot out from the sphere, illuminating the faces of everyone on the battlefield. The second senior brother's face was filled with excitement. This is the aura. Eldest senior brother. He has emerged from seclusion. Shu Lin and the man hid behind. Secretly observing, they saw a golden light flash from behind Danzong mountain. The man was overjoyed. It's eldest senior brother. He's out of seclusion. As soon as eldest senior brother makes a move, there will be a bloodbath. This time, those demons are definitely finished. At this moment, a voice came from the golden light. Demon Xiao Xiaoan, you dared trespass on Danzong's forbidden grounds? Then a man appeared before everyone. He had delicate eyebrows and bright eyes, and a handsome face. With a single glare from the man, the demons felt an intense pressure. The demon leader told everyone that the person before them was the legendary Danzong's chief disciple, capable of taking someone's head from 1,000 miles away. Although he was not in the Zhonghu martial arts world, legends about him circulated throughout. When Wu Xin saw the man, her heart immediately fluttered. Handsome men always exuded such domineering aura. The eldest senior brother looked up at everyone and greeted Wu Xin gently. The crowd was exhilarated. It seems that eldest senior brother has broken through to a new realm. Quickly, let them witness the power of the Dan sect. At this moment, the demon leader couldn't wait any longer. He wanted to see if this martial arts legend lived up to his reputation. Hearing this, eldest senior brother looked at the demon leader coldly. Since you are so eager to die, then I will grant your wish. In the next second, he unleashed the Dan sect's ultimate move, the Raging Thunderfinger. A bolt of lightning shot out from the man's fingertip. Suddenly, the earth shook and the sky trembled. The force was incredibly intimidating. However, after the smoke cleared, the demon leader was completely unharmed. Eldest senior brother couldn't believe this outcome, but the opponent had already tested his strength. It seems that the Dan sect's eldest senior brother was nothing more than a fraud. Even more shockingly, the demon leader discovered that his own cultivation was rapidly increasing. Now it was his turn to attack. He opened his large mouth and absorbed the energy of heaven and earth. After gathering it in his mouth, he immediately spat it out. However, this energy of heaven and earth possessed unparalleled power. The energy instantly engulfed eldest senior brother. With a loud bang, blood started pouring from eldest senior brother's 7 orifices. He fell from the sky. Everyone rushed over and surrounded eldest senior brother. Second senior brother, after examining him, discovered that all of eldest senior brother's meridians were severed. The demon leader's cultivation was unbelievably high. Suddenly, the demon leader noticed that some blue gas had inexplicably appeared on his body. Meanwhile, the man was still hiding in the distance. He hadn't expected that even eldest senior brother would be no match for them. It seemed that the Dan sect's days were numbered. But in his hand, he held a magical weapon capable of slaying demon soldiers. It seemed that today, it was his turn to save the sect. If he succeeded, his fellow senior brothers would surely make him the sect leader, and eldest senior sister would marry him. With this thought, the man was filled with courage. He charged towards the demon leader with his quiver. Then, he threw it with all his might at the demon leader's head. The quiver first struck the back of the demon leader's head. Then, it bounced off and fell to the ground. But the devil was not only unharmed, but even discovered his location. The man was instantly shocked. How could it have no effect? Could it be that he operated it incorrectly? However, at this time, the devil had already raised his bow barrel. A mere Danzong rat actually uses such a filthy thing as a weapon. He doesn't even have the most basic respect. The next second, he let out a furious roar. The man was instantly surrounded by blue gas. However, after a loud bang, his body disappeared on the spot, leaving only a pool of blood. No one expected that the devil's strength was so terrifying. Their eyes widened in shock. But Danzong's actions had already angered the devil. He turned to face the Danzong people. Now it's their turn. It's their turn. Wu Xin felt a sudden surge of uncertainty in his heart. The dream that Meng Mo created this time was too strange. It actually made him feel scared. Meanwhile, Shu Lin also felt strange. The plot seemed to have completely gone off track. At this moment, Meng Mo suddenly appeared beside him and told him that the nightmare had been born. Shu Lin was startled by him and asked him irritably, "What the hell is nightmare?" It turned out that nightmare was the master of nightmares. It stemmed from the dreamer's inner fear and anxiety. The appearance of nightmare would severely deplete Wu Xin's mental strength and even make him mentally disturbed. He would always be sleepy and unable to wake up. Shu Lin didn't expect things to be so serious. He immediately asked if there was a solution, but Meng Mo told him that ever since Shu Lin entered Wu Xin's dream, he had lost control of the dream. Things have come to this point. The only way to solve the problem was for Shu Lin to defeat nightmare. Otherwise, not only would Wu Xin be severely injured, but the two of them would also be trapped in the dream forever. Unable to wake up, nightmare looked at the people trapped by him and then smiled slightly. He told Wu Xin that his good days were over. Hearing this demon call out his real name, Wu Xin was stunned. Only then did he realize that the other party was not the demon leader at all. But who was it then? The other party told him that Meng Mo always created beautiful and happy dreams, but life should be a mixture of bitterness and happiness. To enjoy happiness, one must endure suffering. It was because Wu Xin always kept running away from those sufferings that he had given birth to his current self. Then nightmare smiled wickedly. Prosperity leads to decline. Extreme joy begets sorrow. Now it's time for me to collect my debt from Wu Xin. Looking at everything in front of him, Wu Xin understood that his dream was out of control. But how could this happen? He looked around nervously, calling out for Meng Mo. However, nightmare told him that the good-for-nothing Meng Mo couldn't save him. He would stay forever in the nightmare and never wake up again. Looking at such a powerful demon, Shu Lin felt that as a newbie in refining, going out would only lead to death. But the dream demon looked ahead and told him that in the dream world, it's not cultivation that matters, but mental power. As long as one knows how to use mental power, one can become invincible in dreams. Hearing this, Shu Lin was startled. Seeing that he didn't understand, the dream demon explained what invincibility meant. It's like being a creator, able to control everything. The way to use mental power in dreams is to let your imagination run wild. Shu Lin found it even more unbelievable. He thought it was absolute nonsense. Just by imagining, could a brick fall from the sky and kill someone? As soon as he finished speaking, something fell from the sky and smashed down on the dream demon. With a loud bang, it was clearly a brick. The dream demon was smashed. Baring his teeth, he held the brick in his hand and furiously searched for the culprit. Looking at the furious dream demon, Shu Lin was shocked. It actually worked. In fact, when Shu Lin defeated Pete Chen, the dream demon had discovered his powerful mental strength, which could subtly change dreams. This skill could allow Shu Lin to almost have the ability to make things happen in his dreams. Hearing that he could actually make his wishes come true, Shu Lin was once again in disbelief. He pointed at Wu Xin and asked the dream demon if he could make him wear a bikini. As soon as he finished speaking, there was a bang. Wu Xin's clothes really turned into a bikini. Seeing this change, the dream demon opposite was so shocked that his eyes widened. Wu Xin screamed in fright. Then he pointed at the dream demon and scolded him as a pervert, asking what kind of sorcery he used. The dream demon was also feeling wronged. Looking at everything in front of him, the dream demon only felt a headache. It seemed that letting Shu Lin stay in Wu Xin's dream was indeed very dangerous. But Shu Lin understood how to control his mental power. Then he stepped on a sword and flew out of the grass in a handsome pose. At this moment, someone in the crowd recognized her. It was actually that handyman from before. On the other side, Shu Lin, who was experiencing flying for the first time, also had a look of surprise on his face. This feeling is really awesome. Then he casually made a gesture, and a suit jacket appeared in his hand. He went forward and draped it over Wu Xin's body, telling her that he was there for her. Don't be afraid. Only then did Wu Xin realize that this person was Shu Lin. The second senior brother also came over. He couldn't believe that the toilet cleaning handyman could actually use magic. He thought that the other party must have secretly learned the cultivation techniques from the library. It's against the sect rules for non-disciples to steal cultivation techniques. They are to be executed according to sect rules. Shu Lin didn't want to hear his nonsense, and turned around to order him to shut up. As his words fell, the other party couldn't say a word. The crowd gathered around, and found that not only was the second senior brother's mouth gone, but it had turned into an anus. Wu Xin was about to speak, but Shu Lin waved his hand, and told him not to worry. He would take him out of the dream after he defeated the nightmare. Hearing this, the nightmare only felt that this kid in front of him was boasting shamelessly. Just based on him, he wanted to defeat himself? Everyone also laughed at his arrogant words, saying he didn't know his own limits. After all, even Shan Zong and Shuang Jia couldn't defeat this demon. The nightmare lowered his head, a playful look on his face. He was also very curious about how this little guy was going to defeat him. Shu Lin looked up with an innocent face, and asked if he could slap him until he begged for mercy. Hearing the other party tell him to slap himself, the nightmare was stunned. He thought this guy must have gone crazy from cleaning toilets. However, he soon felt something unusual. Then his hands started to disobey him. Meng Yan couldn't help but slap himself in the face. Realizing this, Meng Yan was completely speechless. However, Shu Lin felt that the force was too light, as if he hadn't eaten. He told him to put more strength into it. Meng Yan obediently started slapping himself harder, one after another. Soon, he had slapped himself into a pig's head. Watching him frantically slap himself, the demon soldiers panicked. They didn't know what was wrong with their boss. However, Meng Yan couldn't stop at all. He couldn't control himself. And those who had doubted Shu Lin earlier were completely shocked by the scene before them. Their mouths agape. The second senior brother felt that Meng Yan must be possessed by something evil. Otherwise, why would he slap himself? Seeing his curiosity, Shu Lin cheekily turned around and asked him if he wanted to try. He quickly waved his hands in refusal. Frightened, by this time, Meng Yan had slapped himself until his nose was bleeding, but he still couldn't stop, until he couldn't hold on any longer. He fell to his knees with a thud. He couldn't bear it anymore, and repeatedly begged Shu Lin for mercy, hoping that he could make him stop. He promised that he would never bother Wu Xin again, begging Shu Lin to spare him. But Shu Lin felt that it was too easy to let him off like this. He hadn't had enough fun yet. However, he still made Meng Yan stop. Meng Yan's face was so swollen that even his own mother wouldn't recognize him. His nose was bleeding, his hands were trembling, and he had even lost a few teeth. Seeing that he was no longer as arrogant as before, Shu Lin told Wu Xin that this was his inner demon, so it was up to him to decide what to do with him. Just then, Meng Mo walked over from afar. Seeing that he had finally appeared, Wu Xin loudly questioned him about what was going on. Hearing this, Meng Mo lowered his head and apologized to him. Then he told him that he had always wanted to give him the best things. But just like Meng Yan said, life has two sides, and one cannot only ask for the good side, and refuse to accept the negative things. He admitted that it was his constant pursuit of good things that had caused the dream to become unbalanced. If it weren't for Shu Lin this time, the consequences would have been disastrous. Hearing this, Wu Xin was also confused. He then realized that Shu Lin was actually real. Meng Mo told him that since the last dream lesson, for some reason, Shu Lin would enter his dreams every night. Hearing that someone had been in his dreams, sharing his dreams, and Meng Mo hadn't told him, Wu Xin was shocked. Seeing his agitation, Meng Mo bowed his head deeply. He had originally thought that he could handle it, so he didn't say anything. Seeing him act on his own, Wu Xin was extremely angry. This was simply outrageous. Just as he was about to blurt out that he had feelings for Shu Lin, he suddenly remembered that he was right next to him, and quickly shut his mouth. Then he sighed, and said he would not pursue the matter further. After all, no major mistakes had been made this time. Then he called Shu Lin over, and prepared to take him away from there. Meng Mo hurriedly asked Wu Xin what to do with Meng Yan. But Wu Xin didn't even look back, and told him to handle it himself. Shu Lin asked Wu Xin how to leave the dream. Last time I woke up when the sun came out, but it's obviously not time yet. However, the other party told him that once people dream of falling from a high place, they will wake up. So if you want to get out, the easiest and most effective way is to jump down from the steps in front of you. On the other side at this time, Shu Lin was sleeping soundly in bed. 1 second he was still blowing snot bubbles, but the next moment he suddenly woke up. Then he cried out, "Wow!" and sat up in bed in a cold sweat. He gasped for breath. He really woke up. It seems that Wu Xin is still experienced. After calming down, he felt that the room was cold. The window was open at some point. Just as he got up to close the window, he saw a person sitting on the bed from the reflection. He turned his head and was panicked by the sight in front of him. The person sitting on the bed was Wu Xin. Shu Lin joyfully asked him why he came, and he even came to him dressed like this. Hearing this, Wu Xin awkwardly pulled at his suspenders, and quickly explained that he was in a hurry to go out. Then he said the purpose of this visit was first to thank Shu Lin. If it weren't for him, he would have been trapped in a dream today. Then he told him that he planned to give the nightmare to him. These words shocked Shu Lin. Wu Xin thought that, since Shu Lin could inexplicably break into the dream created by the nightmare, it meant that there was some connection between them. Let the nightmare follow him. First, it would be more conducive for the nightmare to find the reason behind it. And second, it could also allow him to use the dream to improve himself. And he himself had figured it out. He used to be addicted to the illusory pleasure of sweet dreams. But from now on, he planned to return to reality, to find the happiness that truly belonged to him. Suddenly, someone outside the door shouted Shu Lin's name loudly. With a click of the doorknob, Shu's father poked his head in, and asked him with a smile why he was still not asleep so late. Seeing his father come back so suddenly, Shu Lin quickly asked him why he didn't say anything in advance. Only then did Shu's father realize something was wrong. There was a beautiful woman sitting on his son's bed. He jokingly teased, "My son has actually learned to bring girls home. If it weren't for this surprise attack, it seemed that he was planning to hide it from him." Shu Lin saw that his father had misunderstood, and quickly explained that Wu Xin was his class teacher. Hearing this, Shu's father's jaw almost dropped to the ground. He thought his son had finally learned how to get the girl. But who would have thought he had gone down the wrong path? He was so angry that he quickly called his son out. Shu Lin obediently followed him out. Before closing the door, he didn't forget to tell Wu Xin to wait a moment. He would be right back. A crescent moon hung in the sky. Father and son ordered some barbecue. Shu Lin complained to his father while eating, saying that he was talking about serious business with Wu Xin, and asking what was the point of being pulled out now. However, Shu's father didn't believe him at all. He slammed the cup on the table, and scolded him for going too far. He said that a son of his age should focus on his studies. But not only was he involved in romance, he even provoked the class teacher. He hoped his son would settle down, and not waste his time like he did when he was young, ultimately achieving nothing. Seeing his father so dejected, Shu Lin quickly said that he misunderstood, that things weren't what he imagined. But before he could finish, his father became furious. He hadn't lived to this age for nothing. Trying to fool him? No way. Suddenly, Shu Dad heard someone behind him recognize him. A table of people were laughing at him. The reason for taking leave was actually to discipline his son? Turning around, Shu Dad realized he knew this person too. Shu Lin curiously asked who the other person was. Shu Dad told him it was the foreman from his construction site, who had been giving him a hard time lately because of his work position. He just didn't expect to meet him here. As soon as he finished speaking, the fat foreman came over with a glass of wine, mocking Shu Dad for not only being bad at studying, but also being a terrible businessman. He said that people like Shu Dad, to use a foreigner's words, were losers. After speaking, he put his arm around Shu Dad's shoulder, and told him not to get his hopes up too high for his son. What kind of person he was. His children would be made of the same material. Seeing him belittle his son, Shu Dad quickly said that he was different from Shu Lin, that Shu Lin still had a bright future. The other man interrupted him, saying that his nephew, Zhou Dan Niu, was in the same class as Shu Lin, so he knew Shu Lin was a good for nothing. What kind of future could he have? He patted Shu Dad's face, and told him not to have unrealistic fantasies about his son. No matter how hard a piece of trash tried, it would still be trash. Seeing his father being bullied like this by the fat man, Shu Lin immediately warned him to take his dirty hands off. Hearing him speak up, both Shu Dad and the fat foreman were stunned. The underlings also heard Shu Lin call him boss. "You damn fatty." They all stood up and walked towards him. Someone even dragged a chair. Then the crowd surrounded Shu Lin, warning him to watch his mouth. "Didn't you learn how to talk to your elders at home?" Hearing the other party dare to call himself his elder, Shu Lin calmly said they were not worthy. After hearing this, the underling said, "Young people are like this. Little ability, big temper. He would teach him how to behave today." After saying that, he raised the chair and smashed it towards Shu Lin. Shu Dad was extremely nervous, but his son didn't dodge. Instead, his eyes narrowed. Then, with a casual raise of his hand, he blocked the chair. The underling was stunned. Then Shu Lin grabbed his wrist, and recited the incantation. Movement leads to separation. Stillness leads to unity. With a basic punch accompanied by Shu Lin's shout, he backhanded the chair into the other man's face. In the next second, the underling was knocked unconscious on the ground. Looking at everything in front of them, everyone was dumbfounded. A moment later, the red-haired underling was the first to react. He casually picked up a wine bottle and threw it at Shu Lin. The other person dodged lightly, then used a move of both hardness and softness. Borrowing strength to fight, he used his back to push against the other person's abdomen, then pushed slightly, sending the red-haired underling flying. With a bang, he actually sent the other person flying to the second floor. Looking at the shattered window, everyone was too shocked to speak. Was this still a Jianhua student? He was a monster. Then Shu Lin sternly warned them that if anyone dared to cause trouble for his father again in the future, he would break their legs. The fat foreman and the underlings were so scared that they broke out in a cold sweat. They quickly said they wouldn't dare to do it again. Hearing this, Shu Lin told them to pay for the boss's tables and chairs and get out. The other party repeatedly agreed. As they helped the injured underlings and prepared to leave, Shu Lin called out to them again. He said that his father was a little short on money recently. Give them a raise. Hearing this, the fat foreman subconsciously thought that being short on money wasn't a reason to raise wages. Seeing him dare to question him, Shu Lin's expression changed. Looking at Shu Lin's ferocious appearance, the frightened fat foreman quickly cried and promised not only to raise their wages immediately, but also to double them. Seeing that the other party had already gone far away, Father Shu came back to his senses and quickly inquired about his son's cultivation level. What's going on? Shu Lin called out to him, then seriously said, in the past, it was father who worked hard to raise and protect me. From now on, it's my turn to protect father. Hearing this, Father Shu didn't know what to say. After finishing these matters, Shu Lin returned home while complaining about his father wasting so much of his time. He opened the door. He thought Wu Xin should have gone back already, but he was startled when he saw someone in the quilt. Could it be that she really fell asleep here? Shu Lin walked to the bedside and called Wu Xin, but received no response. Sensing something was wrong, he grabbed the quilt with his foot, and then suddenly lifted it, but the sight before his eyes stunned him. Lying on his bed was actually the nightmare. He blushed, and looked at Shu Lin affectionately, then shyly told him that he was his from now on. Hearing this, Shu Lin spat out a mouthful of old blood. He then kicked the nightmare repeatedly, telling the pervert to stay away from him. A moment later, he calmed down and sat on the edge of the bed, thinking of a solution. He didn't expect Wu Xin to really leave the nightmare to him, but he couldn't even support himself, let alone the nightmare. Then he suddenly noticed a note on the table. Picking it up, it turned out to be from Wu Xin, telling him to treat the nightmare well for the rest of his life. She told him not to worry about the nightmare's daily needs. Just take him into the food sea, and he would be able to support himself. Then, she also explained the incantation to take the nightmare into the food sea. Looking at the note, Shu Lin immediately chanted the incantation. He then shouted loudly, preparing to take the nightmare into the food sea. However, there was no response. As the two stared at each other, suddenly the nightmare was the first to sense something unusual. Then his body became blurry. Then it turned into a vortex, rushing towards Shu Lin's forehead. Moments later, the entire person disappeared. Touching his forehead, Shu Lin couldn't figure out how big his stone sea was. So far, it was the third one that had entered. He sat on the bed, wondering if these people could live in harmony within his stone sea. On the other side, the sky was clear and vast. The nightmare suddenly appeared in the air, and then fell down. But when he saw everything in front of him, he felt that there must be a mistake. He had never seen such a vast stone sea in his life. Not only that, he even saw living creatures inside. It was a green turtle lying on the shore. Suddenly, the turtle quickly got up. Seeing this scene, the nightmare was instantly shocked. He felt that Shu Lin's divine stone sea was even more bizarre than his own dreams. Then, he saw the turtle suddenly waving its arms. He didn't know what this posture was for. However, he soon found out. As the turtle roared, mountains and seas overturned. With a boom, the sea surface instantly erected a wall of water. The nightmare felt extremely unlucky. Then he was swept away by the wall of water. At this time, a figure stood on another small island, watching the scene in front of him. And this old man in white was the ancient pagoda spirit that Shu Lin had taken in before. He looked at the wall of water, realizing that the little turtle had finally learned to be clever, knowing to hide itself in the monstrous waves, and then take the opportunity to sneak attack. It's a pity that this small trick could be easily broken with a wave of his hand. After saying that, he raised his hand and pointed into the void. With a loud boom, a large hole appeared where the spirit pointed, and the nightmare was hit right in the butt. The wall of water on the sea surface grew higher and higher. With a roar, it gradually subsided. The nightmare, having lost its support, was thrown in front of the turtle. Seeing him suddenly appear, foaming at the mouth, the turtle was extremely puzzled. He couldn't figure out where this person came from. The nightmare, who was thrown around in a daze, felt that Shu Lin must be his nemesis. Ever since he met him, he hadn't had a single good day. Seeing this, the turtle waved his arm to signal Qi Ling to stop for a moment, and told him that there was something going on his side. However, Qi Ling thought he was playing tricks. Why should he stop just because he said so? Hearing him call him Turtle Son, the turtle emphasized that his name was Dad, and told him to watch his mouth. Then he used the overwhelming mountains and seas again. He couldn't be blamed for being impolite. It was truly the other party's fault. However, this caused the nightmare to be swept into the air by the seawater again. Qi Ling thought the turtle did this out of frustration after being exposed. Watching him repeat the same trick, he just felt that reptiles really had questionable intelligence. Then he pointed his finger, and a golden light shot up into the sky, accurately hitting the nightmare inside. The nightmare cried out loud, clutching his smoking butt. At this moment, he truly hated Shu Lin. Early the next morning, Teacher Diao announced to the class that due to the recent reform of the high school entrance exam, the weight of practical combat ability had been increased in this exam. Therefore, the school decided to reopen the martial arts hall for graduating students. Hearing this, the students started discussing amongst themselves. They had never heard of such a place in the school. Seeing everyone's confusion, Teacher Diao told them that the place had been abandoned for a long time. The principal decided that except for the recommended students who could choose not to go, everyone else had to enter the martial arts hall for 3 months of special training. At this time, Li Xinghai suddenly raised his hand and asked if Chu Zhongding from class 2 would go. Teacher Diao pushed up his glasses and said that the martial arts hall was not only for combat practice, but also full of opportunities. Chu Zhongding was so promising that he would naturally go. Hearing this, Li Xinghai smiled and said that he would go too. The younger brother in front quickly turned around to flatter him, hoping that he would look after him when he went inside. The girl next to him also wanted to pair up with Li Xinghai, and said that she could both warm the bed and cook, and would definitely not let Li Xinghai be lonely. The fatty told Shu Lin that since the attribute test, Li Xinghai became the class's star of hope, the only one recommended for admission. Thinking about how the school hadn't announced his recommendation, and how Senior Li told him to keep it a secret, Shu Lin wondered if there might be any changes, if he hadn't ruined the snacks, causing Yuxin to miss the test opportunity. He would probably have been recommended too. At this moment, Teacher Diao asked all the students to stand up. Then he had everyone follow him to the dance hall. Starting today, they would begin their training. Soon, everyone arrived at the dance hall. The students lined up neatly, but looking at the empty room, they couldn't imagine what kind of opportunity this shabby place could offer. Teacher Diao told everyone not to worry. Then he walked towards the weapons nearby, grasping one of the axes. As his hand turned slightly, a crack appeared on the ground. Soon, a set of stairs appeared before everyone. Teacher Diao motioned for everyone to enter, and told them that below was the dance hall they were going to. Looking at the dark passage, some wondered if there would be monsters inside. Others believed that Teacher Diao wouldn't push his students into a fire pit. Soon, a portal appeared before everyone. The students walked in one by one. When it was Shu Lin's turn, he gently lifted his finger and touched it. Immediately, he was sucked in. As soon as he teleported, he was blinded by a strong light. Shu Lin quickly covered the light with his hand. Then he slowly opened his eyes, and was stunned by the sight before him the next second. A green field came into view. The students were all chatting happily, each holding a rabbit. The air was filled with the fragrance of flowers and birdsong. There were also many wild animals. Rabbits were hopping around. At this moment, Chu Zhongding appeared behind him, and told him disappointing news. These were all dead things. Shu Lin turned around at the sound, and saw that the other person was also holding a rabbit. Chu Zhongding picked up the rabbit and told him that the animals here are all puppets, injected with spiritual power and placed here, and their mission this time is to use these wild monsters to practice their moves, thus honing their practical combat abilities. At this moment, a male student next to them kicked the rabbit away. The little rabbit, hit by the kick, died on the ground just like that. Then, with a swooshing sound, many gold coins burst out from its body, along with a pink flower. Chu Zhongding told Shu Lin that killing puppets will yield spoils of war. However, he hadn't figured out how to spend these gold coins yet. At this time, Fatty was also sparring with a rabbit. He didn't understand why the school would seal off this place with such an easy cultivation method. Shu Lin, however, felt that things were probably not that simple. They came in a hurry and didn't bring any food, and these puppets were obviously not edible. So he suggested that they hurry up and make money, and later go look for a city or a shop nearby, or something like that. Chu Zhongding also wanted to team up with them. After all, 3 people acting together could look out for each other. Seeing this, Shu Lin readily agreed. With the help of this guaranteed admission student, his and Fatty's team would be greatly strengthened. Not far away, Li Xinghai was trembling with anger. He couldn't understand what kind of love potion Shu Lin had given Chu Zhongding. Why was it that no matter how much he gave, he couldn't even get a proper look from Chu Zhongding, who always actively approached Shu Lin? This thought made him tightly squeeze the rabbit in his hand. Then, he vented all his resentment on the rabbit. He used all his strength to treat the rabbit under his feet as Shu Lin, stomping on it frantically. The onlookers were dumbfounded. Shu Lin also thought this person was probably crazy and couldn't understand what he was doing. His underling advised him not to do this. After all, everyone was here to practice their moves. Why crush so many rabbits just to vent his anger? But the other party had already lost his mind, roaring and telling him to mind his own business. Just at this moment, the underling was frightened by the huge creature before him and froze in place. He pointed behind Li Xinghai, trembling as he told him to look back. The bewildered Li Xinghai turned around and saw a group of giant rabbits behind him, staring at him menacingly. Before they could react, the rabbits bared their teeth and launched an attack on them. Li Xinghai was also terrified by this scene, feeling that all he saw before him were monsters. He screamed and turned to run. At this moment, the students all reacted and fled in all directions, looking at everything in front of them. Shu Lin and Chu Zhongding were also stunned. It seemed that Li Xinghai had really stirred up a hornet's nest this time. At this time, Li Xinghai suddenly grabbed the girl who was supposed to be in a group with him and told her that it was time for her to be useful. Seeing her refusal, his expression suddenly changed. Then he forcefully threw her towards the rabbits. Seeing that something was attacking them, the rabbit monsters bared their teeth in anger. Then, with a wave of its hand, it sent the girl flying. In an instant, the students were even more frightened and fled in all directions. Shu Lin was also frightened by the scene in front of her and broke out in a cold sweat. She thought Li Xinghai was really crazy. The 3 of them stared blankly at the approaching army of rabbits. Suddenly, someone grabbed Shu Lin's wrist. Turning her head, she found that it was Yuxin, who anxiously urged her to leave quickly. Only then did the 4 of them turn and run. The rabbit army was also in hot pursuit. The 2 sides chased each other like this. An hour later, everyone was too exhausted to run anymore. Shu Lin was panting heavily. He looked back and wondered how long these rabbits would chase them. They had even attracted so many accomplices. The fat guy couldn't go on either. He had never run so far in his life. At this moment, Shu Lin pointed to the front and told everyone to hold on a little longer. Not far away, there was a city. Everyone suddenly regained their strength and quickly ran over. The fat guy was panting, feeling that he was finally saved. They stood under the city gate and shouted for help to the soldiers on the city wall, telling them that they were being attacked by wild beasts. On the city wall, a group of puppet soldiers stood in neat rows. Seeing that a beast tide was coming, the leading general immediately ordered the soldiers to prepare the cannons. Soon, a row of cannons was aimed at the bottom of the city. As the order was given, rows of cannonballs were fired. In an instant, the city below was engulfed in gunfire. Bursts of explosions blasted the rabbit monsters into pieces. Shu Lin and the others silently watched everything behind them. Outside the city gate, along with the explosions of the cannonballs, more and more monsters were blown up into the air. The roaring sounds rose and fell one after another. Soon the battle was over. The monsters lay motionless on the ground. Then from their bodies frantically started to appear gold coins. A moment later, the ground was a golden sea, so much that it was enough to bury those behemoths. Looking at the countless gold coins, the eyes of several people were almost blinded. Fatty couldn't help but drool. This time they struck it rich. Soon the appearance of the few of them left the people in the puppet city dumbfounded. They each pulled a flatbed cart with 2 full boxes of gold coins on it. Fatty didn't expect the city gate guards to not give them a hard time. Those monsters should have been theirs to fight. Shu Lin told him that those puppet people didn't have such high intelligence. He gave them some benefits and sent them away. Looking at the rows of streets in front of him, several people realized that this was the training camp. Accommodation and meals had to be settled here. Shu Lin pointed to the bank and suggested that everyone exchange the gold coins for silver notes or something. Otherwise, it would be too inconvenient to carry them like this. Then he looked into the distance, already thinking about where to go next. With so much money, they could have a good stroll and buy endlessly. A moment later, several people walked out of the bank, looking at the banknotes in their hands with their mouths agape, thinking that other students were still busy fighting in the wild, while they had already become wealthy. Fatty's face was full of excitement. At this time, bursts of fragrance wafted into his nose. He had smelled this since he entered Puppet City. Now that we have money, of course we had to go eat our fill. Yuxin and Chu Zhongding also tried on clothes by the roadside. They didn't expect that there would be such sophisticated clothing here. Immediately after, Yuxin discovered that the jewelry next to it was also very beautiful. Excitedly called Chu Zhongding to come and see. Shu Lin looked at their happy faces. They're all young people, with money in hand, of course. They can't help but spend it. Since that's the case, let's all go our separate ways and look around. And they agreed to meet back at the restaurant entrance. After buying things, we'll decide on a place to stay. The remaining time will be spent cultivating diligently. Everyone agreed with this proposal. Immediately after, Fatty acted like a god of wealth and threw a handful of money at the restaurant waiter, telling them to bring out the best wine and food. Shu Lin wandered aimlessly through the streets alone. He saw someone vigorously using high-quality pig iron to forge a long sword. Others were showing off new rouge to customers on the roadside. There were also wealthy people engaged in enthusiastic conversations. It was hard to imagine that these were actually lifeless puppets. This world is controlled by spiritual power, operating like a sandbox game. Shu Lin thought it was a truly grand undertaking. Suddenly, he heard a woman scream. It was a group of classmates harassing a woman. They were laughing and saying how good she felt, saying that touching her was no different from a real person. Shu Lin then realized that students from other classes had also entered. The two sides were tugging at each other, the classmates trying to drag the woman to the grove for pleasure. While she desperately struggled, an old man scolded them for their shameless behavior in broad daylight. Having no respect for the law, it was simply outrageous. The students were shocked upon hearing these words. Then, the boy who was touching the woman stepped forward and kicked the old man in the stomach. Not only did he curse him for being old and decrepit, but he also told him to mind his own business. The old man immediately fell to the ground. Then, with a swooshing sound, gold coins and various items burst forth. The boy looked at the old man's corpse and mocked him for being so weak. Several companions picked up the items that had dropped from the old man, discussing how they wouldn't need to leave the city in the future, as it would be more convenient to practice their skills on the city's residents. Just at that moment, a rhythmic sound of footsteps approached. A group of soldiers, weapons in hand, quickly surrounded the troublemaking classmates.
Seeing this scene, the few people were stunned, feeling a bit scared. However, some people also felt that the puppets in the training hall were for them to cultivate. So naturally, it was impossible to kill them. At this moment, the soldier leader read out the crimes in the street. Then he ordered the soldiers to execute the students on the spot. Hearing this, all the soldiers raised their weapons and struck down. Soon, the long-haired man's arm was injured. Seeing that the other party was really attacking him, he became scared. Everyone reacted, knowing that if they didn't use their skills this time, they would really die here. But they didn't have much actual combat experience, so how could they be a match for the soldiers? Soon they were surrounded, unable to fight back. A moment later, a stream of blood flowed to Zhu Lin's feet. He lowered his head and watched silently, until the bodies of his classmates were carried away by the soldiers. Only then did he understand that everything the teacher said was true. Before entering, Teacher Diao had warned them to be careful. The training in the training hall was intense and the casualty rate was high. But it increased actual combat experience. He told them to seize this training opportunity, but also warned them not to lose their lives because of it. Zhu Lin knew that, although these students had some cultivation, when they encountered real weapons for the first time, they would still panic. At the same time, he also realized that everyone's actual combat experience was indeed too lacking. By now, someone had come to clean up the blood on the ground. He thought the city would be absolutely safe, but now it seemed that he still had to follow the rules. He turned around and took out the silver notes, feeling that he should exchange them for some good equipment first. After making up his mind, Zhu Lin decided to go to the Jewelry Pavilion auction house ahead to try his luck, but before he could enter, he was stopped by two guards. A woman in red told him with a smile that this was a private club, and that only VIP gold cards were allowed inside. Zhu Lin took out his silver notes and told her that he didn't have a gold card, only these things. This action stunned the guards and the woman in red. Soon, Zhu Lin entered the hall of the venue. A woman in yellow poured him tea, and then, along with a woman in purple, one on each side, they began to serve Zhu Lin, letting him experience the decadence of the rich. The woman in purple told him that this was not only an auction house, but also a puppet city, a leisure place for high society. They were all prominent figures. The fat old man with a white beard was the famous salt merchant Zhu Mangguan. The bald man in yellow is Jin Chabao, the gold tycoon. The skinny man with long hair is a financial magnate. Zhen Yuchan, really rich, was there at that moment. The club owner took the stage for the opening ceremony. He quickly started showcasing the first auction item. He suddenly pulled off the cloth covering it. A jade dragon stone was revealed before everyone. The owner pointed at the stone and told everyone, although the origin of this jade is unknown, experts have identified it as an ancient relic. He then put his ear close to the jade and explained why it was called the jade dragon stone. It's because you can often hear the sound of a dragon's roar when you place it near your ear. He then stood up and set the starting price of the jade at 1.00 taels of gold. He then struck the gavel and announced the start of the bidding. As soon as he finished speaking, Zhu Mangguan shouted 2.00 taels. Everyone was in an uproar, seeing that the other party had doubled the price in one go. The owner was also very excited. Just as he was shouting the price, Jin Chabao raised the price to 2.50 taels. This made the owner even more excited. He held the gavel, ready to set the price. At this moment, Zhu Lin suspected that these two were colluding to trick him. After all, this was a stone whose purpose was unknown. Suddenly, he heard Qi Ling say that he had found a dragon meteorite. Zhu Lin didn't expect Qi Ling to speak today. He hurriedly asked if he was referring to the auction item on stage. The other party told him that the dragon meteorite was an ancient divine object that could absorb the words of a true dragon, combined with the spirit transformation technique. Its power would be even greater. Zhu Lin didn't expect that these two could be combined. He suspected Qi Ling was deceiving him. Note: possible typo. Should this be, he suspected Qi Ling was deceiving him. By this time, the price had been raised to 4.50 taels. He resolutely stood up and shouted out 100.00. These words stunned everyone present. Looking at everyone's surprised expressions, Zhu Lin smiled and emphasized, "I want this stone." Everyone then reacted. He had actually said 100.00. The owner was afraid he would go back on his word, so he quickly struck the gavel and declared Zhu Lin the winner of this astonishing prize. Jin Chabao thought this person must be crazy, but Zhen Yuchan felt that they had all been wasting their time before. Zhu Lin was the real tycoon. Just as everyone wanted to know who Zhu Lin really was, someone went on stage and told the Zhen Baoji owner some news. Note: Zhen Baoji appears to be the name of the establishment. Hearing what the person said, the owner became interested. He then excitedly announced that the next items to be auctioned were two new items that had been added temporarily. Then, a person-tall object covered with a red cloth was pushed onto the stage on a cart by a servant girl. Zhu Lin was also intrigued by the large sword before him. He stared wide-eyed at the stage. At this time, the owner began to introduce the item, guaranteeing that it would make everyone's mouths water. He made them drool with anticipation. Then he lifted the red cloth. It turned out that Yu Xin and Chu Jiangting were locked in the cage. The owner then announced that the starting price for these two exotic beauties was 100.00 taels. Seeing that the auction items were them, Zhu Lin gasped in shock. Note: should this be Zhu Lin, not Zhu Ling? Yu Xin and Chu Jiang stopped at the cage, anxiously looking outside. Zhu Lin was completely dumbfounded. They were clearly out shopping just now. How did they become auction items so quickly? Zhu Mangguan looked at the people in the cage, believing that such rare beauties were not earthly beings, so he immediately bid 100.00. Jin Qiabao certainly wouldn't allow such a fat pig. To spoil the beauties, he directly raised the price to 150.00. Zhen Yuchan immediately added to 180.00. And reminded Jinqiabao not to forget that his wife had a bad temper. The exposed Jinqiabao immediately retorted that he wasn't someone in the play. The two began to compete, going back and forth, raising the price to 250.00. Then it reached 500.00, even threatening to bankrupt himself to buy them. Zhu Lin only felt that Puppet City was very strange. It seemed calm but was full of hidden dangers. But no matter what, he had to redeem them first. But just as he stood up and was about to shout, there was a loud bang. The ground shook violently. No one knew what was going on. Everyone panicked, thinking there was an earthquake. At this moment, a soldier ran in panting, pointing outside and telling everyone to run. It turned out that a mountain had fallen from the sky and landed in the city, and the mountain was full of dogs. The soldier was obviously terrified. Hearing this news, everyone was stunned. Then they got up and ran outside. Everyone wanted to leave this place quickly. Zhu Lin also found it unbelievable. A mountain could fall from the sky, and the mountain was full of dogs. What was going on? But looking at the people fleeing everywhere, he felt puzzled. What kind of dogs could make these people run like this? But in any case, this chaos came at the right time. At this time, the jewelry shop owner's servant was about to push the cage away. But Zhu Lin walked over. Then he went forward and knocked the servant to the ground with one palm. Seeing him, the two people in the cage were overjoyed. Zhu Lin teased them that they were top students, yet they needed him to rescue them. Chu Jiang explained that they were trying on clothes, and somehow got drugged. Because the drug hadn't worn off, they were trapped in the cage. After hearing this, Zhu Lin smashed the cage open with one punch. Just as he rescued the two and was about to leave, the jewelry shop owner appeared behind him. He had long suspected Zhu Lin, but he didn't expect him to be so bold. Robbing an auction house was a serious crime. Then he ordered the soldiers behind him to take him down. The soldier swung his knife forcefully, but Zhu Lin easily dodged it. He was no longer a rookie with zero combat experience. The senior students at Xuanwu Academy had fought with real swords and guns. So dealing with these puppets was as easy as chopping vegetables. After saying that, he smashed the soldier in front of him into pieces with one punch. Another soldier, seeing his companion shattered with one move, was stunned. Zhu Lin reminded him not to be distracted, and then kicked him. With a bang, the soldier was kicked into the wall behind him. Seeing how formidable he was, the owner of Treasure Pavilion was also shocked. Seeing that he still hadn't left, Zhu Lin glared at him, frightened by this look. The other person was scared out of his wits, and immediately turned to run. He didn't forget to threaten Zhu Lin to wait, warning him that Treasure Pavilion wasn't easy to mess with either. Zhu Lin and the other two walked out of Treasure Pavilion, only to see corpses of puppet residents everywhere on the street. Gold coins and medicinal herbs were scattered around. Just as Zhu Lin bent down to pick them up, Yu Xin discovered that the restaurant where Fatty was eating had collapsed. The group quickly ran towards there, and saw Fatty sitting on the ground, muttering in a daze that he was in the middle of a good meal. When a mountain suddenly crashed into the restaurant. What kind of situation was this? Seeing that he was injured, Zhu Lin threw him a bottle of golden sore medicine, and told him to apply it both internally and externally. His injuries would heal quickly. Then, he gave Yu Xin the newly prepared Clear Zero antidote powder. They were lucky to have just picked up the ingredients on the roadside. Fatty was shocked as he took the medicine. Zhu Lin's alchemy skills had become so advanced. Chu Jiangting looked at the medicine in his hand, and thanked Zhu Lin. Zhu Lin told him that now was not the time for pleasantries. He turned his head, and looked at the mountain floating in midair not far away. The mountain was still slowly moving. Wherever it went, the residents of the city screamed and fled in all directions. The mountain wantonly destroyed the buildings in the city. Explosions could be heard everywhere it went. For a time, the screams of the residents continued. On the top of the mountain, there was a giant Bagua diagram. Next to it was a towering building. A dog, dressed in clothes, was standing and concentrating on steering the mountain. He laughed loudly, determined to let these foolish humans see how he would crush them to death. Seeing this scene, Zhu Lin's face darkened. He didn't expect it was actually a dog, and it was a husky. At this moment, Chu Jiangting spotted their leader, and quickly pointed him out to Zhu Lin. A small leg stepped out from inside the building. Walking in front was a Shar-Pei dog dressed in fancy clothes. He asked his subordinates how things were going outside. The subordinate confidently responded that the city's defenses were weak and could be breached any day. However, the leader felt that merely breaching the city wasn't enough. He wanted to leave no one alive in the puppet city, not even the chickens or the dogs. He then began to fantasize that the puppet city would be his domain in the future, until his subordinate reminded him that he should say, "Leave no chickens or people," since they themselves were dogs. Hearing this, the dog-headed leader realized something was wrong, and gnashed his teeth in anger. This was the reason why he hated humans so much. Whenever they were mentioned, there wasn't a single good word. So he gave a new order, commanding his subordinates to kill everyone in Puppet City, and leave no survivors. Hearing this, a pack of dogs charged towards the people in the city. Suddenly, fires erupted everywhere, and screams filled the air. Some were bitten by dogs. Others were struck by their broadswords. Zhu Lin was shocked. The dog people were actually rebelling, but since they were so arrogant, they needed to be taught a lesson. Seeing that he was about to fight the dogs, Fatty quickly warned him that those dogs looked very fierce. Zhu Lin replied that since they had entered the martial arts hall, they shouldn't be cowardly. Besides, these dogs had disturbed his meal. Didn't he want revenge? Hearing this, Fatty remembered, and trembled with anger. That meal had cost him a lot of money. Thinking of this, he couldn't wait for the others, and rushed out to fight those stupid dogs to the death. Zhu Lin realized that the martial arts hall was testing him anytime, anywhere. Since they couldn't avoid it, it was better to take the initiative. At this moment, a man was lying on the side of the road, still holding a chicken leg in his hand. Suddenly, a paw reached out. It was a chow chow gnawing on the chicken leg. This was also the reason why he liked to attack human cities the most. He could always find delicious food. Before he could finish rejoicing, he was hit by Fatty with a wooden stick. Fatty gnawed on a chicken leg, while boasting about how powerful his Buddhist avatar skill was. Hitting a dog's head was like hitting cotton. Yu Sin couldn't help but expose him, saying that he had clearly used a wooden stick. What did it have to do with the divine tree of severed limbs? However, the commotion here attracted the attention of other dogs. The dogs all turned around, baring their teeth and staring at them. Seeing this, Zhu Lin decided to take the initiative, shut the door and beat the dog. Zhu Lin clenched his fists tightly. Chu Jiangting and Yu Xin were also ready, poised to strike. Fatty stood in front of them with a wooden stick. He felt it was time to show his true skills. After saying that, he raised his wooden stick and charged first. However, he was soon chased by a group of dogs. Running for his life, shouting for help, he ran back. Yu Xin stretched out her hand and froze the dogs in front of her. Chu Jiangting also summoned ice blocks, hitting the dog soldiers on their heads, causing big bumps. Zhu Lin jumped up and quickly used basic punches against the dogs. In an instant, the dogs were sent flying. A surviving dog, seeing such a master in the puppet city, prepared to report to the sect leader, but before he could leave, Fatty knocked him unconscious with a wooden stick. Fatty gasped and exclaimed, "This is indeed a good place to practice actual combat skills." He felt that his strength had improved by leaps and bounds. Zhu Lin reminded him speechlessly, "The only thing that has improved by leaps and bounds is your sneak attack technique. It's better to spend this time practicing your cultivation techniques." Fatty felt that this was right, so he posed the Buddhist peanut style at a dog beside him. However, the dog bit his fist, instantly swelling his entire fist into a bun. Watching Fatty hopping in pain in the distance, the others were speechless. On the other side, a dog had already run to report to the sect leader that several outsiders had profound skills, and had already injured many of their brothers. He urged the sect leader to go and see. Seeing that his subordinates couldn't even handle this small matter, the Shar-Pei sect leader angrily scolded him as useless. Then he soared into the air, preparing to personally meet those masters. Fatty hid around the corner with a wooden stick, preparing to ambush a dog. He felt there was no need for a direct confrontation. One stick could solve it. However, the next second, he sensed something was wrong. He froze. Turning around, he saw a huge dog standing behind him. In a panic, he swung the stick hard at the dog's head, but the dog was unharmed, while the stick in his hand had broken in two. The big dog said, "The sect leader always says that humans are inherently vile, and most adept at trickery. Seeing it today, it's truly so. If humans had half the loyalty of dogs, there would be fewer tragedies in the world. After saying that, he quickly attacked Fatty. Fatty dodged repeatedly. The wall behind him shattered. He thought this dog must have practiced the iron cloth shirt of loyalty. But how could he outrun a dog? He was soon caught by the shoulder. Just as the dog was about to deliver a fatal blow, he had a sudden idea. He slammed his head against the opponent's. The Fatty clutched his head in pain, grimacing. Goozy, however, was shocked. His own body tempering skills were superb. How could he possibly be injured? He figured he must have been driven mad by the humans before him. It seemed that he wouldn't rest until he had killed them all. Then he tilted his head back, and, mimicking the Fatty, he slammed his head hard against the opponent's. A loud bang was heard. Blood splattered everywhere. Goozy was completely knocked out. The Fatty touched his forehead, thinking it was his own blood. He was surprised that he hadn't died. He soon realized the blood wasn't his. It seemed that the Buddhist body transformation technique he practiced could truly forge an indestructible body. Otherwise, his head would have exploded today. At this moment, the expert by Guzhangman's side discovered the subordinates frozen by ice in the city. He went forward to check. He realized it was a special attribute. No wonder these outsiders were so formidable. Just then, Yuxing behind him used the freezing technique on him. However, he easily dodged it. Seeing this, Yuxin was also astonished by the dog's speed. The expert dog realized that both Yuxin and Chu Jiangting possessed ice attributes, and were exceptionally talented cultivators. It was a pity that in the face of ultimate speed, no martial art could prevail. Against his own superior skills, they couldn't gain any advantage. Chu Jiangting was skeptical, and prepared to test the opponent's strength. With that, he quickly summoned ice blocks. The opponent leaped into the air, and dodged them all with a move called chicken flying dog jumping. Then Goozy took the initiative to attack, dashing towards Chu Jiangting. At the same time, he launched his second move, stealing chicken and touching dog. In an instant, Chu Jiangting's clothes were torn to shreds by his claws. With the sound of ripping fabric, Chu Jiangting had no power to fight back. He could only cover his chest. Seeing this dog acting indecently, Yuxin tried to freeze him with her powers. However, Goozy was too fast. She couldn't aim properly. She was also afraid of accidentally injuring Chu Jiangting. Yet, Chu Jiangting urged her to act quickly, or else his clothes would be completely stripped off by the dog. Zhu Lin watched with a nosebleed. He couldn't understand this attack method. It seemed to be solely aimed at tearing clothes. He wondered if he should help. Otherwise, Chu Jiangting will be exposed soon. After finishing speaking, he bent down and picked up a plate. He tossed it into the air forcefully, and told Goozy to catch it quickly. Seeing the rapidly spinning plate, Gaozi's eyes lit up. He didn't care about Chu Jiangting at all, and just quickly ran towards the plate. Just as he leaped up and caught the plate in his mouth, Yuxin seized the opportunity to use a freezing technique. Just like that, Goozy was successfully frozen with the plate in his mouth. The next second, there was a thud, and a large chunk of ice fell to the ground. Then Yuxin remembered to ask Zhu Lin how he came up with this idea. The other party embarrassedly explained that he had just guessed. Suddenly, Yuxin stared blankly at Zhu Lin's back. She saw Dog Master quickly flying over. He gritted his teeth and rushed towards Zhu Lin, determined to first get rid of this cunning boy. Chu Jiangting also noticed Dog Master, and quickly reminded Zhu Lin to be careful. Zhu Lin stood still, and used a punch, forcefully blocking Dog Master's fist. With a boom, Zhu Lin's body was knocked back quickly. Dog Master, however, didn't move an inch. He clutched his chest, and blood trickled from his mouth. He didn't expect the Shar-Pei to be at a higher level than him. It seemed that it had become a demon. Dog Master thought the other party was scared, and shouted that it was too late. Then he prepared to attack again. Chu Jiangting and Yuxin quickly stood in front of Zhu Lin, but were all knocked away by Dog Master with one move. Looking at the people sitting on the ground, Dog Master hovered in the air, his hands behind his back, mocking their overestimation of themselves. Then he landed on the ground, and declared that the canine race was loyal and brave. He hated treacherous and cunning people the most. As he spoke, he slowly walked towards them. He decided to kill Zhu Lin first, to let them know the consequences of being treacherous. End scene. But Fatty had already appeared behind him with a stick. Seeing this, Zhu Lin and the others were so nervous that they broke out in a cold sweat. Just as the dog sect leader was telling them to repent. In the afterlife, Fatty raised his stick high, getting ready to attack. He shouted, promising to give the dog sect leader a fatal blow. At the same time, he swung the stick down hard at the opponent's head. Fatty gripped the wooden stick and struck fiercely at the back of the dog sect leader's head. But before he could hit him, he was discovered. Seeing this treacherous person trying to sneak attack him, the dog sect leader gritted his teeth. His fist landed on Fatty's stomach. Then Fatty went flying. With a thud, he crashed heavily to the ground. Fatty didn't expect the Shar-Pei to be so powerful. The dog sect leader was also stunned. The other guy was clearly only at the aperture realm, so how wasn't he dead? While he was in a daze, his two paws were suddenly grabbed. Then Yushin and Chu Jiangting appeared on his left and right, freezing his paws. They told Zhu Lin to attack the dog sect leader now, but just as Zhu Lin rushed towards them, the dog sect leader suddenly unleashed his power. With a loud roar, he sent the two flying. He didn't expect that two brats who hadn't even reached Qi refinement would dare to stop him. As Yushin was sent flying and coughed up blood, she still warned Zhu Lin, who was charging forward, of the danger. However, the opponent did not stop attacking. The dog sect leader stood his ground. Seeing Zhu Lin rushing towards him, he figured that since he was eager to die, he would send him on his way. After saying that, he extended his claws and used 100% of his power against Zhu Lin. Looking at the streaks of golden light, Zhu Lin was dumbfounded. He quickly used Basic Fist 2 to block. This reaction was truly unexpected by dog sect leader. Then Zhu Lin's wrist turned. He used the move, Dao Xuan Xing Yi, Shifting Stars. Following that was, Si Liang Bo Qian Jin, 4 ounces deflect 1,000 pounds. Dog sect leader watched helplessly as the opponent grabbed his fist and directed the full force of that punch towards himself. But he was powerless. In the moment he was stunned. That fist heavily struck his chest. He looked at Zhu Lin in disbelief. A mouthful of blood spurted from his mouth. Then his body was knocked back repeatedly. He couldn't understand what this strange technique was that allowed the opponent to turn his own power against him. Dog sect leader clutched his chest. Knowing his ribs were broken, he raised his head and watched Zhu Lin and the others slowly walk towards him. Yushin and Chu Jiangting had also summoned ice blocks, ready to attack at any moment. Fatty was also not far away, holding a wooden stick, prepared to attack, and behind him, a squad of soldiers was running towards them. Dog sect leader gritted his teeth, knowing that this time he couldn't take Puppet City. Saving his life was the priority. He quickly flew towards the mountain, and told Zhu Lin to wait. This matter wasn't over yet. The pimpled husky saw him return, and was very happy. Dog sect leader angrily told him to get lost. Then he grabbed the steering wheel. With a roar, he drove the mountain away. It quickly disappeared into the horizon. Seeing dog sect leader flee in panic, Fatty was extremely proud. I've never fought in my life. I didn't expect to be so good at it. He then proudly told the arriving soldiers that they were late. He had already driven away the monstrous dogs himself. But unexpectedly, the opponents surrounded them. Just as they were wondering what was going on, the owner of the treasure pavilion came out and told Zhu Lin that they were caught red-handed. He asked where they thought they were going. Then he pointed his finger at the city lord, and accused Zhu Lin of robbing his treasure pavilion. He asked the city lord to uphold justice for him. Zhu Lin then realized that this white-haired woman was actually the city lord of Puppet City. Meanwhile, Fatty was still clamoring for a fight, saying he would gladly oblige. Unexpectedly, the city lord told the owner not to talk nonsense. She had seen Zhu Lin's act of righteousness in helping Puppet City drive away the vicious dogs. Hearing this, the owner was shocked. Seeing that he was still trying to argue, the city lord told him he needn't say more, and exposed his dirty business practices. After that, she expressed her gratitude to Zhu Lin and the others, and invited them to stay at her residence for a few days to treat them well. Zhu Lin readily agreed. Yu Xin was speechless, and told him to at least be polite. Zhu Lin turned and told her that he was interested in the free accommodation, but unexpectedly, Yu Xin suddenly grabbed his ear, and asked if he was attracted to the city lord's beauty. Zhu Lin quickly explained that he had 2 beautiful women by his side, and how could he possibly be interested in a puppet? Seeing this, Chu Jiangting said that men's words were unreliable. Seeing her adding fuel to the fire, Zhu Lin broke out in a cold sweat. He asked her why she was saying the same thing as Yu Xin. Hearing this, Yu Xin tightened her grip on his ear, and told him to explain himself clearly. Zhu Lin didn't dare argue anymore, and could only cry out in pain. The city lord didn't say anything, but just smiled as she watched them bicker. Then she ordered her maids to arrange 4 upper rooms for Zhu Lin and the others to rest. Soon, they settled down in the city lord's mansion. Zhu Lin sat at the table, and felt that it was much quieter here than in the inn. It was a good place for cultivation. He decided to visit Fatty and the others' rooms later. He would do something else first. With that in mind, he reached into his pocket. When he took out the dragon feather, he felt he should study it first, and figure out how to use it. He put the stone to his ear, and indeed heard a sound inside. Could this be the legendary dragon's roar? He looked at the ring on his hand, the summoning device, Long Yushi Hua, bought back for 100.000. It's time for him to teach me how to use it. But after waiting for a long time, the ring showed no movement. Seeing no reaction from it, Zhu Ling was speechless. Every time I need to use it, it's unavailable. I don't know what kind of magical treasure this is. Just then, Qi Ling spoke, but he said he was just talking nonsense, and mocked Zhu Ling for being foolish, actually spending 100.000 to buy a stone. Hearing this, Zhu Ling was shocked. Then she yelled loudly at Qi Ling, accusing him of disrespecting his elders. Is money so easy to earn these days? Qi Ling continued to mock her for being naive, saying it was just a few virtual coins. Why be so heartbroken? And admitted that he was lying to her. Then he told Zhu Ling that this kind of small prop only needs to have spiritual energy injected into it to be activated. Hearing this, Zhu Ling tried to inject her spiritual energy into the dragon jade stone. With a snap, she felt everything go dark before her eyes. Zhu Ling looked around nervously, not knowing what was going on. It suddenly turned dark. The next second, she saw a huge dragon appear before her eyes. Zhu Ling fell back onto the ground, so scared she couldn't speak. Looking at her cowardly appearance, he muttered, "Idiot." Zhu Ling was surprised that the dragon's mouth could move. Then the dragon said, Huo, meaning idiot again.
The other party was calling him an idiot. Just as he was about to argue, Long disappeared in front of him with a swoosh. He sat by the table, not knowing what was going on. Why did Long suddenly disappear again? Shu Lin looked at the dragon meteorite in his hand, wondering if it was because he had injected too little spiritual energy, so it couldn't last long. Just then, there was a knock at the door. He quickly put the stone into his pocket, and asked who it was. A graceful figure appeared at the door, telling him that she was here to help him bathe and change. Hearing this, Shu Lin took a deep breath and agreed. A moment after she entered, the bathtub was filled with hot water. Watching the maid help him adjust the water temperature, Shu Lin, wrapped in a bath towel, felt a sense of decadence. Someone even helped him bathe. He peeked out to observe, and found her quite beautiful, although she was just a puppet. Just as he was thinking, the maid turned around and told him he could enter the bath. Shu Lin quickly pulled his head back, blushing and agreeing in a fluster. Steam filled the bathroom. Shu Lin sat in the bathtub, soaking. The maid massaged his shoulders. He closed his eyes and enjoyed it, feeling extremely comfortable. With this kind of cultivation, forget 3 months, he would be willing to do it for 3 years. Just as he was feeling blissful, the maid leaned down and whispered in his ear, asking how the pressure felt. Shu Lin was already weakened by her sweet voice. He blushed with his eyes closed, telling her that it felt great. Seeing him in a daze, the maid became bolder. She slowly reached down, wanting to properly serve this hero of Puppet City. With that said, she held Shu Lin and moved closer to him. She moved closer and closer to him. Shu Lin suddenly opened his eyes, looking at her in disbelief. Shu Lin blushed and asked her how she wanted to serve him. Seeing this, the maid leaned closer to his ear again, and gently caressed him. Shu Lin moaned comfortably. Just as he was enjoying it with his eyes closed, the maid behind him transformed into a big-mouthed monster. She told Shu Lin how she would serve him, while opening her mouth wide and aiming for his neck. Sensing something strange behind him, Shu Lin slowly opened his eyes, and saw the monster's hideous reflection in the water. He was instantly shocked. He quickly dodged the monster, lost his balance, and fell into the tub. Shu Lin stammered, asking what it wanted, and asked what was wrong with its mouth. The monster grinned ferociously and said that, with such a vigorous young man, it naturally wanted his life. It then opened its mouth wide, and fiercely pounced at Shu Lin. He quickly jumped out of the water in fright. The monster, missing its target, bit down on the wooden tub, instantly shattering it. Seeing that it was serious, Shu Lin no longer held back. He turned around and took the initiative to attack, using the move Ji Chu Quan hitting the monster hard in the face with his knee. Before it could react, Shu Lin pressed his advantage, launching a series of attacks at its head. The monster was unable to fight back. Then, with a loud shout, he pushed the monster hard against the wall. With a scream, a large hole was smashed into the wall. Looking at the monster lying motionless on the ground, Shu Lin was covered in cold sweat. He sighed, realizing that heroes truly have a hard time overcoming the allure of beauty. He almost fell for it today. Just then, there was an urgent knock at the door. Fatty asked him why there was such a commotion in the room. Did something happen? Shu Lin awkwardly told them that he was fine, and that nothing happened. But Yushin certainly didn't believe this nonsense. He had clearly heard a woman's voice in the room just now. After saying that, he kicked the door. Fatty was so scared that he kept backing away. But as the door fell open, standing before them was a completely naked Shu Lin. Everyone was completely stunned. Chu Zhongding blushed, while Fatty Yi Jin's glasses almost fell off. He couldn't understand what had happened. Yushin immediately saw the disheveled maid on the floor. He turned around angrily, thinking that as expected, no man was a good thing. Fatty also reacted, unable to believe that Shu Lin would even lay his hands on a puppet. Seeing that everyone had misunderstood him, Shu Lin was truly on the verge of tears. He could only explain that things were not what they seemed. Just as Yushin turned to leave, the city lord's wife also rushed over. Looking at the broken door, she was also stunned. She hurried in to ask if Shu Lin was alright, but was so shocked by the naked person before her that she couldn't close her mouth. Then she quickly turned around, blushing, and told Shu Lin to put on some clothes first. A moment later, they were all sitting around the table. The city lord's wife first apologized. After all, he had been frightened in her residence. Chu Zhongding quickly asked what had happened. The city lord told them that the training hall was an artificially created cultivation place, and that as soon as one entered, they were constantly in danger. Although those creatures and people seemed harmless, they might suddenly turn hostile and attack them. After saying that, he bowed his head in shame, blaming himself for not warning them in advance, before arranging for them to enter. Seeing that even the base camp wasn't safe, Fatty exclaimed that the training hall was abnormal. The city lord took the opportunity to remind them to stay alert at all times, and told them that as long as they could get through this stage, their improvement would be significant. In his lifetime, he had received countless cultivators, and he didn't know what opportunities these people had after they left. Hearing this, Shu Lin quickly asked how these cultivators usually cultivated, and if they all went out of the city to fight wild beasts. The city lord told him that this was generally the case, but if they were confident in themselves, they could also challenge the sect's demon subduing pagoda. This statement piqued Shu Lin's curiosity. The city lord said that there was a beast-taming sect near Puppet City, and within the sect, there was a 9-story pagoda that suppressed various strange beasts and demons. There, not only can you hone your practical combat skills against powerful demonic beasts, but the rich spiritual energy within the tower is also very beneficial for improving cultivation. Moreover, Puppet City has a close relationship with the beast-taming sect. As the city lord, I can make them registered disciples and learn the secret techniques within. Hearing that there were so many benefits to the beast-taming sect, Fatty excitedly expressed his desire to go. Of course, Shu Lin turned his head to seek the opinions of the other two. Yu Xin didn't want to pay attention to him. Chu Zhongding said that he would follow Shu Lin's decision. Seeing that everyone agreed, Shu Lin told the city lord that they wanted to visit the beast-taming sect, and asked if the city lord's wife could guide them. The next day, the group took a carriage to the beast-taming sect. At the foot of the mountain, the city lord led them out of the carriage, and pointed to the towering mountain peak, telling them that was their destination. After speaking, he led the way to the steps ahead, having everyone follow him up. Fatty looked at the lifelike animal sculptures beside him, and exclaimed that the beast-taming sect truly had to do with beasts. After stepping onto the steps, Shu Lin noticed something was wrong. He looked down at his feet in shock, then turned back to ask the others if they felt anything unusual. Chu Zhongding gritted his teeth, his body already trembling slightly. Shu Lin also felt like his feet were filled with lead. Every step required tremendous effort. Fatty was panting heavily, discouraged, saying he couldn't go on. At this rate, it would be impossible to climb up. Having only climbed a short distance, he felt like he was about to die from exhaustion. Yu Xin told him that if he couldn't even pass this small test, he wasn't qualified to learn their secret techniques. The city lord ahead also asked how they were feeling, and explained that this was the heavenly staircase of the beast-taming sect. The higher they climbed, the stronger the spiritual pressure would become. This was the sect's test. It was already good that they could walk this far for the first time. They had done well. They could continue tomorrow. Shu Lin quickly waved his hand in refusal. If they can't even climb the mountain gate, how can they talk about climbing the demon tower? Chu Zhongding and Yuxin also wanted to continue. Only Fatty, upon hearing they had to climb more, was on the verge of tears. Seeing their firm determination, the city lord's wife revealed a gratified smile. Sweat fell like raindrops on the steps. Shu Lin felt every step was exceptionally difficult. She gasped for breath, understanding that only by enduring hardship can one rise above others. Although the climb was painful, under the spiritual pressures, impact, she felt the spiritual power within her body rise up in defiance, constantly growing. Moreover, she unknowingly entered the second level of chi refining, but he didn't feel anything at all. It seemed this trip wasn't in vain. At this moment, Chu Zhongding excitedly pointed forward, telling everyone to look. They had actually arrived. Several people raised their heads. They saw the city lord's wife and an elderly man standing at the mountain gate. Watching them, the elderly man stroked his beard, looking down at them. After climbing to the top of the mountain, the group was exhausted and scattered, lying or sitting, gasping for air. The elderly man smiled and praised their strong will and perseverance. They were a group of promising individuals. The city lord told them that the elderly man was Elder Lu of the beast-taming sect. From now on, they would be disciples of Jiming, and he urged them to cultivate diligently and bring glory to the sect. The group respectfully bowed and replied in unison, "Yes, sir." At this moment, a voice stopped them. Everyone turned around in shock. They saw a man with several animals slowly walking towards them. The newcomer was actually the city lord's wife's younger brother. He didn't respond to the city lord, but instead coldly raised his head and told them that if they wanted to enter the sect, they needed his approval. Seeing his brother's obstruction, the city lord angrily questioned him, asking why he always liked to oppose him. The other man righteously told him not to misunderstand. As a direct disciple of the sect master, he had the obligation to ensure the quality of the disciples. After speaking, he patted the dog named Yulin beside him, asking for his opinion. Then the second young master waved his hand, indicating that as long as Shu Lin and the others could defeat these dogs, he would acknowledge them as disciples. Shu Lin didn't expect the other party to actually set dogs on them, and felt that this sect's trial was extremely weak. Hearing this, the second young master angrily told him that these were wolves, not dogs. He really didn't know where his foolish elder sister had found these idiots. He looked at the students before him. Besides, the one in the middle who had barely reached the second level of chi refining, the rest were only at the aperture opening stage. He felt that using spectral wolves to test them was truly a waste of resources. A bunch of brats should just go home, so as not to throw their lives away. As he spoke, a spectral wolf had already bitten onto Fatty's arm, but in the next second, there was a bang. The spectral wolf's teeth were actually broken off. Seeing this sudden change, both Fatty and the spectral wolf looked at each other in disbelief. The second young master's eyes widened in shock. He couldn't believe that a chi refining level 3 wolf couldn't bite through an aperture opening stage. Afterwards, Yu Xin and Chu Zhongding also summoned ice blocks, pelting the spectral wolves so that they could only dodge. They couldn't get close at all, and were directly frozen into ice blocks. Seeing his spectral wolves turn into ice blocks and fall to the ground, the second young master was shocked. Their attacks were actually 2 rare attributes. Meanwhile, Shu Lin was dealing with another spectral wolf. He used basic fist technique too, a move called Star Shift, making the opponent attack itself. Seeing all of this, the second young master couldn't understand what kind of freaks they were. They either had rare attributes, or possessed strange cultivation techniques. At this moment, the 3 defeated spectral wolves dejectedly returned to his side. Seeing that they could even defeat chi refining level 3, Shu Lin and the others were overjoyed. Fatty proudly declared that he had never tasted defeat. Seeing their arrogant appearance, the second young master gritted his teeth in anger. He was determined to let them know the importance of humility. With that, he loudly ordered the spectral wolves to combine. After receiving the order, the spectral wolves roared angrily and quickly got into position. One was in the middle, the other 2 on the left and right. They quickly combined. Looking at this strange formation, Shu Lin and the others were covered in cold sweat. He suspected that this combined form was a joke. However, The second young master snorted coldly, and told them that this wasn't over. Then, the spectral wolves began to spin rapidly. A moment later, a giant combined spectral wolf appeared before everyone. The city lord felt that his second brother must have gone mad. Tell Shu Lin and the others to run. The combined monster is already at Qi refining level 7. They're no match for it. However, the second young master gave a wicked smile. It's too late to run now. In the next second, the combined monster raised its right foot and stomped it hard on the ground. Instantly countless large stones flew up from the ground and shot towards Shu Lin and the others at high speed. Fatty was quickly knocked away by a stone. Yuxin and Chu Zhongding were also hit. The scene was extremely chaotic. Only Shu Lin was able to barely cope using a basic fist technique too. He deflected the stone's force. Then with a flick, the stone exploded with a boom beside him. Looking at his hand that was so painful it was smoking, Shu Lin realized that Qi refining level 7 was actually this strong. Before they could react, the monster had already run towards them at a fast pace. Seeing this, Shu Lin quickly told everyone to run, but they were in too much pain to get up. Yuxin told him to go first, and not to worry about them. Hearing this, Shu Lin told her not to say such nonsense. If they were going together. As he spoke, the monster was already raising its fist and launching a fierce attack towards Shu Lin. Feeling the opponent's strength, Shu Lin froze in place. But the second young master told her that when facing an opponent far exceeding her cultivation level, that borrowing strength technique would be rendered useless. Shu Lin turned her head and looked at her injured companions. She knew she couldn't dodge, or they would suffer. At this moment, his only option was to fight the monster head-on. Having made up his mind, Shu Lin gritted his teeth and clenched his fists. With a buzzing sound, a dragon pattern appeared on his arm. Then he let out a loud shout and launched a swift attack with basic fist technique 1. At this moment, a dragon's roar was heard. Shu Lin quickly merged with the dragon and attacked the merged ghost. Seeing this scene, the opponent was also stunned. Although Shu Lin's momentum scared him into wanting to retreat, he could only brace himself and fight. After a loud boom, the fists of the man and the beast slammed together. The crowd only felt flashes of golden light before their eyes. What's more, the city lord discovered that the ghost was using a secret method to raise his cultivation to the peak of the 9th level of Qi refining. He turned his head and loudly questioned his second brother. Shu Lin is just a student. Why do you want to kill him so relentlessly? After Shu Lin took a punch from the ghost, he gritted his teeth and groaned. Then a mouthful of blood spurted out. Then his body fell backward uncontrollably. He felt like his whole body was constantly falling. Shu Lin tried hard to open his eyes to see what had happened, but as he fell to the ground with a thud, he opened his eyes wide and looked ahead, but couldn't remember what had just happened. Yuxin and Chu Zhongding rushed to his side, anxiously calling out, but he couldn't feel anything. His vision slowly blurred. He didn't know if he was really going to die this time. Soon he heard a voice muttering nearby. Only an idiot would fight head-on with a 9th level peak. Complaining about following the wrong master, Shu Lin slowly opened his eyes and saw the blue cat busy beside him, panicking and complaining that Shu Lin had made such a mess, causing trouble for him. At this time, Shu Lin's consciousness slowly recovered. He wanted to sit up and talk to the blue cat, but no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't move. He quickly asked the blue cat what was going on. The other party told him that none of the meridians in his body were intact. It would be strange if he could move, and told him to lie down honestly and wait for him to finish repairing the meridians. Otherwise, he could just wait to be a cripple for the rest of his life. Hearing that he was treating his meridians, Shu Lin was curious, but when he saw with his own eyes that Lan Mao had simply tied a knot in his meridians, he suddenly felt like vomiting blood. He yelled, demanding that Lan Mao find him a reliable doctor. But Lan Mao, with a sideways glance, said that unless he could find a god, he was only treating him as a last resort. Whether he could survive or not depended on his fate. Shu Lin sighed after hearing this. He didn't expect the 9th level of Qi refinement to be so strong that it could injure him like this. But Lan Mao said that things were not that simple. He asked Shu Lin if he had practiced any other techniques besides the basic fist technique. Seeing that he didn't understand, Lan Mao told him that with his current physical strength, he couldn't handle that technique. It was incompatible. He advised him to lay a good foundation first. Some techniques, although immensely powerful, could also cause unpredictable damage to the body. Shu Lin didn't know what was going on. He clearly hadn't learned any other techniques besides the spirit transformation technique from the ancient pagoda. However, Lan Mao didn't say anything more, just told him to close his eyes and rest. Repairing meridians consumed a lot of mental energy, so he needed to concentrate. Shu Lin obediently closed his eyes. Only Lan Mao was left quietly working. A few days later, at dawn, sunlight shone on Shu Lin's face. He slowly opened his eyes. The first thing he saw was Yu Xin sleeping beside his bed. He softly called out to her. At the same time, the noise also woke up Chu Zhongding, who was sleeping on the table. He rubbed his eyes and looked at Shu Lin in disbelief. Then he excitedly started shouting. In the next second, the whole courtyard knew that Shu Lin was awake. Fatty also hurriedly opened the door and saw servants carrying food lining up past his room. He poked his head out and saw the city lord's wife directing the servants to bring the food to Shu Lin's room. Then, smiling, she urged Shu Lin to eat something first. After being unconscious for so long, he must be starving. Yu Xin sat on the edge of the bed and fed Shu Lin with a spoon. Looking at everything in front of him, Shu Lin was still a little confused. The blue cat was gone. He didn't know if he was dreaming, or if the other person had cured him. He asked everyone if he had been asleep for a long time. Fatty quickly told him he had been unconscious for 5 days. Yu Xin and Chu Zhongding had been taking care of him, and hadn't even left the room. Shu Lin quickly thanked the two of them, but since he woke up, Yu Xin had been keeping her head down and saying nothing. Chu Zhongding said with relief that it was good he woke up. Otherwise everyone would have been worried to death, because the city lord's wife had searched everywhere for a puppet doctor. And the city's doctor and sect elders had also taken his pulse. They all said Shu Lin's meridians were severed, and he was beyond saving. Hearing this, Shu Lin laughed loudly. Puppets have different body structures than humans. They can't be trusted. After saying that, he moved his fingers for everyone to see, telling them that he could still move, and his meridians couldn't possibly be severed. However, Yu Xin, who had been silent, raised her head with tears streaming down her face, and told him not to laugh, and not to act so recklessly like this again. Seeing her reaction, Shu Lin didn't expect her to care about him so much. He then smiled silently, and said it wouldn't happen again. While they were talking, 2 people were eavesdropping sneakily outside the door. It was actually the sect's Black Elder and White Elder. They couldn't understand how Shu Lin could have woken up. Black Elder even wondered if he had failed. White Elder said firmly that it was impossible. He had taken his pulse, and his meridians were indeed severed. It must be that Shu Lin had used some kind of magic to come back to life. Black Elder asked him what to do next. White Elder told him to wait and see. He felt that Shu Lin had a secret, and they shouldn't rush to act. At night, the city lord sat by Shu Lin's bedside, and told him that the 2 girls hadn't closed their eyes for days. He was afraid that they would collapse if they continued like this. He smiled enviously at the relationship between them. Shu Lin could risk his life for them, and they could also stay by Shu Lin's side no matter what. After saying that, he raised his head and said nostalgically, as expected, the students of Jianhua Academy have purer hearts and deeper feelings. Hearing this, Shu Lin asked him, do you know anyone else from the academy? These words stirred the city lord's memories. He told Shu Lin, that was a long time ago. I met a young girl from Jianhua Academy and we hit it off right away. We could talk about anything. Later, they even became sworn sisters. But unfortunately, ever since the girl entered the demon tower, she never came out. He had entered the demon tower many times to search for her, but to no avail. Only then did Shu Lin realize how dangerous the demon tower actually was. The city lord told him, the demon tower has 9 levels. The higher you go, the stronger the demons become. No one has ever passed the 9th level. Even the sect leader disappeared without a trace after entering the demon tower. His life or death remains unknown to this day. Shu Lin broke out in a cold sweat from shock. Such a dangerous demon tower. Wouldn't entering it be a near-death experience for them? The city lord said. The sect leader risked his life to enter, because the 7th level holds the secrets of the tower and the sect. Cultivating on the lower levels is safe. Moreover, the demon-subduing tower has the richest spiritual energy in this area. As long as they are careful, they will surely return with abundant rewards. 10 days later, Shu Lin had almost fully recovered, and could sit up to eat by himself. Just then, he noticed Fatty, Yu Xin, and Chu Zhongding peeking at him through the doorway. They were looking at him. Seeing that they had been discovered, they entered one after another. They were all wearing local clothing. Looking at their attire, Shu Lin didn't react for a moment. Fatty smiled and told him, Yu Xin and Chu Zhongding picked out the clothes earlier. Do you feel like a cultivator now? Chu Zhongding also struck a pose. and asked Shu Lin if her outfit looked pretty. Shu Lin rested his chin on his hand and complimented Chu Zhongting's fashionable look, saying it perfectly showcased her figure. His words not only made her blush, but also angered Yu Xin, who scowled and clenched her fists. Then she turned and told the other two to leave. Fatty told Shu Lin to rest well, and not to move around too much. Shu Lin, however, was concerned about whether there were any clothes for him, but no one answered his question. Only Chu Zhongting told him to wait for them to come back and eat together. Looking at their backs as they left, Shu Lin felt relieved. Everyone had regained their fighting spirit. He picked up some food from his plate, and thought that the city lord was right. The spiritual energy here was truly abundant. These past few days, besides recovering from my injuries, I've only done some routine breathing exercises, and I'm surprisingly already close to the 3rd level of chi refining. And there's the dragon and the stone. The more times I go in, the more I can understand what the dragon is saying. It's truly amazing. After eating and drinking my fill, he patted his belly and let out a breath. Overall, this trip to the training hall has been very rewarding. Suddenly, his gaze fell upon the scroll of the imitation spirit technique on the table. Fatty told him that this was the cultivation technique they had recently been practicing with the elder. Worried that Shu Lin would be bored, he let him have a sneak peek. Shu Lin opened the scroll. He felt it was time for him to start cultivating. Otherwise, he would fall too far behind the others. But looking at the contents, he fell silent. It said, reverse the spiritual chi, overturn heaven and earth, bleeding from 7 orifices. This technique, once mastered, that one sentence made Shu Lin break out in a cold sweat. He couldn't understand what kind of cultivation technique this was. According to the contents of the scroll, it was something the ancestor discovered while traveling the world. He happened upon an ancient pagoda standing on a mountain peak. The pagoda was rich with spiritual energy, inexhaustible and continuous, so he built a temple around the pagoda, and thus founded the beast-taming sect. In order to control the strange beasts within the pagoda, he created the imitation spirit technique, and required future generations to diligently practice it. This cultivation technique was the foundation of the sect. Looking at the words, Shu Lin finally understood how the beast-taming sect came to be. But this cultivation method was truly baffling, especially the requirement to reverse the spiritual chi, overturn heaven and earth, bleeding from 7 orifices. This technique, once mastered, he remembered the textbooks saying that true chi resides in the meridians. If the chi flows in reverse, it would cause pain and numbness at best, and at worst, chi deviation and demonic possession, leading to a violent death. Shu Lin was very puzzled. How had Fatty and the others been practicing these past few days? After a moment of thought, he decided to give it a try. If it felt wrong, he would stop. After all, he had to catch up so they could enter the demon tower together. He couldn't hold them back. With that in mind, Shu Lin sat cross-legged on the bed, and circulated his chi to his dantian as instructed in the scroll. Then, he diverted a small strand of true chi to flow in reverse into his meridians. But in the next second, he realized something was wrong. Blue spiritual chi surrounded his body, causing him to break out in a cold sweat from the pain. As expected, reversing the flow of true chi wasn't something ordinary people could do. Meanwhile, the disciples of the beast-taming sect were listening to Elder Lu's lecture. He told everyone that the imitation spirit technique was the method for controlling demonic beasts. Those with exceptional talent could naturally pacify demonic beasts from birth, and what he was going to do today was to test everyone's talent level, and see who could pacify the chicken on his shoulder. After saying that, he handed the chicken to the disciple sitting in the front row, scaring the disciple into backing away repeatedly. Fatty felt that he was definitely doomed. Even Big Yellow, the dog in his neighborhood, ran away every time it saw him. He probably didn't have much affinity for small animals. He quickly took out the imitation spirit technique, trying to make a last-minute effort. He looked to see if there was a way to quickly increase his affinity. Suddenly, his eyes widened. He had clearly given the first volume to Shu Lin, so why did he still have a copy? Meanwhile, Shu Lin, unaware of this, now had a pool of blood in his hand. Seeing that his nose had started to bleed, he prayed that nothing would go wrong. Then, he continued to cultivate. According to the technique, he still needed to circulate his true chi for a complete cycle, and then return it to his dantian. But just as he was about to return his true chi to his dantian, he heard a buzzing sound. In the next second, he spat out a mouthful of blood, and then his entire body started to bubble. Looking at his hands, Shu Lin's face paled in shock. He knew that his inner energy had gone out of control. Immediately after, The blisters on his body began to burst one by one. Blood started gushing out from all over his body. Chichao also started bleeding. Note: this likely refers to the 7 orifices of the head, eyes, ears, nostrils, and mouth. He coughed violently a few times. Blood sprayed out from his mouth again. By now, his entire face was covered in blood. He didn't know how it had become like this. He couldn't figure out which step he had done wrong. Just at this moment, the door was pushed open with a bang. It was Fatty who had rushed back, looking at Shu Lin, who had become a bloody mess. He was also startled. He quickly asked what had happened. He led him closer, and looked at the imitation spirit technique manual placed in front of Shu Lin. Then he told him that he had given him the wrong one. Hearing this, Shu Lin lifted his head in shock. Note: should be Shu Lin, not Shu Ling as in the original. He gasped for breath, unable to believe his ears. Fatty could only apologetically explain that he had given him the wrong one. What Shu Lin had in his hand was not the first volume, but the second volume. At this moment, Shu Lin felt as if he had been struck by lightning. Then he tilted his head back, and spat out a mouthful of blood. Then he collapsed onto the bed. There was no sound. The fatty was so scared that he panicked, hugged her and cried, saying that he didn't mean to do it. He hoped Shu Lin could forgive him. Just as he was calling out to her, he heard a few cracking sounds. The person in his arms instantly turned completely red. The fatty looked at Shu Lin's current state, and begged her not to scare him. Then he started crying loudly, feeling that Shu Lin's death was truly tragic. At this moment, there were a few more cracking sounds. The blood clots congealed on Shu Lin's body all cracked open. Then, with a bang, she exploded into pieces, and Shu Lin returned to her original appearance. Seeing this, the fatty quickly started shouting loudly again. Seeing her slowly open her eyes, he danced with joy, thanking God that Shu Lin was still alive. But when he saw her scarlet eyes, he broke out in a cold sweat on the spot. He quickly asked Shu Lin what was wrong with her eyes, but she didn't answer him. She only asked him what the white lines in front of her were. After saying that, she reached out to grab them. The fatty felt that he had truly sinned, having caused Shu Lin to go berserk and become a fool. Thinking of this, he hugged her legs and cried, apologizing profusely, and promising to treat Shu Lin's father as his own father in the future, and take good care of him. Seeing his inexplicable behavior, Shu Lin kicked him, and told him not to force her to use violence. Then she asked the fatty to show her the imitation spirit technique. Hearing this, the fatty quickly offered the first 4 volumes with both hands. He told Shu Lin that the first volume explained how to simulate a spirit body double and construct reverse meridians within the double. The second volume was about reverse refining of true qi. Shu Lin directly practiced the second volume, and her meridians didn't burst. It was a miracle. These words infuriated Shu Lin, and she told him to shut up. She finally found the answer she was looking for. In the 4th volume, it said, reverse refining true qi to the small city can condense qi and blood in the eyes, and simultaneously open the spirit eyes. But it depends on the world's spiritual energy. Spirit lines are mostly seen on the surface of cultivators and strange beasts. The more spirit lines, the more abundant the spiritual energy. Shu Lin realized that the white lines she saw earlier were spirit lines, but she had only practiced the second volume, so how could the effect of spirit eyes appear? She looked at the white lines on the fatty's body, knowing that she could now see through other people's strength. The fatty, however, was unnerved by this gaze. Shu Lin ignored him, and turned to look at the white lines around her. It seemed that the Jade Beast sect was indeed rich in spiritual energy. Spiritual energy residue is everywhere. Suddenly, he noticed a particularly strong spiritual energy in the corner. Shu Lin knew this spiritual thread came from outside the wall, and guessed that someone was watching him. Thinking of this, he told Fatty to stay put. He would go out for a bit and come back quickly. The other party was worried about his eyes. Shu Lin carefully approached, thinking about the accidents that happened one after another right after he entered the sect. He knew this was no coincidence. He understood that the Jade Beast sect was mysterious and unpredictable, but he just didn't know who was watching him. Shu Lin leaned against the corner. The strong spiritual thread was not far away. He suddenly poked his head out, wanting to see what it was. However, the scene before him left Shu Lin speechless. He felt that if he told Fatty about this, the other party would be very sad. It turned out that this spiritual thread came from a chicken. The chickens in this beast-taming sect were stronger than him. Looking at the chicken foraging for food, Shu Lin picked up a stone. He thought that a chicken with such strong spiritual energy would definitely be very nourishing to eat. He squatted in the corner with the stone, waiting for the chicken to slowly approach him. Just as the chicken lowered its head to look at the ground, Shu Lin suddenly rushed out and raised the stone in his hand. He hit the chicken's head in one go. Holding the stunned chicken, Shu Lin was overjoyed. He was really in luck today. He could roast a chicken to eat. Suddenly he noticed something unusual. He casually plucked a feather from the chicken and observed it carefully. He didn't know what material this feather was made of. It was so hard. Most importantly, there was still some spiritual energy lingering on it. It seemed that this feather was not simple. Thinking of this, Shu Lin decided to pluck some feathers. Perhaps they could be useful in the future. Unexpectedly, this action made the chicken suddenly scream. Startled, Shu Lin accidentally let go. The chicken flapped its wings and flew out. Then it ran desperately into the distance. Seeing this, Shu Lin hurriedly chased after it. But the other party ran too fast and quickly disappeared. Shu Lin didn't expect a chicken with cultivation to run so fast. He lowered his head in regret. After all that trouble, he only managed to get a few chicken feathers. Looking in the direction the chicken ran, he suddenly wanted to try the power of the chicken feathers. Then he got into position and threw the chicken feather out like a little leaf-flying dagger. Only a whooshing sound was heard. The chicken feather didn't hit the tree in front. Looking at the hole in the house, Shu Lin smiled awkwardly. It seems he needs to practice more. His aim needs improvement. He peered through the small hole made by the chicken feather, trying to see if anyone was hurt. But the scene before him made his eyes widen instantly. It was Chu Zhongding and Yuxin taking a bath inside. Chu Zhongding asked Yuxin if she heard anything. She told him it was just a chicken crowing, and told him not to be nervous. Hearing this, Chu Zhongding said that since entering the training hall, so many things had happened that he had become a bird startled by the mere twang of a bowstring. Yuxin fumbled in the water, jokingly saying she wanted to give Chu Zhongding a massage to help him relax. Seeing that she was actually giving him a massage like this, Chu Zhongding was shocked and told her to quickly take her hand away. Shu Lin, who was peeking outside, didn't expect that it was them inside. At this moment, a red light flashed in his chest. It was genuine qi. It involuntarily started to flow in reverse. Meanwhile, the two people taking a bath inside were still playing around. Chu Zhongding warned Yuxin to let go, or he would unleash his ultimate move. Seeing her indifference, he smirked and told her not to blame him. After he finished speaking, he farted in the bucket with a poof sound. Looking at the bubbles gurgling in the water, Yuxin was completely stunned. She abruptly stood up and accused Chu Zhongding of being a eunuch bomber. But after succeeding, he laughed non-stop. The moment Shu Lin outside saw Yuxin stand up, his nosebleed couldn't be controlled. He couldn't believe that Chu Zhongding was like this behind his back. And at this time, the blood in his body surged. If he continued to watch, something would definitely happen. He chanted, "Look not at what should not be seen," as he turned and quickly left. Seeing that Shu Lin had finally returned, the fatty who had been waiting in the house was overjoyed. He quickly asked her where she had gone. Shu Lin could only perfunctorily say that he was delayed for a while, but Fatty discovered that his eyes were healed. Hearing this, Shu Lin quickly found a mirror. Sure enough, they had recovered as before. Then he sighed with emotion about looking at something pleasing to the eye. It was indeed much more useful than doing eye exercises. Fatty was confused when he heard this. He wanted to ask clearly, but Shu Lin brushed it off. The next day, Shu Lin and the others walked on the road. Yu Shin didn't expect that she would look so spirited when she wore the local clothes. After hearing this, Shu Lin quickly praised Yu Shin for her good taste, but Yu Shin found him having a nosebleed. Now when Shu Lin saw Yu Shin, he would think of her naked appearance and couldn't face her calmly. He could only explain that he had excessive internal heat. At this time, Fatty put his arm around him. Because today was Shu Lin's first class, he wanted to explain the current situation. Then he started bragging, saying that the three of them were already among the best of the sect's disciples, and that Elder Lu valued them very much. After speaking, he patted Shu Lin to reassure him that he would do his best to help him catch up. However, Shu Lin looked at the sect disciples beside him. He looked at the spiritual energy emanating from them, and then at the few of them. Clearly, these disciples were much stronger. He knew that Fatty was bragging again, but with the sound of neat footsteps, Shu Lin found that many disciples appeared around him. It was the same on the other side. It was then that he realized that the few of them were surrounded by sect disciples. Looking at the situation in front of him, Shu Lin didn't know what was going on again. He suddenly stopped. The others looked at him in confusion. Fatty told him that they would be there soon, and didn't understand why he stopped. But Shu Lin looked around and asked them if they felt anything unusual. Why were these people following them? Fatty and the others were confused by these words. They didn't know where there were people at all. Fatty waved his hand in front of Shu Lin's eyes and asked him if there was something wrong with his eyes again. He had been acting strangely since yesterday. Realizing that other people couldn't see them, Shu Lin suspected that it was because he had spiritual eyes. Then he tried to let the qi and blood dissipate. Sure enough, there was nothing around him. There were no sect disciples. He looked around and understood that those people were invisible to the naked eye. But when he looked over with his spiritual eyes, those people would appear around again. He couldn't figure out what these things were. Shu Lin looked at the people surrounding him and felt a chill down his spine. He didn't think he would be so unlucky as to encounter a ghost in broad daylight. Just then, someone congratulated Shu Lin on recovering from his serious illness. It was Elder Lu, who was walking towards them with a group of disciples. The fatty looked surprised to see them, but Shu Lin was stunned. He noticed something strange. The disciples beside Elder Lu looked exactly the same as the people surrounding him. Could these be the clones of the mimic spirit lord? But why were these people surrounding them? What was their purpose? Unbeknownst to them, someone was observing them from afar. Elder He watched Shu Lin's reaction, wondering if he had noticed something. Elder Bai, however, thought he was overestimating these students. Besides, even if they noticed, so what? It wasn't like they were harming them. He then sighed, saying that after so many years, finally, someone could enter the beast-taming sect again. He looked ahead with a smile, saying that he had waited for too long. He really couldn't wait any longer. Meanwhile, Elder Lu announced that the trek ended here, and urged the disciples to cultivate diligently after returning. He told them not to slack off. Then he looked at Shu Lin. As usual, he would test Shu Lin's talent for cultivating the mimic spirit art. The testing method was simple. If the demonic beast in his hand showed affinity towards him, it proved he had good talent. Seeing that the demonic beast was a chicken, Shu Lin and the chicken locked eyes, both looking dumbfounded. Before Shu Lin could react, the chicken squawked in fright and ran away. Shu Lin didn't expect that the one testing him would be this chicken. Elder Lu was also startled by the chicken's reaction. The disciples nearby whispered amongst themselves. They ridiculed Shu Lin for being a good-for-nothing. Making a demonic beast run away proves a complete lack of talent. Elder Lu could only smile awkwardly, and told Shu Lin that as long as he works hard, even with poor talent, he can still achieve something. He told him not to give up on himself. But even he didn't believe these words. He excused himself, saying he had something to do, and then ran off in a hurry, leaving them to argue amongst themselves. Fatty patted Shu Lin on the shoulder. He had tested as having mediocre aptitude last time, but he didn't expect Shu Lin to be even worse. This made him feel much better instantly. Hearing this, Shu Lin felt extremely helpless. At this moment, Yu Xin comforted him, saying that even the testing spirit stone couldn't fathom his depth. So what could a small puppet mechanism tell? Then she encouraged Shu Lin to cultivate diligently. Once inside the demon-subduing tower, they would still rely on him. Hearing this, Shu Lin looked at her gratefully, nodded, and the scene changed. The demon-subduing tower in the distance was enveloped in a purple cloud. From time to time, lightning bolts struck down. Shu Lin leaned against the window, looking at the scene before him. He remembered the city lord saying that the demon-subduing tower was the spiritual energy convergence center of the martial arts hall, and only a handful of students could enter. How many secrets could there be in that tower? And was the school closing the martial arts hall also related to this? Just as he was lost in thought, a flash of blue light crossed his chest. Shu Lin realized this feeling was from the immortal's notebook. Sure enough, in the next second, the notebook appeared. With a whing sound, the blue cat finally reappeared. Hearing him arbitrarily give himself a random name, the blue cat angrily emphasized that his name was Zhu, and told Shu Lin to call him Brother Zhu from now on. Although he felt baffled, Shu Lin obediently called the blue cat, Zhu Zhe, Brother Zhu. Hearing this, the blue cat roared angrily, emphasizing again to be called, Zhu Zhe, Brother Zhu. Then he scolded Shu Lin for courting death, for even daring to do something as reckless as reverse refining true qi, which defied the natural order. If it weren't for him having previously casually strengthened his meridians, Shu Lin would have already met the King of Hell. Now that Shu Lin's meridians had been widened, using his cultivation techniques would consume more spiritual energy. But the physical body can't withstand such output. So the purpose of his visit today is to help Shu Lin temper his physical body. After saying that, he told the other party to sit still. Then he stretched out his claws and summoned a blue light. flinging it towards Shu Lin with force. Shu Lin was instantly locked by the blue light, and the blue cat's iron bone steel tendon curse is to help him rapidly increase his physical strength. Previously, the disciples of the beast-taming sect used their avatars to channel spiritual energy to help Shu Lin and the others improve their cultivation. However, the disciples' cultivation was too low, so their help was limited. The blue cat decided to take this opportunity to help him channel it again. Then Shu Lin realized that those avatars he saw before were actually helping him. Then there was a buzzing sound, and waves of rich spiritual energy spread out from the blue cat. Shu Lin looked at everything in front of him in disbelief. The blue cat actually possessed such terrifying spiritual energy. Moreover, the spiritual energy here actually had a temperature as hot as a furnace. Soon he was drenched in sweat. He wondered if the blue cat wasn't afraid of being noticed by the sect by releasing spiritual energy so ostentatiously. But the blue cat told him that it had already blocked the spiritual energy fluctuations in this area. Besides, those puppets had no ability to sense it. With a buzzing sound, the blue light enveloped the entire room. The fat guy was sweating profusely in his sleep from the heat. And Yushin also noticed the anomaly and sat up from the bed. Chu Zhongding was also woken up by the heat and asked Yushin in a daze if she felt hot, but she happily called him to get up and cultivate, because he discovered that the spiritual energy here suddenly became particularly rich. Hearing this, Chu Zhongding said he wanted to take off a piece of clothing first. Seeing his good figure, Yushin said sourly, "No wonder Shu Ling likes him." Hearing this, he blushed. He told her not to talk nonsense. He and Shu Ling only had a very pure relationship. Seeing Chu Zhongding, he's already started taking off his last piece of clothing. Yushin asked him if he was an exhibitionist, but he just felt it was too hot. The next day, with the crowing of Elder Lu's rooster, Fatty woke up from his sleep. He looked at the puddle of water on his quilt and was shocked. He felt that his night sweats were so severe that he must have an incurable disease. Suddenly, he found that he had entered the second level of chi refining. He looked at his hands in disbelief. He really had a breakthrough in his sleep. He felt that he was really too hardworking, cultivating even in his sleep. Hearing Fatty yelling in the room, Shu Lin and the others were speechless. Then he shouted for Fatty to come out quickly. Everyone was going to class together. Just as Fatty agreed, Shu Lin noticed that Elder Lu's rooster was waiting not far away. Seeing that they had discovered him, the rooster stood proudly on the threshold, turned his head, and motioned for Shu Lin and the others to follow him. He indicated that someone wanted to see them. The rooster led everyone to the central hall. Madam and Elder Lu were sitting in the hall. Seeing them walk in, the second young master immediately cupped his hands and apologized for injuring Shu Lin. Seeing this, Shu Lin immediately turned to ask the city lord's wife's opinion. At this time, Elder Lu told him that, after some investigation, they had finally confirmed that the person who had severed his meridians that day was Elder He. Hearing this, Shu Lin was very shocked. That day, after Shu Lin exchanged a palm strike with the ghost, Elder He was the first to enter the scene to rescue her. The scene was very chaotic at the time, but Elder Lu happened to see Elder He attacking Shu Lin. However, there was no grievance between Shu Lin and Elder He. Logically speaking, Elder He had no motive to kill him. Hearing this, Elder Lu immediately fell silent and turned to look at Madam expectantly. At this moment, Madam finally spoke. The Jade Beast sect seemed harmonious on the surface, but underneath, there were hidden currents. After the sect master disappeared, Elder Bai and Elder He's prestige within the sect grew, but all sorts of signs in recent years indicated that the disappearances of students in the demon subduing tower were related to them. The second young master added that he had once sneaked into Elder He's room and found the remains of human disciples inside. Coupled with Elder He's attack on Shu Lin this time, it further confirmed this idea. But Elder Bai and Elder He had been very attentive to Shu Lin in private. He didn't know what they were planning. After hearing these words, Fatty was very worried. The elders of the Jade Beast sect had unfathomable cultivation. Their lives are in danger at any moment. It's better to go down the mountain and return to Kuilei City now. Madam also expressed at this time that he called them over for this very reason. The black and white elders, for Shu Ling and the others, are simply too dangerous. Going down the mountain now is their wisest choice. After listening, Shu Ling was silent for a while. Then he turned to ask the two girls for their opinions. However, they unanimously agreed to face the difficulties head-on. Only by seizing opportunities can one forge strength. The pagoda of the strong is rich in spiritual energy. They have no reason to give up this opportunity. After listening to their opinions, Shu Ling immediately mocked Fatty. Both girls are more courageous than him. Moreover, those elders who live in his divine stone sea only eat all day and do no work. This time, they need to put in some real effort. To be outstanding, one must be able to do what others cannot. Shu Ling told Madam that since they have already come to the sect, they must experience the scenery at the top of the pagoda. Only in this way can they return home with a clear conscience. After hearing this, Madam was first startled, then sighed that she indeed had not misjudged them. This air of, "Who else but me?" is not something all students possess. Several days later, everyone arrived at the demon-subduing pagoda. The demon-subduing pagoda was struck by lightning and thunder. It was very terrifying. In addition, a strong demonic aura pervaded the area around the pagoda. The entrance to the demon-subduing pagoda opens at irregular intervals, sometimes a few days, sometimes several months. Once inside the pagoda, one must wait until the next time the stone gate opens to come out. Madam promised Shu Ling that she would arrange for her confidants to protect them, and not give Elder Black any opportunity to take advantage. At the same time, she also gave Shu Ling her amulet, to bless him with safety along the way. Shu Ling loved this gift very much, and was filled with gratitude. At this time, a sect disciple suddenly reminded him that it was time to enter the pagoda, so their group majestically walked towards the stone gate. After the stone gate opened, the spiritual energy inside the pagoda rushed towards them. Shu Ling couldn't help but sigh. No wonder the ancestor of the beast-taming sect wanted to establish the sect here. This is a completely natural spiritual energy cultivation chamber. At this time, Fatty shouted even more exaggeratedly that the spiritual energy here is so dense that he didn't even want to exhale. After entering the demon-subduing pagoda, Shu Ling immediately felt that this place, like the ancient pagoda, was a pocket dimension. A sect disciple introduced the demon-subduing pagoda to him. As the name suggests, it's a place where various demonic beasts are suppressed. The first floor is filled with gentle and less aggressive demonic beasts. Shu Lin looked at the two piglets in front of him and quietly muttered, "What kind of demonic beasts are these? They're clearly just livestock." The sect disciple continued to explain. The structure of the demon-subduing tower is very simple. That pillar of light up ahead is the entrance to the second floor. As long as you reach there, you can go up to the next level. The higher you go, the richer the spiritual energy. Of course, the strength of the demonic beasts will also become relatively stronger. Hearing this, Shu Lin immediately made a decision to lead everyone to cultivate while ascending the tower. However, at this moment, two people suddenly emerged from the bushes not far away. After figuring out the path Shu Lin and the others had to take, they fed the nearby livestock a few purple pills. The livestock, thinking they were being fed delicious food, scrambled to swallow the pills. However, in the next second, their bodies suddenly underwent a strange transformation. Their normal eyes turned bright red, and their bodies grew dozens of times larger. At this time, Shu Lin and his group were marching neatly towards the pillar of light. Fatty suddenly heard a strange sound. Everyone followed the sound and looked into the distance. They saw what seemed like 1,000 troops rushing towards them. When those things got closer, everyone could see clearly that they were demonic beasts. These demonic beasts were incredibly strong, attacking anyone they saw. In a short while, they injured many sect disciples. Shu Lin was greatly shocked. These demonic beasts had clearly been gentle just before, but now they were extremely harmful. The sect disciples had never seen this situation before. They immediately stood in front to protect Shu Lin and the others. At this moment, the two people sent by Elder He seized the opportunity to mix into the ranks of the sect disciples and began to attack their fellow disciples. The man didn't expect that everyone would not only fail to unite against the demonic beasts, but would instead start killing each other, and immediately questioned them if they were rebelling. However, he didn't wait for an answer, but instead, a demonic beast arrived. A wild boar suddenly rushed towards the crowd, crushing more than half of the sect disciples in an instant. Meanwhile, more and more demonic beasts charged in, scattering the remaining people in all directions. In an instant, countless sect disciples were killed or injured. Seeing the demonic beasts attacking, Shu Lin immediately used basic fist techniques for self-defense. However, as soon as he fought off the demonic beasts, someone attacked him from behind. Seeing this, he knocked the attacker to the ground with a right straight punch. Looking at the chaotic scene before him, Shu Lin immediately realized that these people were coming for them. These people were most likely the work of the Black and White Elders. The situation was too chaotic now. They had to leave immediately. The next second, Shu Lin led everyone towards the Pillar of Light. Soon, they reached the Pillar of Light, and prepared to go to the second floor. Just then, a rooster suddenly called out to them. Shu Lin took a closer look, and realized it was Elder Lu's rooster. Hearing this, the rooster immediately became agitated. You think you're better than me? I'm clearly a phoenix. After being scolded, Shu Lin respectfully asked Brother Phoenix for his guidance. The rooster then took out a few pills, and reminded them to take the pills before going upstairs. The group wanted to ask about the effects of the pills, but seeing that Brother Phoenix was about to get angry again, they obediently swallowed them. Then, they walked towards the Pillar of Light one by one. The next second, the Pillar of Light sent them to the second floor like an elevator. However, the second floor had a completely different scenery from the first floor. Shu Lin looked around, and realized they were in the sea. Then, the Phoenix told them that what they had just taken was the Azure Water Pill, allowing them to breathe underwater for a short time. After all, they are mortals, unlike puppets. Shu Lin looked up, and found a group of sharks swimming above their heads. Feng Wang explained to them, these are megalodons. They won't actively attack people, but the smell of blood will make them go crazy. Just then, Fatty suddenly spotted a firefly in the water. He excitedly touched it, and then, the firefly started moving towards them. However, the next second, the firefly turned into a large shark. It opened its bloody maw, and quickly attacked Fatty, as if it was about to swallow him whole in the next second. Seeing this, Fatty immediately fled frantically. Unfortunately, he stepped on a sleeping octopus. To protect itself, the octopus immediately sprayed ink everywhere. In an instant, the surroundings became pitch black. Shu Lin couldn't help but complain about Fatty. What a pig teammate. Meanwhile, two assassins sneaked in under the cover of darkness. However, as soon as they tried to launch a sneak attack, they were discovered by Shu Lin. Shu Lin loudly warned everyone to be careful, but Chu Zhongding couldn't dodge in time, and was injured by the enemy. Seeing this, Shu Lin immediately rushed forward, and protected the two girls behind him. Then, he quickly dealt with the enemies using basic boxing techniques. After the fight, Shu Lin looked at Chu Zhongding with worry. He had just been injured by the enemy, and his wound was now bleeding. The smell of blood in the water immediately attracted the attention of the megalodon. By the time Shu Lin and the others reacted, many sharks had already gathered around them. They were startled at first, then immediately started to flee frantically. After a while of running, they escaped to an area of red water, and the megalodon behind them finally stopped chasing. Everyone was panting from exhaustion. Then Fatty suddenly asked, why did these sharks let them go? This question reminded Shu Lin that for a predator to give up the chase, there could only be one possibility. There was a more powerful beast here. As soon as he finished speaking, they saw a huge golden silkworm fish inhabiting the cave in front of them. Everyone stared at the monstrous beast in front of them, dumbfounded. It was not only huge, but its entire body also emitted a golden light. At this moment, it was staring wide-eyed at Shu Lin and the others. Seeing that there was only this one beast, Yu Shen called on everyone to attack together and fight it to the death. However, Shu Lin stopped them. He told everyone that the fish was sleeping now, and it was best not to disturb it. He had read in a book that, although fish don't have eyelids and can't close their eyes, they still need to sleep. When they sleep, they hide in dark places and remain motionless. Fish gills flap slowly and rhythmically, and now this fish is in that state. This knowledge, he learned from biological science books. At this moment, Shu Lin suddenly pointed to the pillar of light at the back of the cave. He suggested that everyone bypass the cave, and immediately go to the third floor. However, Fatty reminded him that the third floor is very dangerous. Shu Lin immediately explained that the effects of the Bai Shui Dan were wearing off. Compared to when they first entered, they were already noticeably short of breath. Hearing this, Fatty also reacted. No wonder he had been panting. After discussing it, they planned to sneak past, without alarming the demonic beast. So, they carefully moved forward. When Fatty passed by the golden silkworm fish, he discovered it was actually snoring. It was sleeping soundly. However, just as they were about to pass, a voice suddenly came from behind them. Feng Wang rushed up from behind in a hurry, complaining that they didn't wait for him. Seeing this, everyone immediately looked at the demonic beast in terror. Fortunately, it didn't seem to wake up. But the next second, the demonic beast's eyes moved. Everyone immediately froze. Meanwhile, Feng Wang, unaware of the situation, was still yelling at Shu Lin. If they died, he wouldn't be able to explain it to his wife. After Feng Wang finished these words, Shu Lin pointed out the demonic beast to him. By this time, the golden silkworm fish was fully awake. Its entire body had left the cave. Its tail swayed in the water. Then it opened its mouth wide, and took a deep breath of seawater. Then it launched an attack towards Shu Lin and the others. The golden silkworm fish's power was immense. Shu Lin and the others could only run forward quickly to dodge the demonic beast's attack. Feng Wang ran and scolded them for being idiots, for provoking the demon of the second floor, just as the demonic beast was about to catch up to them. Feng Wang turned around and shouted at it not to attack. They were all on the same side. However, the golden silkworm fish didn't recognize him, for a country bumpkin like him who ran up from the first floor. It could eat 100 a day. Feng Wang didn't expect the fish to be able to talk, but what he hated most in his life was being called a chicken. The next second, he stopped running and stood firmly in front of the demonic beast to let it see clearly who he really was. Seeing this scene, everyone was speechless. Their lives were at stake. Who cared if he was a chicken or a phoenix? However, the demonic beast actually stopped attacking and started to argue seriously with Feng Wang. Shu Lin wiped his sweat. It seemed that the demonic beasts in this demon-subduing tower were not quite right in the head. At this moment, the golden silkworm fish suddenly smelled Feng Wang's scent. Through the scent, it recognized Feng Wang as Xiao Fengxian, who was by Elder Lu's side. As the saying goes, a fallen phoenix is not as good as a chicken. But it didn't expect Xiao Fengxian to actually become a chicken. Feng Wang explained that he was seriously injured, and his cultivation had been lost, which was why he had become like this. But he also didn't expect the golden silkworm fish to have gained sentience and be able to speak human language. Seeing this, Feng Wang invited the golden silkworm fish to return to the upper levels with him to cultivate together. However, the golden silkworm fish didn't believe him. Then Feng Wang called out to Shu Lin and the others. He came over and introduced them to Jin Chan Yu. They are the city lord's newly accepted disciples. But the Bai Shui dance effect is about to wear off, so they had to leave immediately. Hearing this, Jin Chan Yu stopped them. He gave each of them a protective garment sewn from fish swim bladders. After wearing it, they would be immune to all poisons. Fatty, taking advantage of Zhao Yibo's poor condition, questioned its effectiveness. Seeing this, Feng Wang immediately scolded him, then urged them to leave quickly, not to embarrass him here. Soon, they rode a beam of light and arrived at the third floor of the pagoda. The third floor was a world of ice and snow. They sat together around a fire on the ice. Fatty shivered from the cold, just came out of the water, and now it's freezing cold. It's really tortuous. Feng Wang heard this and immediately lectured him. If you can't even endure this little bit of hardship, then there's no need to come to the martial arts hall. Shu Lin sighed as he warmed himself by the fire. We haven't encountered many demonic beasts along the way, but we've been on guard against fellow sect disciples attacking us. Feng Wang explained to him. The city lord probably didn't expect that the sect had become so chaotic. The beast-taming sect should be a place to help students cultivate. But now it's so chaotic. As expected, a group of sect disciples chased after them from afar. Shu Lin and the others looked over, but they didn't know if they were friend or foe. There were about a dozen people approaching, and the one leading them was the person who had protected Shu Lin before. At this moment, the leading man suddenly shouted, "Young Master Shu, run! They are Elder Hei's men." Then his neck was snapped, and he was thrown onto the ice. Elder Hei had sent many people. Although they failed to kill Shu Lin the first 2 times, this time they were determined to succeed. Seeing this, Feng Wang immediately regretted it. She should have asked Jin Chan Yu to stop them. However, Shu Lin wasn't worried. Even if they couldn't defeat them, they could still run away. They were quite good at escaping. But Feng Wang told him that the third floor was a giant kettle. A large number of ferocious beasts lived beneath the ice they were standing on. If they made too much noise and attracted the beasts, everyone on the ice would be finished. While they were discussing, the sect disciples were already getting ready to start killing. The next second, they took out their weapons and charged towards Shu Lin and the others. The sound of these sect disciples running caused a huge vibration on the ice, stirring the beasts below. These idiots have never been to the third floor, so they don't know the dangers here. They thought Shu Lin and the others were scared and shouted that they would kill them all. However, the next second, the ice beneath the men's feet suddenly cracked. A huge beast burst out of the ice and took a man into its mouth. The beast was huge, its mouth completely engulfing the man. After swallowing one person, the beast swung its tail, returned to the bottom of the lake. The remaining people looked at the broken ice surface and fell into silence. Things happened too fast. They didn't even see what the monster looked like. At this time, a sect disciple suddenly turned red with fright. He told everyone, "Third-level monsters, they're coming." As soon as his voice fell, the ice surface shook, and countless monsters surged up from the bottom of the lake. They devoured the sect disciples one by one, instantly biting their bodies into pieces. Seeing this, those who were not attacked could only howl and flee in all directions to save their lives. At this moment, the man suddenly loudly provoked the monsters, demanding a direct confrontation with them. The next second, a huge wave several meters high surged up behind him. A monster slowly emerged from the lake. The man turned to look, and saw that the monster was several feet long. He didn't even have time to draw his sword before he became the monster's food. Shu Lin and the others watched the tragic scene in the distance and were stunned for a moment. Feng Wang reminded them that the monsters would gather more and more, so they had to leave here quickly. As soon as her voice fell, a monster appeared in front of Feng Wang. It opened its big mouth and was about to swallow Feng Wang. Fortunately, Shu Lin was a second faster and grabbed Feng Wang's tail, saving him. Shu Lin called on everyone to follow him, and then used his qi and blood to break open the spirit eye. After opening the spirit eye, he could clearly see the location of the monsters. He secretly rejoiced in his heart. Fortunately, I opened the spirit eye, otherwise we wouldn't even know how we died. Soon, Shu Lin used the advantage of the spirit eye to quickly lead everyone to dodge the monsters' attacks. Feng Wang didn't expect this kid to be so powerful, and approved of him very much. Meanwhile, He Zhonglau's subordinates were staring at the direction they left. They believed that Shu Lin and the others were not highly cultivated, and definitely couldn't go far. Once this wave of beasts passed, they could collect the bodies. On Shu Lin's side, they had already escaped to the entrance of the 4th level. The passage to the 4th level was close at hand, but there was no road ahead of them, and behind them, the monsters had already caught up. Fatty was already crying at the sight. Shu Lin was also at a loss. He asked the two girls if they could freeze the water, or create a boat, but both girls said they couldn't. Seeing this, he could only settle for the next best thing, and asked them to make a few oars. Although the combat power of these two oars is very weak, at this critical moment of life and death, they are life-saving tools. The next second, they used a piece of floating ice to vigorously slide forward. Seeing the boys working so hard, the two girls offered to row together, but Shu Lin believed that girls shouldn't do rough work, so he suggested they do logistical work. So, one girl massaged his shoulders and the other served tea, taking good care of Shu Lin. However, the neglected Fatty felt very lost. Meanwhile, Feng Wang also found his own job. He transformed into Captain Feng Wang, adjusting the course according to the draft and wind speed, commanding the team forward. Seeing this, Shu Lin immediately kicked Feng Wang. He didn't need any troublemakers right now. Feng Wang touched his head, feeling wrong. He clearly wanted to help. Just then, something unusual in the water suddenly alerted Shu Lin. He sensed that a heavyweight monster was approaching them. He reminded everyone to hold on tight. However, the next second, the monster knocked them into the air. They floated in the air for a while, before falling hard back onto the ice. Then, Shu Lin was surprised to find that they had actually landed. Unfortunately, before they could celebrate, the monster chased after them again. Several monsters crawled onto the ice one after another, and quickly surrounded them. After the monsters climbed onto the ice, they approached them at an extremely fast speed. Shu Lin pulled the two girls up, and yelled for everyone to run. Soon, everyone ran towards the pillar of light, running frantically. Meanwhile, the distance between the monsters and them was constantly closing. At the critical moment, Shu Lin finally pulled Fatty into the pillar of light. The next second, the pillar of light rapidly ascended, lifting them away from the ice. Seeing the monsters left on the ice, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. They were finally saved. However, at this moment, Fatty, provoked the demonic beasts below. It really made the others speechless. The beam of light transported them to a higher level. This level was a desolate desert. After they landed, Shu Lin couldn't help but sigh. He originally planned to just practice on the 1st and 2nd levels. But unexpectedly, they had unknowingly reached the 5th level. He planned to cultivate here for a while, and then lead everyone back the way they came, because it would become increasingly dangerous further ahead. However, at this moment, Phoenix told him that elder he had revealed his true intentions to them. It was impossible for them to leave the demon-subduing tower the way they came. Now their only way out was to go up, break through their limits, and complete their transformation. Only then would they have a chance of survival. Moreover, they didn't know when the tower gate would reopen. If they went down now, it would be a dead end, so they could only continue forward, following Phoenix. Along the way, they sometimes passed by a few blades of grass, sometimes a skeleton, but they never encountered any demonic beasts. Seeing this, everyone praised Phoenix for leading the way well. However, in reality, There was only one demonic beast on this level. It wasn't that easy to encounter it. At this moment, Phoenix led everyone to a fruit tree. 7 colors swirled around this fruit tree. The branches were laden with fruit. The fruit on the tree looked very tempting, and immediately attracted everyone's attention. Phoenix introduced it to everyone. This was the 7-colored glazed fruit. Eating it could improve one's cultivation, and restore one's strength to its peak. But the glazed fruit was the most precious treasure on the 5th level. Picking it directly was no different from seeking death. But after years of research, Phoenix had found a way to obtain the fruit, without bloodshed, as long as he could pick the fresh fruit and restore his cultivation. He could be reborn from the ashes. However, before he could finish speaking, Fatty and the others had already walked up to the fruit tree. They were tempted by the beauty of the fruit, and reached out to pick it. Seeing this, Phoenix rushed over to stop them. Picking the fruit like this could kill them. However, after Phoenix approached the fruit tree, he was immediately bewitched. He reached out for the fruit with a fascinated look on his face. Shu Lin now understood that the fruit tree could bewitch people's souls. Seeing that Yushin was also about to reach out and pick the fruit, he immediately shouted a warning. However, Yushin couldn't hear him at all. Soon, everyone near the fruit tree had picked a fruit. Looking at their infatuated state, Shu Lin had a bad feeling. Something big was about to happen. The next second, a loud noise suddenly came from above the fruit tree. A red light flashed in the sky. But what was even more terrifying was that this red light continued to expand. The entire sky was instantly filled with a dense red color. A few seconds later, the demonic beast finally revealed its true form. It looked like a spider, but its body was round. It looked terrifying. Shu Lin had never encountered such a demonic beast before. He broke out in a cold sweat. In that moment of hesitation, the demonic beast opened its mouth wide, ready to swallow them whole. In this critical moment, Shu Lin had no choice but to injure the beast's eye, stopping its attack. At the same time, the demonic beast turned its gaze towards Shu Lin. Shu Lin immediately had a premonition that this creature was not simple. He might not be able to defeat it this time. In the next second, the demonic beast charged towards him. As it approached Shu Lin, it immediately opened its bloody maw, ready to swallow him whole. Seeing this, Shu Lin chose to turn and run. However, this demonic beast had a total of 10 legs, perfect for moving in the desert. It only took a few seconds to catch up to Shu Lin. Seeing that, the demonic beast's teeth were already close at hand, Shu Lin could only resign himself to fate. He couldn't dodge at this speed. The demonic beast roared and opened its mouth. Its teeth rotated layer by layer, waiting to swallow its food. Seeing that there was no room to escape, Shu Lin couldn't help but lament. He never thought that his glorious life would end up being eaten by a demonic beast. He was truly unwilling. However, in the next second, the nightmare suddenly appeared before him. Shu Lin couldn't distinguish between dream and reality for a moment. Perhaps he was just dreaming. However, the nightmare told him that he was the one dreaming now. In reality, he was about to be bitten to death by the demonic beast. It turned out that the nightmare had used his unique skill, time stop, for 2 minutes. He could let Shu Lin enter a dream, while his brain operated at high capacity. During these 2 minutes, time in reality was almost stagnant. Shu Lin interrupted him helplessly. These 2 minutes were useless, only enough to write a will. In such a critical time, they should hurry up and say something useful. After being beaten up, the nightmare took out 2 secret manuals from his bosom. The dream demon told him that these 2 secret manuals were entrusted to him by Senior Qi Ling for Shu Lin. They might help him escape from this desperate situation. Although the names of the manuals were bizarre, he couldn't worry about that now. Shu Lin quickly flipped through the pages, reading and memorizing as he went. But the manuals were too long. Even if he had 2 days, he wouldn't be able to finish them. Not to mention, he only had 1 minute left. Seeing this, Shu Ling returned the manuals. He needed to think of another way. However, at this moment, the dream demon told him that he only needed to use his divine sense to probe, and he could quickly comprehend the manuals. Hearing this, Shu Ling immediately got angry. Why didn't you say that earlier? How can someone so inconsiderate be a teacher? The dream demon tried to explain, but he didn't want to listen anymore. He just wanted to know how many seconds he had left. The dream demon immediately replied, 3 seconds. With no other choice in the last 3 seconds, Shu Ling could only inject his spiritual power and use his divine sense to probe. 3 seconds after grasping the manuals, a strange feeling washed over him. Time was up. Shu Ling was pulled back to reality. Seeing that he was about to become the demon beast's meal, the demon beast launched an attack towards Shu Ling. However, it didn't bite Shu Ling. Shu Ling dodged with an incredibly flexible posture, landing in the gap between the demon beast's teeth. In the next second, he used all his strength to flee forward, instantly escaping the demon beast's encirclement. After escaping, Shu Ling couldn't help but sigh. So this is what true lightness and agility feels like. The demon beast didn't expect that its prey could slip away from its mouth. It instantly went berserk. Its mouth opened wide like a barrel, its legs like sickles, and it frantically attacked Shu Ling. Shu Ling shuttled back and forth under its attacks, feeling surprisingly at ease. Qi Ling, truly as a master, could instantly enhance his Qigong to such an extent. It's a pity that the other secret manual requires foundation building cultivation as a base. He can't master it in a short time. Otherwise, even killing this demonic beast would be effortless. After his strength improved, Shu Lin immediately rushed back to the fruit tree. However, at this time, Yu Xin and the others were all asleep under the tree. At first, Shu Lin thought they had fainted, but after seeing the core of the 7-colored glazed fruit, he understood everything. They had already eaten the fruit. At this moment, the demonic beast chased after them again. Out of desperation, he could only carry everyone on his back and escape. After leaving the demonic beast's field of vision, Shu Lin immediately threw Fatty on the ground. The others also slowly woke up at this time. They quietly waited for Fatty to wake up. After a while, Fatty finally woke up. He looked up at everyone and asked what had happened and where they were now. Shu Lin told him, "Welcome to the 5th floor of the demonic tower." After they sat around together, Fatty still couldn't remember what had just happened. Yu Xin then asked him to sense his cultivation level. So Fatty obediently sat down and practiced. The next second, he screamed. Unexpectedly, he had reached the origin realm. It was like a dream. Feng Wang told him that the 7-colored glazed fruit could allow those with declining cultivation to return to their peak, and could also directly raise a novice cultivator by 1 realm. It was a rare elixir. Then Fatty saw Feng Wang in his transformed state, and was instantly stunned. He looked so handsome now. After everyone had rested, they planned to make a final push to reach the top of the tower. Feng Wang led them into a cave. The water in the cave was crystal clear, and they could even see white bones nearby. However, after reaching the depths of the cave, Shu Lin discovered that there was no exit. Feng Wang explained to them that the 5th floor of the demonic tower was inside the belly of a demonic beast. They could only reach the 6th floor by exiting through the broken gate. The so-called broken gate was the demonic beast's anus. The protective clothing given to them by the manager was meant to be worn here. After learning the location of the broken gate, Shu Lin instantly lost his desire to climb the tower, but it was too late for regrets. Then, Fatty, Shu Lin, and the others passed through the broken gate one by one. However, beyond the broken gate was a sea of blood. The pillar of light was still a long way from them. Fatty couldn't help but complain. There's so much blood. It seems like the demonic beast has severe hemorrhoids. Shu Lin told him not to say such disgusting things. Then he led everyone to swim to the small boat ahead. After getting on the boat, everyone took off their protective clothing. Suddenly, Fatty noticed that the oars were moving without anyone touching them, and the boat began to move forward on its own. Seeing this, Shu Lin immediately opened his spiritual eye. He discovered that there was a white-haired old man at the bow of the boat, and the pendant the city lord's wife gave him was also reacting at this moment. Shu Lin immediately realized that this old man was probably the old sect master. The old man turned around with a smile and kindly praised Shu Lin as a prodigious talent. Then Shu Lin asked about the old man's identity. The old man admitted that he was the sect master of the beast-taming sect. Shu Lin wondered why the old sect master was here, and in a spirit form, the old sect master told him that the 2 elders, Black and White, in order to seize mortal bodies, had cultivated an evil cultivation technique. This technique required living sacrifices, so they used the disciples of Jianhua Middle School as catalysts. To prevent the old sect master from stopping them, they poisoned him and imprisoned his spirit here. Such evil people deserved to be punished by heaven and earth and die a horrible death. But now the old sect master was a lonely ghost. All he could do was help these juniors cross the river. He warned Shu Lin that the 2 old villains would soon attack them, and to be very careful. After the group disembarked, they were quickly stopped by 2 people, and they were the 2 elders, Black and White. Elder White told Elder Black that he only needed to sacrifice 2 more girls to complete the body seizing technique. After seizing 2 more boys, he could leave the training hall and live a free and unrestrained life. Elder Black stared at the people in front of him and immediately expressed his desire for Shu Lin's body. Elder White was naturally unwilling, because he also wanted Shu Lin's body. Elder Black immediately pointed out that Elder White was fatter than him, so Fatty's body was more suitable for him. Then, the two unexpectedly started arguing because of this issue. Fatty didn't expect that he would be disliked even in a soul possession. It was too offensive, so he suddenly pounced forward and grabbed Elder Bai's neck, demanding to know why he was being looked down upon. Then he tried to grab Elder Hay, but Elder Hay dodged with a flash. The next second, Elder Hay launched an invincible combo attack on Fatty. However, each of his attacks was nimbly dodged by Fatty. Seeing this, Elder Hay couldn't believe that Fatty had reached the Yuan Yin realm. He was clearly still at the Qi refining stage when he first entered the tower. At this moment, Phoenix stood far away, watching the battle. He couldn't help but sigh. These two old guys are going to fall flat on their faces today. Then he called on everyone to join him in a group beating. Soon everyone surrounded them. They took turns punching, beating the two elders Black and Blue. Elder Hay received relatively fewer blows, but Elder Bai was beaten Black and Blue. With bumps all over his head, he cried out in pain. Now everyone had become Yuan Yin realm cultivators. This is simply too unscientific. Elder Bai was beaten into submission but remained Bu Fu Qi, unconvinced, resentful. Crying, he accused them of not fighting with honor. Bu Zhang Wu Dai. Hearing this, Shu Lin kicked him a few more times. I'm just beating you up, he said. What can you do about it? However, at this moment, Elder Bai told Shu Lin, don't be too arrogant. It turned out that he had long cultivated the soul snatching technique, Duo Shixian Gong. Now, he was going to immediately seize Shu Lin's body. As he spoke, Elder Bai transformed into a blue spirit form and entered Shu Lin's divine stone Si, Jinsekikai. Seeing this, everyone immediately panicked. Yuxin was so worried that she cried. However, Shu Lin was not worried, because his stone sea was not a place where just anyone could go. Soon, Old Man Bai fell into Shu Lin's divine stone sea. There, he and Meng Mo and the others looked at each other in astonishment. He immediately suspected that he had come to the wrong place, because there were simply too many people here. After looking around, he found that only Qi Ling looked relatively normal. So he asked him if this was Shu Lin's divine stone sea. Qi Ling gave him an affirmative answer. Then he asked him what he was doing here. At this time, Elder Bai gave a sinister laugh. He told everyone that he came here to seize a body. Hearing this, everyone was speechless. They were already bored staying here. Since that was the case, they might as well go play ball together. Saying that, Qi Ling pulled Elder Bai to go play ball. Elder Bai thought they wanted to play with him, and hurriedly explained that he still had serious business to attend to. However, he didn't know that he was the ball they were going to kick. Outside, Yuxin confirmed with Shu Lin again, asking if he was really okay. Shu Lin said cheerfully, don't worry, but you should worry about Elder Bai instead. He's probably worse off than dead by now. Then he set off with everyone, heading to the 7th floor together to search for the secret of the demon-suppressing pagoda. Several days later, the stone gate of the demon-suppressing pagoda opened once again. Shu Lin and the surviving sect disciples walked out of the pagoda together. At the same time, they also brought out the two elders, Black and White. After seeing Madam, Shu Lin explained to her what had happened inside the demon-suppressing pagoda. Only then did Madam realize that her father had been trapped on the 6th floor. He will go with the disciples to pay respects to his heroic spirit. Then, the Madam ordered someone to escort the Black and White elders to the dungeon. Afterwards, he told Shu Lin that they must hurry back to Jianhua Middle School, because he received a secret order that a serious incident occurred at Jianhua Middle School. Fatty didn't think the matter was that serious. Moreover, with the principal there, their return wouldn't be of much help. At this time, Brother Phoenix reminded him that they had entered the Yuan Yin realm and had become a force in the cultivation world that could not be ignored. Moreover, this time he would accompany them to repay the favor of them helping him restore his strength. The city lord's wife was also very grateful to them for helping her quell the internal strife within the sect. She told them to be sure to come back and visit after they were done. At that time, she would definitely roll out the red carpet for them and await with bated breath. Just like that, they left the beast-taming sect. At this time, Fatty suddenly asked Shu Lin why they didn't tell the city lord about the 7th floor. It turned out that the 7th floor of the demon-subduing tower was a mechanical factory filled with puppet production lines. Puppet dolls were processed and forged here, and then placed within the sect. Everyone was a puppet. Even the city lord's wife was no exception. Thinking of this, Shu Lin told Fatty that everything was just a game. The senior sister's disappearance, the black and white elder's betrayal. It was all part of the plot. Even the problems that appeared at Jianhua Middle School were probably just part of the plot. But even if something really happened, so what? They would just have to face whatever came their way, meet each challenge as it arises.